the House will come to order. Members, today let's pause for a brief meditation. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will take the roll. Members, when the chief clerk calls the roll today to establish a quorum, please state your name, your location, and that you are present. Members using the remote voting application should also press the green yes button when your name is called. The clerk will take the roll.
Acom.
Acom, Minnetonka, present.
Acom, Minnetonka, present. Agbaje.
Agbaje, Minneapolis, present.
Agbaje, Minneapolis, present. Ackland.
Ackland, St. Peter, present.
Ackland, St. Peter, present. Albright. Albright. Anderson.
Anderson, Barsness Township, present.
Anderson, Barsness Township, present. Backer.
Backer, Browns Valley, present.
Backer, Browns Valley, present. Bonner.
Bonner, Maple Grove, present.
Bonner, Maple Grove, present. Barr.
Barr, East Bethel, present.
Barr, East Bethel, present. Baker.
Baker, Wilmer, present.
Baker, Wilmer, present. Becker, Finn. Becker, Finn. Bennett.
Bennett, Albert Lee, present.
Bennett, Albert Lee, present. Berg.
Berg, Burnsville, present.
Berg, Burnsville, present. Bernardi.
Bernardi, New Brighton, present.
Bernardi, New Brighton, present. Bierman.
Bierman, Apple Valley, present.
Bierman, Apple Valley, present. Bliss.
Bliss, Beltrami County, present.
Bliss, Beltrami County, present. Bow.
Bo, Chanhassen, present.
Bow, Chanhassen, present. Bolden.
Bolden, Rochester, present.
Bolden, Rochester, present. Burkle.
Burkle, Skagen Township, present.
Burkle, Skagen Township, present. Carlson. Carlson, St. Paul, present. Christensen.
Christensen, Stillwater, present.
Christensen, Stillwater, present. Daniels.
Daniels, Faribault, present.
Daniels, Faribault, present. Doubt. Doubt, St. Paul, present. Davids.
Davids, Fillmore County, present.
Davids, Fillmore County, present. Davney.
Davney, Minneapolis, present.
Davney, Minneapolis, present. Damath.
Damath, Cold Spring, present.
Damath, Cold Spring, present. Detmer.
Detmer, Forest Lake, present.
Detmer, Forest Lake, present. Drazkowski.
Drazkowski, Winona, present.
Drazkowski, Winona, present. Eklund.
Eklund, Coochin County, present.
Eklund, Coochin County, present. Edelson, excused. Elkins. Elkins, St. Paul, present. Erickson.
Erickson, Princeton Township, present.
Erickson, Princeton Township, present. Feist.
Feist, New Brighton, present.
Feist, New Brighton, present. Fisher.
Fisher, Maplewood, present.
Fisher, Maplewood, present. Frankie. Frankie. Franzen. Franzen. Frazier.
Frazier, Dakota County, present.
Frazier, Dakota County, present. Frederick.
Frederick, Mankato, present.
Frederick, Mankato, present. Freiburg.
Freiburg, Hennepin County, present.
Freiburg, Hennepin County, present. Garofalo.
Garofalo, Dakota County, present.
Garofalo, Dakota County, present. Gomez.
Gomez, Ramsey County, present.
Gomez, Ramsey County, present. Green.
Green, Monoman County, present.
Green, Menominee County, present. Greenman. Greenman, St. Paul, present. Grossel.
Grossel, Clearwater County, present.
Grossel, Clearwater County, present. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, Sibley County, present.
Gruenhagen, Sibley County, present. Haley. Haley, St. Paul, present. Hamilton.
Hamilton, St. Paul, present.
Hamilton, St. Paul, present. Hanson R.
Hanson R., St. Paul, present.
Hanson R. St. Paul, present. Hanson J.
Hanson J. Burnsville, present.
Hanson J. Burnsville, present. Hassan.
Hassan, Minneapolis, present.
Hassan, Minneapolis, present. Houseman.
Houseman, St. Paul, present.
Houseman, St. Paul, present. Heinrich.
Heinrich, St. Paul, present.
Heinrich, St. Paul, present. Heinzman.
Heinzman, Crow Wing County, present.
Heinzman, Crow Wing County, present. Her, excused. Hertas.
Hertas, Hubbard County, present.
Hertas, Hubbard County, present. Hollins.
Collins, St. Paul, present.
Hollins, St. Paul, present. Hornstein. Hornstein, St. Paul, present. Howard, excused. Hewitt.
Hewitt, Rosemount, present.
Hewitt, Rosemount, present. Igo. Igo, St. Paul, present. Johnson.
Johnson, Isani Township, present.
Johnson, Isani Township, present. Jordan.
Jordan, Minneapolis, present.
Jordan, Minneapolis, present. Jurgens.
Jurgens, Cottage Grove, Washington County, present.
Jurgens, Cottage Grove, present. Keeler. Keeler, St. Paul, present. Keel.
Keel, Polk County, present.
Keel, Hope County, present. Cleveland.
Cleveland, Plymouth, present.
Cleveland, Plymouth, present. Cagle.
Cagle, St. Paul, present.
Cagle, St. Paul, present. Katiza, Wattoon.
Katiza, Wattoon, Eden Prairie, present.
Katiza, Wattoon, Eden Prairie, present. Kosnick. Kosnick. Kosnick, St. Paul, present. Creshaw.
Grishaw, Morrison County, present.
Creshaw, Morrison County, present. Lee.
Lee, Minneapolis, present.
Lee, Minneapolis, present. Liebling.
Liebling, Rochester, present.
Liebling, Rochester, present. Lilly.
Excuse for quorum.
Lily, North St. Paul, present.
Lilly, North St. Paul, present. Lippert,
She's locked out right now because they're.
excused. Lislegard.
Lislegard, St. Louis County, present.
Lislegard, St. Louis County, present. Long.
Long, Minneapolis, present.
Long, Minneapolis, present. Lucero.
Lucero, the Wright County, present.
Lucero, Wright County, present. Lewick.
Lewick, Aiken County, present.
Lewick, Aiken County, present. Mariani. Mariani. Markwart.
Markwart, Dilworth, present.
Markwart, Dilworth, present. Mason. Mason, St. Paul, present. McDonald.
McDonald, Wright County, present.
McDonald, Wright County, present. Mecklen.
Mecklen, Sherburne County, present.
Mecklen, Sherburne County, present. Miller.
Miller, Sioux Center, present.
Miller, Sioux Center, present. Moeller. Moeller, St. Paul, present. Moran. Moran. Morrison.
Morrison, Deep Haven, present.
Morrison, Deep Haven, present. Mortensen.
Mortensen, Scott County, present.
Mortensen, Scott County, present. Mueller.
Mueller, Austin, Minnesota, present.
Mueller, Austin, present. Munson.
Munson, Lincoln Township, present.
Munson, Lincoln Township, present. Murphy. Murphy. Nash.
Nash, St. Paul, present.
Nash, St. Paul, present. Nelson M.
Nelson M., Brooklyn Park, present.
Nelson M. Brooklyn Park, present. Nelson N.
Nelson and Cloverdale, present.
Nelson N. Cloverdale, present. New Brindley. New Brindley. Noor.
No, Minneapolis, present.
Noor, Minneapolis, present. Novotny.
Novotny, Brown County, present.
Novotny, Brown County, present. O'Driscoll.
O'Driscoll, Sartell, present.
O'Driscoll, Sartell, present. Olson B. Olson B, present. Olson L.
Olson L. Duluth, present.
Olson L. Duluth, present. O'Neill.
O'Neill, Maple Lake, present.
O'Neill, Maple Lake, present. Pulowski.
Pulowski, Winona, present.
Pulowski, Winona, present. Petersburg. Petersburg, St. Paul, present. Farr. Farr, St. Paul, present. Pearson.
Pearson, Rochester, present.
Pearson, Rochester, present. Pinto.
Pinto, St. Paul, present.
Pinto, St. Paul, present. Poston.
Poston, Lakeshore, present.
Poston, Lakeshore, present. Pryor.
Pryor, Minnetonka, present.
Pryor, Minnetonka, present. Quam.
Byron, present.
Quam, Byron, present. Raleigh. Raleigh, St. Paul, present. Rasmussen. Rasmussen, St. Paul, present. Ryer.
Ryer, Egan, present.
Ryer, Egan, present. Richardson.
Richardson, Mendota Heights, present.
Richardson, Mendota Heights, present. Robbins. Robbins, St. Paul, present. Sandell.
Sandell, Woodbury, present.
Sandell, Woodbury, present. Sandsted.
Sandsted, St. Louis County, present.
Sandsted, St. Louis County, present. Schumacher.
Schumacher, Laverne, present.
Schumacher, Laverne, present. Schultz.
Schultz, Duluth, present.
Schultz, Duluth, present. Scott. Scott, St. Paul, present. Stevenson.
Stevenson, Coon Rapids, present.
Stevenson, Coon Rapids, present. Sundin. Sundin. Swazinski. Swazinski. Tice.
Ice, St. Cloud, present.
Tice, St. Cloud, present. Thompson.
Thompson, St. Paul, present.
Thompson, St. Paul, present. Torkelson. Torkelson, St. Paul, present. Erdahl.
Erdahl, Acton Township, present.
Erdahl, Acton Township, present. Vang.
Vang, Brooklyn Center, present.
Vang, Brooklyn Center, present. Waslowick.
Waslowick, St. Paul, present.
Waslowick, St. Paul, present. West.
West Blaine, present.
West Blaine, present. Winkler. Winkler. Walgamot. Walgamot. Zhang Jie.
Sean J., St. Paul, present.
Zhang Jie, St. Paul, present. Zhang T.
Zhang T, Minneapolis, present.
Zhang T, Minneapolis, present. Joachim.
Joachim Hopkins, present.
Joachim Hopkins, present. Speaker Hartman, excused. Albright.
Albright, Prior Lake, present.
Albright, Prior Lake, present. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, Roseville, present.
Becker Finn, Roseville, present. Frankie. Frankie. Franzen.
Franson, Alexandria Township, present.
Franzen, Alexandria Township, present. Mariani. Mariani. Moran. Moran. Murphy. Murphy. New Brindley. New Brindley. Sundin.
Sundin, present. Carlton County.
Sundin, Carlton County, present. Swazinski. Swazinski.
The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 92nd Session, 2021, 40th day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Friday, April 16th, 2021.
If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Comparison reports. A copy of this order of business is online. If there is no objection, the motions will prevail. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail and the substitutions will be made. Second reading of Senate files.
Second reading, Senate File number 970.
Second reading. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The chief clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction of first reading of House Files 2534 through 2542.
First reading House files 2534 through 2542. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Winkler from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Tuesday, April 20th, 2021, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills. Senate file numbers 972 and 1098.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online.
I'll take
If there is no objection, we will take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Okay. Other motions. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Madam Speaker, members, I move that House File 1684 be taken from the table.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Yay!
Motion prevails. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 1684, an act relating to transportation, the second engrossment.
There are amendments at the desk. If there is no objection, we will let the author of the bill explain the bill before we act on the amendments. I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. House File 1684 is this year's Omnibus Transportation Finance and Policy Bill. Before I talk about some of the highlights of the bill, I just wanted to thank a number of people who have been incredibly helpful over the course of this biennium so far. And had a lot to do with getting us to where we are today. First of all, our incredible nonpartisan staff for transportation. Mr. Andy Lee, our House fiscal analyst for transportation. He has a number of other portfolios as well. And Matt Burris, I think members of our committee on both sides of the aisle would agree that they are second to none. They are tremendous. They are always available to us, and we appreciate their work. We also have really great partisan staff. On the Republican side, I want to thank Joe Marble, and on the Democratic side, Jennifer Nelson. And then we have really great committee staff as well. Dan Dodge is the committee legislative assistant, very, very reliable and helpful at all times, and John Howe as well, the committee administrator. And we have great members on our committee, and I want to especially thank Representative Cal Barr, who is the lead for the new Republican caucus. Learned a lot from him. He is actually a professional in the field of transportation and has a lot to offer us. And Representative John Petersburg, the Republican lead. I have enjoyed our collaborations as well. Frequent communication, problem solving. I thank him as well. So, members, I know that a number of you who sit on transportation and Ways and Means and taxes who have heard this bill have heard me tell this quick story, but I want to repeat it for members of the public and the wider body. And I've never dedicated a bill before to any individual, but this year I felt the need to honor our former colleague, Representative Bernie Leader. Representative Leader was a road engineer and state legislator from the northwest part of the state. He lived in Crookston, Minnesota. And before he got involved in transportation, he was a fighter for the United States Army in World War II. He fought in the Battle of the Bulge. He liberated Nazi forced labor camps. A true Minnesota hero and treasure. And in the 1950s, as a young road engineer, he was at the table when a lot of the distribution formulas for highways were developed in the 1950s. Bernie Leader was there. He chaired this committee as a state legislator for many years and was at the helm when we passed the most important transportation bill in a generation in 2008. And that bill resulted in significant progress on transportation. The Winona Bridge, the St. Cloud Bridge, the Hastings Bridge, all a result of new revenue that was dedicated to transportation in that bill. And of course, that bill happened as a result of the tragic collapse of the I-35W bridge. So I dedicate this to Representative Leader. And what he taught me, and what I hope is clear in this bill, is that whenever we talk about transportation, Representative Leader wanted to make sure that all parts of the state were taken care of. All modes of transportation were taken care of. And that we were careful not to pit region against region, mode of transportation against mode of transportation. As a rural legislator from Crookston, he understood that rural Minnesota thrived when the metro thrived. And he understood that in order for the metro to thrive, we needed a robust transit system. And he also understood that for greater Minnesota to thrive, we needed investments in roads, bridges, highways, basic infrastructure in greater Minnesota, as well as greater Minnesota transit. So he is the inspiration behind the approach we take in this bill, where we do cover all of the state and all of the modes. And I wanted to get into that just a little bit because we do some very innovative things in this bill. For the first time, we have dedicated, sustainable funding for small cities. It's kind of amazing, members, that cities 5,000 or under don't have the same reliable, steady source of funding that townships and counties and larger cities have. So if you represent a city with a population of 5,000 or under, this is a very, very important development and a good reason for you to support this bill. And again, we've got small cities, 5,000 and under in the metro and throughout greater Minnesota, of course. Very, very significant development in this bill. And I think, again, in that spirit of Representative Leader. And members, investments in infrastructure are always important. But I think particularly in this fraught moment that we're governing in, where we have so many simultaneous challenges, even crises, investments in infrastructure can be a pathway to a better future, can be a pathway to getting out of the economic struggles that we're in. That was the approach that Franklin Delano Roosevelt took in the Great Depression, developing the Works Progress Administration in the 1930s, 1935 to be exact. Millions of people put to work building roads, bridges, schools, and parks. And so that program created jobs again for millions between the years of 1935 and 1943. Then President Eisenhower came along in the 50s. So that was a time when there was an economic struggle and depression in the country. Then during the boom time, post-World War II in the 50s, Ike came along and developed the interstate highway system. Totally transformational. Very, very important. But there were some mistakes in that very, very revolutionary moment. I think that we didn't take into consideration racial justice and equity. And we learned about that mistake when we talked about Rondo and the history of Rondo, which I'll get into a bit later. And then land use issues were not really addressed when we were building those interstate highways. But yet it was transformational, important, and we moved the country forward through Ike's vision. Now, members, we are on the cusp of a third key major federal transportation infrastructure initiative, and that is President Biden's American Jobs Plan. And in the American Jobs Plan, we address roads and bridges and other things, but I think there is at least some bipartisan consensus in Washington, D.C. that roads and bridges really need to be a part of that plan. $650 billion the president's putting into that. He's also addressing climate. He's also addressing racial justice and equity, as we should be doing as we develop our plan here. So members, to our bill, and I think there'll be ample opportunity for a lot more discussion during the amendments, but I did want to call everyone's attention to the finance articles of this bill, which I think are the most important and I would add controversial. And those are Articles 3 and 6. And Representative Cagle will get into some of those as well. And I see she's here. And I wanted to also thank Representative Cagle, our vice chair, who did incredible work this session. So before I hand it over to her, I wanted to conclude by saying, in this moment, infrastructure is a bridge to a brighter future. It is a bridge to unify our state. It is a bridge for racial justice and reconciliation. It is a bridge to do something about the climate crisis that is significant because transportation accounts for the largest share of greenhouse gas emissions, and we are the slowest to address greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector. While we have made some important headway in an electricity generation sector, we are not. We are falling behind in transportation. And so our bill really addresses that through our investments in public transit. So Representative Cagle will talk a little about our revenue raisers in the highway and bridge area. I'll come back and conclude with some comments about public transit. And then let's get into the debate. Let's get into the amendments, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, members.
That's the spirit. Representative Cagle.
Mr. Speaker, members, when I look at this bill, I think about what it means to my community. When I head to Kohl's or Menards, I have to drive up Highway 65, which usually means delays and hoping it only takes about 2 cycles to get through a red light to make a left turn. And we don't make that trip during rush hour. And I know Representative West knows what I'm talking about. But this means that Highway 65 can be safe. It can be a quick road for residents and businesses to use in the North Metro. It means that my husband, who does service work all over the Twin Cities, will be able to spend more time working with customers. He will be more likely to make it home for dinner and play with our daughter for those few precious hours that we have before bedtime. It means that I might worry a bit less when we take that, I might worry a little bit less about my family's safety when we're making our weekly drive up to Costco. It means that in my near future, my neighbors and I will have access to Arterial bus rapid transit, and the buses running in front of my house won't be releasing harmful exhaust into the air. It means my kiddo will be less likely to develop asthma. It means that transportation will be accessible, reliable, and affordable. This means that the mom I saw the other day wrangling her 2 twin girls who were super cute, had matching glasses and bows, while pushing her baby in the stroller over a berm through a gap in the fence to get to either the bus stop or Cub will have a sidewalk to walk on. It means the disabled man crossing University Avenue going to Walmart from the transit station won't have to play Frogger to try and cross the street and then sit in the middle of the highway when there's not enough time on the pedestrian signal. This bill will dedicate money to small cities. Currently, people living in small cities those with under 5,000 people pay into the system but get zero in funding. Minnesota has 705 of these cities. So when these residents pay their gas tax at their local stations, none of that money comes back to help them with their local roads. So this bill means that when I'm at my cabin this summer and go to fill up the truck or get gas for the mower or four-wheeler, that some of that money will come back to the city of Longville. This is what I want my community to look like. And I was so moved by the stories from the folks of the Reconnect Rondo and their vision for their community. So many of us have that thing that we just really love and take pride in. For some people, it's a sports team. For some people, it's their school. And for others, it's their community. The people in the Rondo community have been through and continue to go through collective trauma, but their pride and hope for their community was so apparent. Their vision for Rondo is beautiful, and the potential for the area and its residents is incalculable. This bill provides necessary funding to improve the quality of roads, bridges, and transit services across the state. As our state continues to grow, especially in our suburban communities, it's critical that we do the hard work now so it doesn't cost us more in the future, cost us more in money, time, and safety in the future. Roads, bridges, and transit services are the blood vessels of our economy, supplying goods, services, and workers to our community. Our transportation system must serve people and businesses in an affordable and effective manner. Because at the end of the day, that's what our transportation system is about, people. We're putting this bill forward because we're committed to doing better by the people of Minnesota, ensuring that they have a comprehensive, safe, well-functioning transportation system that serves them however they choose to get to where they need to go. Thank you, members.
To the author of the bill, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Cagle. Just to conclude our presentation, wanted to again call your attention to a couple of very specific provisions, again, that I know we'll debate much more thoroughly. But one of the areas where I think is, again, important, in addition to talking about the key infrastructure investments and how they propel jobs and economic growth and help all sectors of our economy, we have proffered a bill here that I hope will move us forward politically. I talked about the fraught times we have with our economy, with our need for racial justice and reconciliation, with our need to address the climate crisis. But there's a fourth crisis that we have, and that's the crisis of governance that we're in. I hope that transportation and the need to invest in our infrastructure can be bipartisan. And I know that there is goodwill on both sides of the aisle. So members, when I introduce these financial, the key finance parts of this bill, I want you to understand that 2 years ago, we brought a bill that had a 20-cent gas tax. We brought a bill that clawed back $400 million of general fund that the other side of the aisle worked hard to put into their 2017 legislation. You spoke loud and clear, maybe for about 10 hours, loud and clear, in 2019, that was unacceptable to you. And so we are trying to form a substantive bill, but also moves us forward politically. So there's no 20-cent gas tax in this bill. We retain indexing, which we had last time. That's a penny a year, $9 per average motorist for better roads and bridges, simply to keep up with inflation. $9 a year to keep up with inflation. We have provisions that address another source of funding that's dedicated constitutionally, by the way. We always have to say the registration fee and the gas tax are constitutionally dedicated to roads and bridges. So we have the indexing. We also have a registration fee that is progressive. So if you're buying an expensive new car, you'll pay a few $100s more in our bill. If you drive an older vehicle, you'll pay less or you will be held harmless. So we introduce some progressivity as we raise new revenue. The third most important revenue raiser in Article 3 of the bill is a metro area sales tax for transit. This is critical for our area. This new metro sales tax is different from the one, again, that we did in 2019. It shrinks the size of the area where we're raising this money, and it shrinks the size to areas that are already paying a tax for transit in the transit taxing district in the metropolitan area. So many geographic parts of the region are not included, again, in an effort to move forward to compromise. It's significant. And we have a rider in this bill that the sales tax will pay to build out an arterial bus rapid transit system in the region. 11 new lines are planned by 2040. We don't have to wait till 2040 for this very important and successful way of moving people around. It's called arterial bus rapid transit because it travels on the main arteries of our system: Snelling Avenue, University Avenue, Chicago Avenue, Lake Street. Arterial, these are the arteries, these are the lifeblood of our region. And these have been very successful even during the pandemic. We have seen, of course, ridership declines across the board, but much less so with arterial bus rapid transit. And prior to the pandemic, we had very good ridership, meeting and exceeding expectations on the A and the C line. So we want to accelerate that build out. And you know what, members? When we do that, we will be the bus rapid transit capital of North America. This is a bold vision. It will put us in the map. For every penny or every dollar we spend on public transportation, we get $3 back in return. A tremendous investment. So I hope that people will see that in addition to Curitiba, Brazil, and Colombia, Bogota, Colombia, Minneapolis and St. Paul will be one of the 3 places around the world where people see bus rapid transit as a smashing success. We do that in this bill, as well as addressing the long-term structural deficit that we have in Metro Transit. So it's a bold vision, it's a significant vision. It moves us forward in so many ways, and of course, that bus rapid transit is such a key equity issue where so many people rely on that to get to their jobs, to get to schools, to do their day-to-day errands and live their day-to-day lives. So members, I hope you recognize not only the importance of this, but this is a bold vision for roads, bridges, public transportation. We fund small cities. We put ourselves in the map globally in terms of bus rapid transit. We are able to match what we think will be significant federal money coming in. This is a great bill. I ask for your support. I look forward to the debate.
There are amendments at the desk. The representative from Dakota, Representative Kosnick, offers the following amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kosnick moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A52.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Kosnick, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chair Hornstein. I appreciate that introduction of the overall bill. We'll talk about that later, but we'll just go on the straight amendment. Members, part of our transportation responsibility is to provide federally mandated metro mobility service, and in our state, through our generosity, we've expanded that service to some areas just for congruity, mostly. But as Chair Hornstein has talked about all the other modes of transportation that we are responsible for, this is an area that continues to grow in cost, and to better have our state to manage and understand the financial cost of metro mobility, and to not take away necessarily from other modes that we strive to improve, our roads, our buses, our bridges. What this amendment does is it takes the metro mobility and management and budget, would incorporate the state obligation for metro mobility and the annual cost to be implemented, and then also have A report on the service area, the hours of service, ride scheduling, and the fares that the council, Met Council dictates the policy for some of that stuff. So what this does is provides for a little bit better transparency and management, financial management and oversight of the Metro Mobility Program so that we can understand its implications to the other transportation modes that we have. And so members, I would appreciate a green vote and your support on this.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Koznick. I strongly support this amendment, would encourage a yes vote. I appreciate your bringing it. As Representative Koznick mentioned, this is a mandated federal program. For those of you who are involved in the education world, it's not too dissimilar to some of the special ed mandates that we have that are chronically underfunded. This is so many people, senior citizens, people with disabilities are reliant on this service. Our funding is falling behind, so to make this a forecasted service is a giant step forward. We had some concerns about some funding in the tails, but you know what? I think that this is so important that we're going to put those concerns aside. We're going to take this amendment and we're going to deal with making sure that this is a general fund appropriation into the future. Thank you, Representative Koznick. I would enthusiastically recommend a yes vote on this.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the motion is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. There we go, sorry. I recognize the author of the...
Clerk will report the amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A29.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Torkelson, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a roll call on the 829.
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? I see 15 hands. A roll call, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 829 is a fairly simple amendment, deletes two sections of the bill that increase taxes and fees paid by Minnesotans who drive their cars. That's the tab fee changes that change the depreciation schedule, that the changes actually increase how much tab fee drivers will pay, and a sales tax on motor vehicles that will raise the cost of new vehicles when a consumer goes in to buy a new car. You know, the timing of these changes is remarkable. Raising taxes and fees in Minnesota when we have a $4 billion surplus just doesn't make sense to me. We proved in 2017 that you can significantly fund transportation without raising taxes. And I'm very happy to recognize that Chair Hornstein acknowledges that by retaining our spending out of the general fund of auto parts and sales tax on auto parts and repairs. It's a good program. It works well. Transportation is so important to every citizen in Minnesota. It deserves to be part of the general fund spending in this state. Representative Cagle, would you yield for a question?
She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Cagle, I believe that the tab fee portion of this bill was a bill that you introduced, but we never had a chance to hear it and discuss it in committee. Can you explain to me why we didn't have that opportunity?
Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Torkelson, we tried to get a revenue note, but it was very difficult, and we didn't want to put forward a bill that we didn't understand the revenue impacts of.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Representative Cagle, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know, we did do a lot of informational hearings in the committee. We could have easily done an informational hearing on this perspective. We didn't get a chance to do that. We didn't see this until it was part of the delete everything amendment that came to committee. Raising the cost of owning and operating a vehicle in Minnesota is extremely detrimental to many of our citizens, especially in rural Minnesota. I attended a meeting, one of our many Zoom meetings we've had lately with one of our regional development corporations. They have a program where they actually find cars and get them to families that are on assistance. And they have an 80-some% success rate with these families. Once they have a car and get to work in a timely fashion, get their kids to the activities they need to go to in a timely fashion, they work their way out of poverty. But it takes a car to get there, and raising the cost of operating a car in Minnesota is really certainly the wrong thing to do. I'd like to again thank Representative Hornstein for considering the importance of small cities in Minnesota. They are important. We've funded them somewhat haphazardly in the past. I hope that when this bill comes back from conference that small cities are still a part of it. It's very important to all of rural Minnesota. What we didn't talk about, and probably won't talk about too much, is the billions of dollars that we're spending on light rail in this state. We have a project in southwest Minneapolis that's still under construction, was originally supposed to be up and running by the end of this year. Now we know it won't be up and running till 2024. And we also don't know how much it's going to be used. Things have changed in COVID times. Commuters are no longer commuting as they used to. We're seeing many people working from home, and we don't know how many of those changes will be permanent, how many of them might be temporary. We have supported BRT in the past, and I hope those programs continue to be successful in the future. With that, Mr. Speaker, I did request a roll call on the A29 amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A29 amendment. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Torkelson. I'd recommend a no vote here. We are very careful, and I thank Representative Cagle for putting forward this provision. We're very careful to make sure that this is a progressive change to the registration fee. So if you're buying a Porsche or maybe a new Tesla, a $100,000 Tesla, you're going to pay a few $100s more. And you know what? That's worth it for better roads and bridges. That's where this money goes. People are paying a tax in terms of their bumpers getting messed up because they're driving over all sorts of potholes and rutted roads. So that's what we're doing here, members. This is a progressive change to the driver's appreciation fee. If you have an older vehicle, you're not going to pay. If you want to buy a new fancy vehicle, yeah, you'll pay a few $100s more. Please vote no.
Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Torkelson, I'm really glad you mentioned the Getting to Work program because it's a great program, and it's a bill I've carried for a while too. Part of the program though now includes repairs to those cars, and so a lot of these nonprofits are now offering repairs. And you know, something else that's detrimental to motorists is the annual $377 a year they pay in repairs due to crumbling roads and poor pavement conditions. So, you know, I really hope that, you know, in committee we heard that slowing the depreciation schedule on brand new vehicles through the first 5 years punishes success. But I really think about this as protecting our investment, paying a little bit more in the beginning so your nice new car has smooth roads, safe roads that you can drive on congestion free. You know, and as your car gets a little bit older, maybe your neighbor goes and buys a new car, and now they're not only investing in their own car, but yours as well. And so, you know, that one blown tire can really put a family over the edge, and we can't let our transportation system crumble any longer. So please vote no.
Any further discussion to the A29 amendment? Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. You know, if you look at the totality of the bills that are coming before the legislature, Representative Hornstein mentioned electric cars by name, that they will pay more if Representative Torkelson is unsuccessful in getting his amendment on. And that's not really the case. If you look at the totality of the other bills, Democrats are desperate to get more electric, more Teslas on the road. And they're essentially moving legislation forward to subsidize the purchase of electric vehicles in the state of Minnesota. So that subsidy, while on one hand you're looking to subsidize the cost of those electric vehicles here in Minnesota, on the other hand, you're using them as a carrot to also raise taxes on them. And which one is it? Do we need to subsidize so that they buy more, or do we need to tax them more? I'm not really understanding kind of obviously this is a transportation bill, but we've got other bills that are moving forward to kind of go in the opposite direction. And, I think we need to be thinking about that. And I think Representative Torkelson is right in the fact that, the raising the cost ultimately does raise the cost. And if we're trying to have people live in small towns and cities across the state, we should lessen the cost and lessen the burden of those people across the state, not increase it.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll wrap this up. The bottom line here is there's hundreds of millions of dollars of money coming from the federal government to Minnesota for transportation. We've already gotten hundreds of millions in federal base funds, millions from the CARES Act, more millions from the Carissa Act, more millions from the ARP Act, and we fully expect the federal government will be passing an infrastructure bill sometime in the near future that'll bring many more millions of dollars to Minnesota. Raising the tax burden on Minnesota families at this time is the wrong thing to do. Keep cars reasonably priced, keep the operating costs of cars reasonable so people can get to work and recover from this COVID-infected economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If there is no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. For those members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of those members who have not yet voted?
Backer. Backer. Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss.
Bliss aye.
Bliss, aye. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney votes no.
Davney, no. Erickson.
Erickson votes aye.
Erickson, aye. Frazier.
Frazier votes no.
Frazier, no. Green.
Green aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, yes.
Heinzman, aye. Igo. Igo. Katiza Watun. Katiza Watun. Mariani.
Mariani no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Stevenson.
Stevenson, no.
Stevenson, no. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Wogamot. Wogamot, no. Zhang-Jie.
Zhang no.
Zhang-Jie, no. Zhang-Ti.
Zhang T, no.
Zhang-Ti, no. Backer.
Backer, aye.
Backer, aye. Igo. Igo. Igo votes aye. Katiza Watun. Katiza Watun.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moves to amend House File number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A30.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Torkelson, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not nearly as juicy a topic as raising taxes and fees when Minnesota has a $4 billion surplus, but it is an important topic. There'll be a little quiz when we're done to let's see if you know what CMGC stands for. CMGC is a contracting method for construction projects in the state of Minnesota. It's an experiment. We authorized, or the legislature authorized back in 2012. It's a method by which the contractor becomes involved in the project at the very beginning, but it's not a low bid process, which means there's the risk of projects becoming more expensive because basically the contractor is in some ways writing his own contract. The original legislation authorized 10 projects, of which we have used 8. 5 of those were studied in a report issued by the Department of Transportation in 2020. I believe it came out in December. But even when that report came out, only 3 of those 5 projects were complete. This is another topic that we didn't spend much time on in committee. We really didn't have a chance to get good testimony. The contractors do have, some of them anyway, do have some heartburn with this. One of the lobbyists for the contractors did testify during the DE testimony that there are issues with this contract. And extending it at this time, doubling the number of contracts at this time, I think is inappropriate and unnecessary. They have 2 more contracts to utilize. They've issued 8. They have 2 more to go. We could easily address this next year when hopefully we'd have some time to actually take testimony and evaluate how well these contracts are working. We've got the department's opinion, but we need other opinions. We need to evaluate this because these projects are hundreds of millions of dollars. These are not small projects. These are mega projects. And we have more on the drawing boards in the city of Duluth and elsewhere. There are big projects coming, and whether or not this is the right contracting system to use, we should analyze. Members, we don't need to do this now. We have time to do it next year. If it needs to be done, we need to evaluate this more carefully. I would request a green vote. Sorry, I'm not requesting a roll call, but I would request support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the A30 amendment? Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Torkelson. This is one of those projects or one of those provisions that I think nobody really ended up happy. MnDOT wanted to remove the cap completely, and the general contractors didn't want any change to the cap. And so this is the place where we ended. I have vowed to work with both sides to keep this conversation open, and so I would urge at this time a no vote.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinrich moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A31.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Heinrich, who will explain the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment, the A31, intends to address what I consider one of the bad provisions in this bill. The bill requires MnDOT to develop a vehicle miles traveled reduction goal and planning required to get Minnesotans to reduce driving miles by 20%, I believe by 2050. My amendment simply says the commissioner must not perform planning or development of a mileage-based user fee, road use surcharge, or similar tax based on vehicle miles traveled. Members, no tax based on vehicle miles traveled. A vehicle miles traveled tax would harm our economy and those who wish to be productive, have deliveries made, or on-site services performed. Members, I encourage a green vote on my amendment, and I request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion on the A31 amendment. Representative Elkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, sorry. So since 1920, when the state passed the Babcock Amendment establishing the state trunk highway system, for 100 years, the state gas tax has been the workhorse of highway finance in the state. But with the advent of electric vehicles, we are going to need ways to backfill for the gas tax revenue as gasoline-powered vehicles, wane in importance, and electric vehicles, come to the fore. The gas tax is going to, wither away gradually and is going to have to be replaced. So later this year, we will in transportation be hearing for informational purposes for this year, House File 523, which is my bill that would establish a mileage-based road user charge, but only on electric vehicles, with the idea being that as electric vehicles gradually supplant gasoline-powered vehicles, the revenue from road user charges on electric vehicles would gradually, dollar for dollar, replace the loss of revenue from the gasoline-powered vehicles that they would supplant. For 100 years, we have supported the gas tax generally because it is a fair way to pay for our roads and bridges. And the gasoline tax, make no mistake, is dedicated strictly to roads and bridges. And it's always been supported because it was viewed as fair because you pay in proportion to your usage. We should be treating our surface transportation system as a public utility. And like we pay for natural gas or electricity or water, we should be paying in proportion to the amount that we use. So, I've strongly supported the gasoline tax all along. I don't think it makes sense myself right now, at least with current technology, to use a road user charge on internal combustion engine cars because the gas tax is extremely efficient to collect. And with current technology, the road user charges on electric vehicles will be somewhat more expensive to collect until the technology scales up. But by adopting this amendment, we would be foreclosing an important and appropriate source of future revenue to replace the gasoline tax as electric vehicles gradually replace gasoline-powered vehicles in our vehicle fleets. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The representative from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I appreciate Representative Elkins' comments, and I think that having a working group on how to get electric cars to pay their fair share in terms of road maintenance and stuff is in line. But I just fear that this is the camel's nose under the tent, and that, combustion engine drivers are already paying gas tax, sales tax, a lot of tax on auto parts, and to put them in a position where they will be being charged for every mile that they're driven is just wrong. Again, I appreciate comments that, well, we're not going to really try to do that, but knowing how government works, okay, and especially some progressives, they've never seen a tax they don't like. And again, this puts an amendment in there to prevent that. That doesn't mean you can't have a working group as far as electric cars are concerned, but I would urge members to support the Heinrich Amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
The representative from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in support of the Heinrich Amendment. The author of the bill, Representative Elkins, that spoke against the amendment to reduce, form a committee to reduce the vehicle miles traveled by 20%, was a little unclear about the use of the gas tax and that it's a dying revenue source as people drive. But the fact is, according to the Minnesota Transportation Alliance, the gas tax is not a dying revenue source. More people are driving more miles, and the revenue from Minnesota's fuel tax has not decreased. And so I think it's appropriate in our own task here with the Transportation Committee, and as a state looking at our transportation system, our task is or should be to meet our current transportation responsibilities. And as mentioned, this is a very efficient way, our current system on the gas tax. So to encourage or to have this work group try to figure out a way to get us out of our cars and change our lives, it's bad governance, but it's bad policy, and it's taken away people's choices. But further in this bill, I mean, we're raising taxes and fees when Minnesota has a $4 billion surplus, and we're increasing on an automatic inflator the gas tax, but on the other hand, they want us to drive less so that then they need to raise taxes elsewhere. It's just not very good accounting. And so we can fund our roads and bridges without a gas tax increase and other tax increases. But more importantly, we need to focus on our current responsibilities. And in other parts of this bill, we are expanding our responsibilities and financial obligations. And so this amendment or this provision in the bill just doesn't even make sense. When we're increasing the gas tax on an automatic inflator, but then we're going to tell people not to drive so much. And so, Representative Heinrich, thank you for offering this amendment, and we can fund our roads and bridges without tax increases.
The representative from Anoka, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to speak in favor of the Heinrich Amendment today. A couple of things that were mentioned already on the floor was as people move out of gasoline engines to electric cars, we need to charge them on the amount used. Was something similar to that was mentioned. Well, the amount used depends, I guess, the amount of usage of the highway. we all know that larger vehicles do more damage to the highways. I, as a professional truck driver, know that an 80,000-pound vehicle does a lot more damage than the Prius does, or the little Fiat. So a mileage tax, just a straight mileage tax, is not going to be it's not going to be charged accordingly. The gas tax, bigger vehicles use more fuel, you pay more taxes. It's a great way to proportionally charge for road usage. So something that I used to drive when I first got into driving a truck, 4.5 miles to the gallon was pretty average. Fuel mileage now is up pretty close, 7.5 to 8 miles a gallon is a pretty standard fuel mileage usage. We're talking almost double the fuel mileage, or half of your gas tax from commercial vehicles of, the class the 80,000-pound class of vehicles, registered tax. So the Fiat is not going to pay anywhere close to that, but they're not doing the same damage. But when you move to an electric tax and you go straight mileage, that's, even if you're talking just a 1-ton pickup, a construction vehicle that pulls a heavy trailer, construction trailers around, concrete mixers and things like that with a 1-ton pickup, this mileage tax is not ready for prime time. That's one of the reasons I am going to support this, because this needs to be thought out a lot more before we change the taxing system. I do agree that electric vehicles need to have a taxing system on there other than the straight $75 we have in registration right now. I don't think that's, if you're only using your electric car occasionally, $75 is nowhere near what you should be paying. And if you're driving it for as a sales rep someplace, you probably should be paying a little more. So I do agree with the proportional part, but that's not the way we have that set up, and we need to talk through this a little more. Representative Gruenhagen mentioned the camel's nose under the tent. Well, Representative Elkins told you the camel is already in your tent, because we do test programs to, we do a lot of test programs and the pilots, and then they turn into whole full-fledged programs because we've got people hired and things are moving, et cetera, et cetera. Well, as soon as you do the test on the mileage tax, it's not going away. As more and more people choose to move into an electric car, as opposed to we force them into an electric car, as more and more people choose to move to an electric car, they won't have a choice but to move to a mileage tax that's already set up that way. So yes, the whole taxing system on electric vehicles needs to be thought out a lot more. There needs to be a lot more conversation with that, and I'm willing to sit down and talk to anybody. I have a few ideas of my own I'd like to put into the mix, and with that, I please support the Heinrich Amendment.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Elkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to a few of the points that have been made. First of all, there is nothing in the transportation bill this year that would establish any kind of a mileage-based road user charge. It does need more discussion and thought, which is why we'll only be hearing House File 523 on an information basis this year, so that we can have those kinds of discussions. But I would like to clarify a couple of other things as well. So I know that there are concerns that with a road user charge, mileage-based charge, that rural drivers would drive more and be charged more. It turns out there's a consortium of Western states where they looked at this question, did a study, and found that that's not actually the case. Even out in the wide open spaces of the American West, what they found was that rural drivers took fewer trips but longer trips. Urban drivers took more trips but shorter trips, but the overall mileage driven by rural and urban drivers was about the same, actually. So that shouldn't be a concern. And then, secondarily, the other question was that I'm personally not looking at establishing mileage charges on gasoline-powered vehicles. The gas tax works just fine, but we are going to need to prospectively replace it. And it really doesn't make sense to tie our hands and say that we can't look at this as an option, at least for electric vehicles, because we know that over the next 10 to 15 years, there is going to be a massive replacement that goes on. GM has basically announced, for example, that they don't plan to make any internal combustion engine cars after 2035, that they intend to have 25 electric models on their showrooms by 2025. So we can't bury our heads in the sand on this. We have to keep our options open, which is what we will be doing by defeating this amendment. To keep the options on the table so that we can have a reasoned discussion of this topic in the Transportation Committee later this year and into next year. Thank you.
The representative from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the discussion, I'm really curious as to the overhead bureaucracy and also the burden that might be put on the individuals for the mileage monitoring. Several years ago, I had proposed that we take the total amount of gas tax divided by the total number of licensed vehicles, and you've got an average gas tax, and then have some proportionality of that, of which electric vehicles would pay when they pay their tab fee. So it'd be an annual thing, doesn't add a lot of cost. I'm just curious at what various implementations they're looking at, and if they're just looking at a per mile for non-gas vehicles, what is the anticipated overhead and bureaucratic structure, how many FTEs, how many hours per person that owns a non-gas vehicle would be required to do documentation? What is the burden of this system? And Mr. Speaker, if there's somebody that could yield to answer or enlighten on that topic, I would be most appreciative.
Representative Quam, who are you asking to yield?
I can. Madam.
Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that either the author of the bill or apparently the author of this portion of the language who's been speaking might. So I was hoping for a volunteer, or the speaker could inform me which person I should ask to yield.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can answer that question.
Representative Elkins.
Yes. So there are several western states, Utah, Oregon, Washington, California, that are either experimenting with or have actually, in the case of Oregon and Utah, actually implemented mileage-based user charges. They're using the same technology that is being used by insurance companies to both implement safe driver programs based on vehicle characteristics and mileage-based insurance charges. That's a thing now. You can actually pay for auto insurance by the mile. It involves plugging a device into the diagnostic port in your car. And in the case of assessing road user charges, the only thing that has to be collected is the mileage. A third party collects all of the data so that it's not in public hands. The initial overhead right now is fairly high, which I think is why it makes sense to do something as a pilot program now until economies of scale kick in and the costs of collection come down. But all of the technology that's needed to implement a road user charge is available today, has been implemented today, is in operation in multiple states, and has been implemented without violating anyone's privacy. No data about where you've traveled is being collected. It's just electronic odometer readings.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the feedback on that. I grew up on a farm, and we actually had vehicles that we utilized on the farm. We put a lot of miles on the farm, but not on the roads. I saw a pretty cool ad for the new electric Hummer, and the ad was all aimed at off-road. And if you've got an implementation that is just doing mileage, and this is for road income, then that would not do appropriate justice for the people that aren't using miles on the road. And if you implemented something that actually had the data of when they're driving on the road, then you've got privacy concerns. I'm just concerned that we have a global, before we jump into this, we really need to be careful that we don't infringe upon people's privacy. We don't implement a system that burdens rural people who are not driving on the roads that this tax would go towards, and then also doesn't have an outside entity with access to data on the vehicle. I understand the inclination to go this way. I don't think it's ripe time, and I don't think it's a prudent expenditure of the funds to generate this and put an additional burden on people. So I would vote green on this amendment.
The representative from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think somehow we've gotten a little sidetracked from what this amendment actually is. This amendment actually deals with the portion of the bill that is charging the Department of Transportation to determine, or actually to implement a policy or procedures to reduce the number of vehicle miles traveled by 20% by the year 2050. Now, that wasn't brought to us by the Department of Transportation to help with roads. It wasn't brought to us by the department to increase funding or to deal with mileage-based funding. It was actually brought to us by an a group concerned with reaching our carbon gas emissions by the year 2050, and said we can't do it by just efficiencies. We have to actually reduce our vehicle miles traveled by 20% by the 2050. So this bill has this put into it. The concern that I've had with the whole section is that we're giving a department this charge, but there's no parameters, there's no guardrails on it as to what to do. Now think about it. Back when we wanted to start becoming more efficient use of electricity, I don't think anybody said, okay, we're going to want you to use less electricity, but we're going to charge you more so that you're paying more than you did when you weren't saving that electricity. It doesn't make sense. Well, we're saying in this particular, and what Representative Heinrich is saying in this amendment is that if you're going to figure out a way for us to have less miles traveled, that you can't then increase the cost through fees and taxes to make up the difference. We have to figure alternative ways of doing that. At least it's an attempt to get some guardrails onto this proposal. So I think we're gotten ahead of ourselves in what you're saying, well, this is going to be based on mileage base. We don't know that. There's no parameters given. So I would recommend a yes vote for us to at least start putting in some sort of guardrails, some sort of parameters for the department to use. That is our job, or we should then go more cautiously and say, what do you propose, and have it come back to us. So I would recommend a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'm going to recommend a no vote on this amendment, and here's why. Back about 12 years ago or more, after the Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act was passed, there were people in this legislature that wanted it to fail and wanted it to not go forward. And they passed legislation similar to this, preventing the Department of Health to look at any way of implementing it. And they did that with hoping that the next governor, the next president coming in would get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which didn't happen. In the Affordable Care Act, states were given the option to either go with the federal plan or go with the state plan. But by passing legislation in this body that prevented the Department of Health to doing any planning when the new president was elected, and it wasn't a Republican that was going to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. We had 90 days to come up with and plan a program, and we all know the mess that created at the beginning of the state taking over the Affordable Care, or instituting the Affordable Care Act. Members, this is the same thing. Preventing the Department of Transportation from planning, from looking at, from investigating ways of going to a different type of user-based fee, which is what the gas tax is, to a mileage-based tax or some other thing, but by preventing them from even planning or looking at it is foolish and is actually kind of dangerous, because at the time, if at the time we need to quickly go to something like that because our gas tax revenue drops precipitously as we get more electric cars, we're going to be over the barrel with this, and we're going to then have to rush to do something without any planning, and we may end up with the same type of issues we had when we started the Affordable Care Act in this state. So members, I would say vote no on this amendment. It's a bad amendment. It handcuffs our Department of Transportation from the ability to be able to study these issues, or even to form a working group to try and study these issues. And so members, please vote no.
The representative from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually put my hand down, but since you called on me, I'll just, I won't ask the member to yield, Representative Elkins, but the thought dawned on me when he had mentioned that the gas tax was the most fair because of the wear and tear on the roads and bridges. And the thought that came to mind was how many chainsaws, boats, jet skis, and our great 10,000 lakes here in Minnesota, snow blowers, lawn mowers, and other gasoline powered devices are putting the wear and tear on the roads and bridges in terms of the fairness. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Petersburg, I appreciated that you brought us back to what's actually in the bill, which is the vehicle mile traveled reduction. But just quickly on the topic of the mileage-based fees, which is not in the bill, and we may hear, as Representative Elkins said, on an informational basis, his legislation on that. Before we leave that topic, I just wanted to let folks know, if you're a fiscal conservative, if you're a libertarian, I just wanted you to know that the Cato Institute, which is a prominent libertarian think tank, supports mileage-based user fees. And in fact, just a couple weeks ago, Randall O'Toole wrote, fiscal conservatives view user fees as a more equitable way of paying for roads as people would pay for only what they use. So again, I hope that if you're on the other side of the aisle, you'll take a look at what the Cato Institute is saying about mileage-based user fees. But to the point that you made, Representative Petersburg, let's be clear and factual about who's bringing this forward. Yes, there's some environmental groups that care deeply about reducing fossil fuel emissions in the transportation sector, and they support this provision. But it was MnDOT's Sustainable Transportation Advisory Committee that has discussed this and put this forward as a recommendation. That committee has many members from the public, private, and nonprofit sector, including executives from utility companies and other major corporations in the state of Minnesota. And contrary to what Representative Koznick said, this doesn't limit choices, it expands choices. This is not a mandate. We're just saying 30 years from now, when Representative Cagle's daughter, Clara will be 32 years old, right? When Clara is 32 years old, we want people to drive a little bit less on a voluntary basis. There's no mandate. So, how do you drive less? Well, maybe it's telecommuting. I think we're all doing that right now. I think we will be doing that 30 years from now. How do we drive a little bit less? Let's make our pedestrian options and safety options for walking and biking a lot better. Let's make transit a lot better. So this is a voluntary goal so that we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector and maybe plan our communities a little better so people can live and work a lot closer, or people can work, go to school, do errands, go shop a little bit closer to where they live. This is a 30-year goal. It is not a mandate, but it sends a strong message that we want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector. I would strongly urge everyone to vote no on the Heinrich Amendment.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Heinrich.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the robust discussion on this amendment, members. I think Representative Elkins said earlier that this isn't a good idea right now to impose a vehicle miles traveled tax or a distance-based fee or mileage-based user fee. I don't know, maybe it will be in the future, but that's exactly why we should insert this language right now. You know, we know where this language came from that's in the bill. It's from environmental groups that simply want to have less cars on the road. They don't like asphalt. They don't like oil. They don't like cars or combustible engines. And so these groups are using taxation to decrease, you know, miles driven on roads. And so I think this is a great amendment, and we should put this in to make sure that you know, we can study vehicles miles traveled, but we shouldn't be setting this up for a tax. Minnesotans right now, I mean, we have a surplus of $4 billion, and we're making Minnesota constantly, it seems we're making Minnesota a more expensive place to live and work and drive. So members, I ask you for a green vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will now take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk now call the names of those members who have not yet voted?
Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss.
Bliss aye.
Bliss, aye. Carlson. Carlson, no. Davids.
David's aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Daphne, no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Erickson.
Erickson, yes.
Erickson, aye. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Grunhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Grunhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Johnson.
Johnson, aye.
Johnson, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. Farr.
Farr, aye.
Farr, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Raleigh.
Raleigh, aye.
Raleigh, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson. West.
West, aye.
West, aye. Wolgamott.
Thompson, no.
Wolgamott. Wolgamott, no. Zhang Jie.
Zhang, no.
Zhang Jie, no. Zhang Ti.
Zhang T, no.
Zhang Ti, no. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
The clerk will the clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinrich moves to amend House Bill number 1684. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A35.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Heinrich. Will you please explain the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, MnDOT currently has 4 rail inspectors that are paid for through an assessment on Class 1 railroads. The transportation bill would rearrange their duties, but also adds 2 more inspectors and have them paid for in the same way by the Class 1 railroads. My amendment allows the department to rearrange the duties, but keeps the current number of inspectors in place. Broadening the scope of what the existing contingent of inspectors can do might make sense, but it's not in line with what most railroads do today. As we heard in committee, technology has dramatically changed the way inspections of track, cars, bridges, signals, and other operations are done today. This will only continue to get better in the future. Now, members, Minnesota's railroads have more than 300 inspectors on duty on contract already. That's why, members, that we do not need to add 2 more. We already have 300. It makes no sense for the state to duplicate what the railroads already do every day or to take money away from them already doing it. Mr. Speaker, if the state feels that it actually needs more inspectors, then the state should pay for them and not force even more fees onto one of our most important transportation providers. Members, I urge your support of my amendment to A35. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the A35 amendment? Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to speak against this amendment, recommend a no vote. We have a system in Minnesota where we do ask the railroad companies, as Representative Heinrich said, to pay for rail inspectors. All we're doing in this bill is adding 2 more. And I think that is a small cost to the railroads. They object to this. But let me remind you, members, I mean, the railroads are doing pretty well. We like railroads, but we want them to operate safely, and that's why we want a couple of more inspectors. So just a couple of weeks ago, for example, Canadian Pacific acquired the Kansas City Southern Railroad for $25 billion. Canadian Pacific, under our current regimen for railroad inspectors, would be paying $78,000. $78,000 for a company doing business in Minnesota that just had a train derailment a few weeks ago in Plymouth to keep Minnesotans safe. And of course, we have other Class 1 railroads. I'm just using CP because they just spent $25 billion on this acquisition. Union Pacific Railroad doing pretty well too. Their stock has gone up from $141 to $225 in the last 52 weeks, the last year. So members, the railroads are doing well. We're just asking them to spend a little bit of money so MnDOT can hire some inspectors. And to the point that the railroads have their own inspectors, that's great, but it's a little like the fox guarding the hen house. So let's have a couple of more public sector railroad inspectors to keep us safe, to keep freight moving, to keep our freight system safe. I think this is a very, very small price to pay for safety and a key responsibility for the private sector. So please vote no on the Heinrich Amendment.
Any further discussion? To the author of the amendment, Representative Heinrich.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fox guarding the hen house. Members, there is nobody that has more of an incentive to make sure that those railroads are safe than the railroads. They have customers, they have responsibilities, they have employees, and they employ technology far greater than what these two new inspectors that our state would mandate the railroads pay for even have. I think they walk around probably with a checklist and basically, behind the other 300 inspectors that are out there. Railroads have X-ray technology. They have technology to look inside of the tracks and inspect at a very high level. And they have an incentive to do that, and they do it well. 2 more inspectors is not going to change any possibility. I'm sorry, members, it's not going to change any possibility of something bad happening in the future. The railroads already do an excellent job there. So I take a little exception to the fox guarding the hen house comment. I think that's a little extreme. The other thing as I'm hearing from Chair Hornstein is apparently it's okay to take some money out of somebody's wallet as long as that wallet's got enough money in it. I got some news for my friends on the other side of the aisle. It's not your money. The railroads are doing pretty well, was the quote from the chair. The railroads are doing pretty well. Hey, it's not your money, okay? Railroads already pay $600,000 a year for the 4 state inspectors that are a redundancy on the system already. Representative Hornstein's bill adds 2 more at a cost of about $300,000 a year. That's $1 million a year for state inspectors that do some of what the 300 plus already industry inspectors already do. And we're federally regulated as well. We have federal inspectors in our state. Basically, the rail inspectors check on the checkers. It's rather redundant and wasteful. Members, vote yes on this amendment. It's a good one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The representative from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Heinrich Amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to remember why the state feels it needs more inspectors when it comes to rail. It's because they're shutting down Line 3. The Democrat majority and environmentalists have worked tirelessly to force oil onto the rails, into our small cities and towns across the state, rather than go through the ground on an empty field. Through their policies, are forcing this issue. Representative Hornstein was absolutely correct. Rail companies are doing well. And why? Because of Democrat policies. You know, if you're in agriculture, you have to fight for rail space. We're going to see that over and over again. 4 or 5 years ago, when the Bakken oil play really started playing out, agriculture took it in the pocketbook when it came to getting their corn and beans on the rails. And why? Because the oil companies are being forced to use rail cars with Democratic support rather than build the pipeline infrastructure that we need throughout the Midwest. You know, if you're a pipe fitter, if you're a welder, if you're a county in northern Minnesota, listen to this amendment. When you talk about ramifications for actions and policies, you think things aren't interconnected. Well, they are. And Representative Heinrich hit it right on the head, that this is taking money out of pockets. It's not rail companies that pay this fee. It's farmers. It's manufacturers. It's folks trying to make ends meet by supplying global demand for the things that we create. And for folks to speak against this amendment and have policies to fight Line 3, to fight Enbridge, really, it's like speaking out of both ends of your mouth, folks. And I think this is an easy amendment. Support Heinrich Amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A35 amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. We'll record the amendment.
West moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative West, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A38 amendment is an amendment that prevents the Met Council from being able to issue revenue bonds if without voter approval. Because when you're talking about how much the Met Council can bond for, I mean, we're talking millions and millions of dollars. And if they can do that without any oversight whatsoever, essentially, it's completely inappropriate and shouldn't be allowed to happen. And, you know, I know a lot Democrats support democracy, so we should try and make sure we have this done in a way that puts the power in the hands of the individual voters. And I know Chair Hornstein and I share a lot of similar opinions on the Met Council. And there's a lot of issues that have been going on for years because the Met Council has such little oversight. Just talk to any metro county and you'll hear a litany of issues they've had with the Met Council. And these issues never get resolved because the Met Council is just completely unaccountable. They can just run their show how they want it, and the governor has all the power, which is a running theme of the last year plus. And when we're allowing government to spend money, we have to make sure we're doing it in an appropriate way. You know, when we appropriate money as a legislature, voters can easily hold us accountable. We stand for election every 2 years. The Met Council never stands for election. They're merely appointed. They get appointed by the governor all at once, every 4 years. It's been an issue, I mean, especially in Anoka County, north of Blaine, there's a litany of cities that have longstanding issues with the Met Council that are completely ignored because there is no accountability. So if they're going to be able to bond for $100 million, I think it's appropriate that the voters would have a say in that decision. And I know the chair of the Transportation Committee has had a bill to directly elect Met Council members. So this is not too far from what he already supports. So I'm hopeful that the chair, I think I almost got him in Transportation Committee, but I think it's something that we all can agree on, that the voters should have a say when we're spending this insane amount, well, when the Met Council is spending this insane amount of money that will also bind future Met Councils to pay down the interest on the debt. And I'd like to request a roll call as well, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? I see 15 hands. A roll call. There will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative West, for bringing this important amendment forward to give voice to the people in the Met Council region, a stronger voice than they are currently having, and a say in how these dollars are being used. I think it's important to note that this bill raises over $1.6 billion in transportation-related costs over the next 4 years. Included in that is the Metro sales tax or the light rail tax. The light rail tax, Democrats are proposing a half-cent increase to the Metro sales tax, raising a total of $916 million over 4 years. $1 billion light rail tax hike. And I question why we're doing this, and thank you for the amendment, because I think voters would question what we would be spending the money on, because we're raising taxes and fees when Minnesota has a $4 billion surplus. Members, please support the West Amendment, because we can fund roads and bridges without any tax increases.
Further discussion to the A38 Amendment. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd recommend a no vote, but Representative West, I do want to thank you for your comments on our joint interest in having an elected Met Council. I think that's good governance, and I look forward to developing that legislation together with you over the interim and for next year. I think it's long overdue, and I think you raised a good point. Representative Koznick, I think we're going to be able to discuss the issue of the Metro sales tax and what it's used for a little later, so I won't address that now. But members, there are, I think, several different amendments related to referenda. And, you know, I feel like this is sort of shirking our responsibility as elected officials. I mean, this is what they do in California, members. This is California-style governance. A proposition, election for every single thing, you know, Proposition 13, Proposition 9, Proposition 20. It feels like they don't necessarily leave these issues to the legislature and the elected officials. So members, this is Minnesota. It's not Sacramento or Berkeley or Santa Cruz or San Francisco. I think we shouldn't be shirking our responsibilities as legislators and just shoving everything off. I don't think initiative and referendum is necessarily a way to govern. There is a place for it here and there, but not on this issue, and I would recommend the no vote.
To the author of the amendment, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I suppose this bill is already very much a California-style bill. I mean, with all the taxes and fees and trying to make people drive less, it is straight out of California. So I'm just trying to make the bill a little more thematically appropriate. But I think it's a no-brainer decision. I mean, we can't have the Met Council operating the way it is, and this bill makes it much, much worse. So let's put some guardrails on it, make sure that when government spends hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, it's done with the approval of the people who are footing the bill. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members that are voting remotely, please vote. The clerk will call the names of all those members who have not yet voted.
That's the magic number. Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss.
Bliss aye.
Bliss, aye. Carlson.
Carlson, no.
Carlson, no. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Edelson.
Edelson, no.
Edelson, no. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Grunhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Mortensen.
Mortensen, aye.
Mortensen, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. Olson, L.
Olson, L, no.
Olson, L, no. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Zhang Jie.
No.
Zhang Jie.
Zhang Jie, no.
Zhang Jie, no. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, no.
Zhang Ti, no.
One second.
Yep.
The clerk will close the roll. Yeah, I was just. There being 64 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinrich moves to amend House Bill number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A39.
I recognize the author for the amendment, Representative Heinrich, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment would move $10 million from the Metropolitan Transit operating account into the Minnesota Department of Transportation Rail Service Improvement account. It's also called the Mercy account. That helps with our short line rails. In 2017, the Mercy program was given the authority to issue grants for freight rail service improvements that support economic development. The program provides grants to railroads, shippers, local governments, and other qualified applicants for eligible public or privately owned freight rail projects that demonstrate a clear tie to economic development. Mr. Speaker, there are 14 short line railroads in Minnesota. They're small local businesses that move what Minnesotans need and produce from the larger railroads to our local communities. Many of our short lines were created in the 1980s. Many of them still operate on track that was put in place 60 or 70 years ago. While these railroads must meet federal safety standards to operate, they need to upgrade their infrastructure to provide faster, heavier services to the businesses and producers that depend on them. We have more of a demand on all of our railroads, Mr. Speaker. This is very expensive, tens of thousands of dollars per track mile, hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair bridge and trestles, $280 million according to the most recent state rail plan and infrastructure upgrades. The Minnesota Rail Service Improvement Account was created over 40 years ago to help these short lines continue providing their excellent service. The voters of Minnesota even amended our Constitution to make it happen. But the grant program has never been given enough money to really do the job. This transfer of $10 million is a start. There is and will be plenty of money in the Metro Transit operating account. Sharing just a small amount of the money, it can make a big difference. Met Council is getting millions, hundreds of millions, I believe, maybe over 100 million from the feds. This transfer to the short lines would especially help our folks in greater Minnesota where these short lines mainly operate. Mr. Speaker, we're asking for some mercy here, some mercy dollars. Please help our small railroads, help our rural communities that depend on them. And members, I ask for your green vote on the A39 amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A39 amendment. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Heinrich. And Representative Heinrich, I know we're sparring a little today, but I did want to thank you for your involvement in the committee. You've been a great member. And, you know, on this one, I know I had maybe a bit more of an assertive no on your previous amendments, but this one will be more of a friendly no because I agree with you that the Mercy program is important. It is helpful. I was pleased that in the bonding bill last year, we were able to support the short lines, I think 10 or 20 million. And they are in need of funding, I agree. But what I object to here is that we're, again, taking from one pot and then benefiting another by reducing someone else's allocation. And that's not in the spirit of Bernie Leader. You know, I think he felt like, you know, Paul Wellstone's adage, we all do better when we all do better. And so I don't think we have to reduce transit in order to help freight rail. So let's work together. Let's see what we can do in the interim and next year. Talk to the railroads, talk to MnDOT, which administers the Mercy program, see what we can do to help them out in the coming months. But that's the main reason I oppose this, but I appreciate your concern, Representative Heinrich.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Hornstein, for your graciousness and not beating me up too much here. I do enjoy the little bit of a spar, but you are great at that, Mr. Chair. But I have a lot of respect for you, so thank you for that. Members, the Minnesota Rail Service Improvement Program is a great spot to transfer $10 million from Met Council over to a spot that we know for sure is going to positively impact our short lines in especially in greater Minnesota. So members, I won't belabor the point anymore, but I do ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't mean to budge in after the author, but you missed my standing up out here. Mercy is a great program. Our short line railroads are those last mile railroads that get goods to and from customers all across the state. There's short line railroads in the metropolitan area. There's short line railroads in rural Minnesota, and they do great work. Met Council has gotten hundreds of millions of dollars from the federal government to support transit. Taking a mere 10 million from their pot of gold is a very small contribution to a very important system in the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of all those members who have not yet voted?
Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss.
Bliss aye.
Bliss, aye. Bowl.
Bow, aye.
Bow, aye. Carlson. Carlson, no. Daniels.
Daniels votes aye.
Daniels, aye. Davids.
David votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
O'Neill, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson.
Thompson.
Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Zhang Jie.
Yongje, no.
Zhang Jie, no. Zhang Ti.
Zhang T, no.
Zhang Ti, no.
Clerk, close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Petersburg moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A40.
Representative Petersburg offers the following amendment. I'm sorry, yes. I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Petersburg, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. This amendment really deals with a proposal to change some previous authority into something quite a lot different. And at this point, I'd like to request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment deals with the section of the bill in which we take the original section for City of Minneapolis streetcar financing and change the title to City of Minneapolis Transit Project Financing and makes some pretty good changes to it. And the part that I think is the most troublesome is that it defines what a transit line is, in which it includes a busway and a guideway. And my amendment takes and eliminates the word guideway. Now, why do I say that? Well, first of all, I think we need to look back to the original 2013 authorization for the Minneapolis streetcar financing, in which it was really designed for the Minneapolis to develop a streetcar system to improve, I think, with their attractiveness and getting people to attend more events down there and shop, et cetera. And some of the things that it gave authority to do was, in addition to paying for reasonable administrative costs of the district, and I'm reading this directly from the statute, the city may spend tax revenues of the district for property acquisition, improvements, and equipment to be used for operations within the project area, along with related costs for, and a bunch of different things. And it goes down to including acquiring or improving public space, including the construction and installation improvements to streets and sidewalks, decorative lighting, surfaces, planting related to streetcar line. The city may also issue bonds or other obligations under Minnesota Statute 475 without any election to fund acquisition or improvement of property of a capital nature authorized by this section. So then we get back to my concern when we expand that authority to also include guideways. And they reference the definition of guideways in Statute 473.4485, in which guideway means a form of transportation service provided to the public on a regular and ongoing basis that primarily or substantially operates within separate rights of way on rails and includes each line for intercity, passenger rail, commuter rail, light rail transit, and streetcars. Now it says and streetcars, so it's in there, but it expands it to light rail system and all the others, which certainly is intended to be a lot longer and more specific than just streetcars. I think this change expands the intent of the law that was put in place in 2013. I'm not sure why the city wasn't able to develop that program up till now, but obviously that language has been on the books, and this is a way for them to implement that, but I'm concerned that it really grows beyond the intent of the original law. So my amendment just strikes guideway from it so that at least it appears more like the intent of the original law, which was staying for just mostly buses and so forth within that particular district. And so I think that is the reason for that, and I would ask everybody for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A40 amendment. Further discussion to the A40 amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, please identify yourself.
it's Representative Jordan.
Representative Jordan, what is your point of order?
I don't have a point of order, sorry, I just wanted to speak.
Oh, yes, Representative Jordan, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the intent of the original bill was to create investment in transit and to create investment in my district in the city of Minneapolis. And so when I brought this forward, the intent of this provision was to expand transit modes available to be used by this fund, not to diminish them. And this amendment would take away the ability of Minneapolis to use this fund to better our transit system. Minneapolis is where both the proposed transitway is and the value capture districts are. The current bill language is workable and supported by the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce. This amendment's language is not. We need all transit options available to our local decision makers to make sound planning decisions, and I ask for a no vote today.
Further discussion on the A40 amendment. Seeing to the author of the amendment, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly recognize that that was the intent of doing that. And my concern is that we're taking statute of law that we've already got in place and diverted it into something else that we want. And what we want, and what the previous member mentioned, may be something very valuable, but I think it's important that it go through the complete vetting process of hearing it in bills, having it run through, and not just kind of capture another statute of law and change it and retrofit it to fit what we want. I don't think that's exactly what we ought to do at this particular point. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask everybody for a green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion to the A40 amendment, the clerk will take the roll. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of all those members who haven't voted yet?
Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss.
Bliss aye.
Bliss, aye. Bow.
Oh, aye.
Bow, aye. Carlson. Carlson, no. Daniels.
Daniels votes aye.
Daniels, aye. Davids.
David votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Rossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Kreshaw.
Kreshaw, aye.
Kreshaw, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, yes.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Sandsted.
No.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Zinsky, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
Zhang Jie.
No.
Zhang Jie, no. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, no.
Zhang Ti, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A41.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Torkelson, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A41 amendment deals with a large portion of this bill, a section of this bill that is will allow Minnesota to issue non-compliant driver's licenses. We haven't done that for quite some time. The fact that they are non-compliant, I think it's important that we recognize that in how they are issued. Two simple changes would be made by this amendment. It would switch the orientation of that license that is issued to vertical versus horizontals, identically to the way that we do now for licenses that are issued to those under the age of 21. The other change would make it a 2-year license instead of a 4-year license, recognizing that hopefully these are temporary situations. That's my amendment, Mr. Chair. Speaker.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just would like to say I see there on line 37.1 is where it deals with giving driver's license out to illegal immigrants. I do appreciate Chair Hornstein putting in there a stamp for not for elections or federal purposes. That does give me a little bit of comfort. But also, I understand the goodwill of Representative Torkelson in bringing this amendment forward. I know it's a problem, okay? I'm not saying it isn't, but the problem is a little bit of a double-edged sword. And here's what I'm trying to get at, members. The more we give out accommodation to illegal immigration, the more we bring in illegal immigration and we incentivize bringing illegal immigrants through the gauntlet that they have to go through in order to get here. And what I'm talking about is really this, members. Legal immigrants have made numerous beneficial contributions to our society. Historically, the U.S. has always been a melting pot. You know, e pluribus unum, that's our national motto, assimilating legal immigrants into our culture. Today, however, illegal immigration threatens our homeland security and our economic future. It is bad for our country, but it is especially bad for illegal immigrants. Some of you remember just recently, there were 25 illegal immigrants stacked into a van that collided with a semi. 13 of them were killed besides the one that were maimed and injured. And this is men, women, and children. And this is how they're getting here. They're exploited by, the drug cartels. Many times illegal immigrants are forced to pay coyotes up to $10,000 in order to cross the border. And by the way, members, I received that figure from two Hispanic ladies who were at a meeting that I was at sharing about this. And I said it cost about $5,000 to $7,000. They came up to me and corrected me, and they had come here legally. They said, no, it costs $10,000 now for coyotes to bring you up here. And those are individuals that exploit the situation. Sometimes illegal immigrants are dropped off in arid deserts where they die of dehydration. That's men, women, and children. They often become victims of drug cartels who exploit them sexually, financially, and physically, including murder. If we care about our fellow human beings, we must support legal immigration by encouraging them to come to America through the legal process. Many illegals are trapped in permanent government dependency with no hope of entering the middle class. We want immigrants to come here and enter the middle class. Coming here illegally makes it much more difficult. And by the way, in my insurance agency, I have a significant percentage of clients who are Hispanic, who have come here from down there. In fact, I've helped some of them out in numerous ways. The solution is to secure our borders and enforce our current immigration laws. I did a little bit additional research. Oh, by the way, we know that MS-13 comes up here, is one of the gangs, and they mutilate their young victims, mutilating them, okay? We need legal immigration. Also, when the cartel brings up illegal drugs, they addict our young people in many cases, and some die or live lives of addiction. We got to prevent that. And the best way to do it is enforce our legal immigration laws. Lastly, members, I did a little additional research on the number of states that give out driver's license to the illegals. The vast number of states don't. There's about 10 to 12, according to my research, that actually do. California's one. And we see a very disastrous situation of illegal immigration in California, especially for the illegal immigrants being exploited. Also, illegal immigrants, some states give tuition benefits. We happen to be one of those states. There's quite a few that do. That again sends a message to bring more illegals here through the gauntlet. And then laws have been passed. These are states that have strengthened their laws to prevent illegal immigration. And you say that is discriminatory. Members, that's compassionate, telling them to come here legally, which is what's best for them. And there's about 6 states that have laws that allow police to question whether you're there legal or illegally. And of course, California is not one of them. So members, the more benefits we give, the more exploitation of those illegal immigrants. And if you care about human beings, you'll support legal immigration. We desperately need it. I agree. You know, when you kill 63 million unborn children, you need legal immigration, especially with the demographics that are being changed. We want them to come. We want them to have a ladder into the middle class to build a better future for their children and grandchildren. And members, there are some people that call illegal immigration and the exploitation of those people to support that is racist, okay? Who would want small children and people to go through this process and suffer these types of consequences? And then when they get here, they have even a less of chance of becoming part of the middle class and continue to be exploited. So members, I would urge a no vote on this amendment. I realize you're trying to solve a problem, but in incentivizing more and more illegals to come through the gauntlet where they die or exploited in the ways that I talked about is dehumanizing. Please vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Further discussion to the A41 amendment. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I will urge members to vote in favor of the A41 amendment. The purpose of including this provision in the transportation bill is the goal of making this option the law of the state of Minnesota. It's not to make a point. It is to try to solve a problem, and I believe that Representative Torkelson's amendment is designed to help solve problems from a conservative Republican standpoint in the provisions of the bill. And so, members, I hope that you could support it. I, of course, have concerns specifically with creating a different kind of license that might create some kind of badge or distinction for carriers that could lead them to some kind of discrimination. But I think under the circumstances and balancing the strengths and weaknesses, it's better to take it and hope that we can continue to move this forward in the years to come. And I do think that creating a driver's license option without showing status, anybody could get it as long as they pass a test, they have to have insurance, makes our roads safer, and the point is not to create an incentive, it is to resolve a problem in Minnesota, makes our roads safer, makes our communities safer, it helps our economy. There is a broad coalition of organizations and groups in support of this bill, and I think that the Torkelson amendment is well intended, and I will accept it.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a green vote.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No, no, no.
The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Oh, they should have roll called that.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Olson B moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A42.
I recognize the author of the amendment, I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Olson, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm from a small town. Not only am I from a small town, but I was educated in a small town, and I work in that same small town. And I guess as of right now, I guess I'm sounding like a John Mellencamp song, so I apologize for that. I guess the only real difference between myself and that song is that instead of meeting an LA doll and bringing her back to this small town, my wife is actually from Chanhassen. But I tell you this because the difference between that song and this amendment, there's a lyric in there that says that I've got nothing against the big town. Now this amendment has nothing against the big town. It deals strictly with transportation funds in greater Minnesota. That's what it does, okay? So what this amendment does is it takes a portion of the funds that are provided to the Greater Minnesota Transit Fund and it reallocates them to where they were originally, which was roads and bridges. That's what it was originally determined to be for, and that's what it returns it to. Now let me start out by saying that the Greater Minnesota Transit Fund is incredibly important to my district, and it's important to myself. My little sister, she rode Greater Minnesota Transit. She rode the Faribault County Prairie Express bus every day on her way to preschool. It's a very important fund, it's a very important service, and it provides independence to a lot of individuals from my district and in Greater Minnesota as well. So it's very important. But that being said, the current increase in the Greater Minnesota Transit funding can be spent in a much more responsible way. All right, currently the fund has a balance of $4 million in it right now. Now they plan on expending the entirety of that $4 million. And they do have future plans of increasing that need of funding. They do have future plans, but that's just it, members. It is future expansion needs. It is not right now. The demand is in our roads and our bridges in greater Minnesota right now. So what my amendment does is there are currently two revenue sources that are being increased to go to greater Minnesota Transit. One of them's larger. It's $3 million increase. That one stays the same. The one that goes away is the $1.5 million revenue source. That is taken away from greater Minnesota Transit funding, and that is provided to where it was originally determined to be, which is roads and bridges. Now that money will go to small cities and it will go to townships as well. That is where the need is the most desperate. I want to thank the chairman of the Transportation Committee for including small cities and townships in his bill. It is vitally important, as he said at the very beginning. But one thing that I learned as the mayor of a small town is that when you're provided some extra funds for your roads, you can stretch that a very long ways, and we did that consistently. We need this funding. We need it to be responsibly spent. That's our job here in St. Paul, to spend the money that our taxpayers have so graciously provided us in a responsible way. And that's what this amendment does. Thank you so much. I recommend a yes vote on this amendment.
The representative from Rice, Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I encourage members to vote against this amendment. Simply put, greater Minnesota communities and smaller communities need transit options too, and they need those options now as well. Not everyone in small communities has access to a reliable vehicle. Not every household with multiple drivers has multiple cars. One of the key ways for communities to be aging friendly, and we know small communities trend older, is for them to have transit options for residents who are able to live independently in their homes, but aren't able to drive. In my community, Northfield, the employers have been supportive of the Northfield Transit Hub initiative that will expand regional transportation and regional transit options because they know that their employees need more options for getting to and from work. Transit is a retention issue for employers in my district and in my community. Greater Minnesota needs multiple modes of transportation too. They need them now. And so I oppose the amendment, urge members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A42 amendment, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. This is my opportunity to thank both Representative Olson and Representative Lippert. They both came with different proposals for funding the small cities program. We kind of took some ideas from both of those and put them in our bill. And Representative Olson, you kind of pulling at my heartstrings with that John Mellencamp. Big fan of his. But I still will recommend a no vote because I think both Representative Lippert and Representative Olson articulated the importance of greater Minnesota Transit. And I know you've got nothing against the big town, but the greater Minnesota Transit is so critically important. And I believe it, like other parts of our transportation budget, is underfunded. And as Representative Lippert said, it's urgent that we get that money. These are a lot of people that don't have choices. They don't have the same access to mobility that people in urban areas have. So again, with appreciation for your efforts, and I'm glad that I think in the narrative of Representative Olson's legislative career, I believe that your very first hearing was in the Transportation Committee. So I appreciated that. And but members, it's a no vote here on the A42.
The representative from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yes, thank you, Speaker and members. I rise to support this. I myself also was a mayor for a smaller community, and especially in greater Minnesota, we see more and more influx of people coming from the metro area, the suburban area, to enjoy the great resources that we have. And we are not funded correctly for it. But individuals who come out to greater Minnesota expect the roads to be as good or better in some such situation, especially me bordering North Dakota, South Dakota. We have so many people come out to Lake Traverse and Big Stone Lake because they can fish more. And it just makes good sense to invest into something that can get us a return. We see a lot of things in this bill that doesn't, from a greater Minnesota's perspective, make sense. So I rise to support this amendment. This is a good amendment. It makes sense. And I would ask for support of this from Representative Olson. Thank you much, Speaker and members.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I think that it's pretty impressive that Chairman Hornstein can disagree with you so absolutely politely. It's an absolute pleasure to be a member of his committee. I have absolutely enjoyed every minute of it. And I think we need more politics like that here in St. Paul, the idea that I can vehemently disagree with you in the most absolutely polite way. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman Hornstein. Now, to the other individuals who are potentially naysayers on this amendment, I would tell you that this will still increase the funding to Greater Minnesota Transit. It will still increase that funding. They will still be able to expand as they need to. Well, at the same time, I know from my service in the United States Army that the best person to determine the needs of an area is those whose boots are actually on the ground. Now, those of you who don't know, my boots are on the ground in Greater Minnesota. That is where I am from. My family has been there for 150 years. We know what we need in Greater Minnesota. We need desperately road and bridge funding right now, and Greater Minnesota Transit will expand on top of that. Thank you so much. I still urge a yes vote on this amendment.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinrich moves to amend House Bill number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A46.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Heinrich, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in this transportation omnibus bill, in the midst of hundreds of millions of fee increases in taxes, a $1 billion light rail tax hike, we're also looking at low carbon fuel standards. That would cause even more pain at the pump, making Minnesota a more expensive place to live and drive. Members, the A46 amendment would prevent Minnesota from adopting another misguided California idea like a low carbon fuel standard as a mechanism for reducing vehicle miles traveled. A low carbon fuel standard, or LCFS, effectively taxes liquid fuels, including biofuels, and subsidizes electric vehicles through a complex system of tradable credits. A LCFS would add significant costs, likely over $2 billion a year for Minnesota drivers, without providing transportation infrastructure improvements or any meaningful emissions reductions, members. A new bureaucracy would also need to be set up like the one in California to administer the program. This amendment is intended to protect Minnesota consumers and make sure another bad idea from California stays in California. Members, we shouldn't be doing end arounds our legislature and taking California rules. This portion of the bill, members, was also never heard in committee, low carbon fuel standards. So I ask the members to vote green on my great amendment, A46. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A46 amendment. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of things. I'm recommending a no vote, but just to set the record straight on two issues here. There is no low carbon fuel standard in this legislation. Now, there is another legislation that we'll debate on the floor. So let's just be very clear, that is not in this bill. There is no $1 billion light rail tax in this bill. We will debunk that myth a little later on in a future amendment. So those are just two inaccuracies in the last presentation. And for that reason alone, I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Petersburg, where are you from?
Wasika.
Wasika. I've said that like 4 times today. The representative from Wasika, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think we requested a roll call, and we would like to request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Petersburg, anything further? No? Further discussion to the A46 Amendment, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hadn't intended to speak, but just wanted to say thank you to Representative Hornstein for his decriment of California-style policy decisions in his previous statement. So thank you so much for helping us fend off these California emission standards. So thank you so much, Chair Hornstein.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, what this amendment does is it makes it so that MnDOT policy must not include a plan to implement low carbon fuel standards or cap and trade increase, which would increase gasoline prices. We don't need the California CARS standards here in Minnesota, members. Vote yes on the roll call, 846. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of all those members who haven't voted yet?
Baker.
Votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bernardi.
Bernardi, no.
Bernardi, no. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, aye. Bo.
Oh, aye.
Bo, aye. Carlson. Carlson, no. Davids.
David's votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Garofalo.
Garofalo, aye.
Garofalo, aye. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Groff, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman,
aye.
Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Mecklin. Mecklin. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, no.
Zhang Ti, no. Macklin. Macklin.
There being 61 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Representative Koznick has the following amendments. The clerk will report the amendments.
Koznick moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A50.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Koznick, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A50, I must have been talking a lot yesterday, huh? The A50 provides for the light rail tax to be put to voter referendum, both within the taxing district, but also we've heard so much, and Chair Hornstein mentioned, and other members have mentioned about the need for transportation funding across the state. And so this also provides other counties to provide their constituents an opportunity to determine if they do in fact want more transportation and transit funding. Mr. Speaker, I believe there is also an amendment to the amendment at the desk.
Yes, there is an amendment to the amendment. Representative Koznick. Oh, I'm sorry. The clerk will record the amendment.
Koznick moves to amend his amendment to House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A58.
Representative Koznick.
Thank you again. You know, members, when we're looking at this whole bill, we need to recognize that this bill raises over $1.6 billion in transportation funding over the next 4 years. Included in that is this light rail tax. It's almost $1 billion in the light rail tax hike. However, in Representative Heinrich's amendment just a little bit ago, the chair had claimed that there is not $1 billion light rail tax. And so Chair Hornstein and members, the A58 amendment provides by deleting the word transit on page 32, line 22, deleting the word transit and inserts not a light rail tax. And so I would like I won't do a roll call vote, but I think it's important to note that what these taxes have been used for in the past are for unpopular, controversial transit lines, and this would provide us new revenue for our highways, our roads, our bridges, and our buses. Those are transportation modes that all Minnesotans, I think, can support. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment, the A58. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd ask for a no vote. You know, I was thinking about this. There was a wonderful Capitol journalist that retired within the last year, Pat Kessler. Maybe some of you knew him. And, you know, he was sort of equal opportunity when it came to holding both sides of the aisle accountable. And he had a segment every once in a while that he would do called Reality Check. And sort of I think the premise of Reality Check is that sometimes there will be a small, tiny kernel of truth in something that someone says, but then the conclusion from that tiny kernel of truth would be to blow it completely out of proportion, to spin it in such a way that it was totally inaccurate and misleading. And that's what this characterization of the sales tax is. This is not a light rail tax. The small, tiny kernel of truth is, according to state law, there is a small portion of the Met Council budget that goes to light rail maintenance. And so what that goes for, what that small, approximately 2% of this tax will go for is, for example, switches on the blue line, which is 17 years old, signals, updating, modernizing. Tracks get cracked. This is maintenance. You know what happens when we don't maintain our transit infrastructure? We end up like Washington, D.C. They didn't maintain it, and now, if you've visited Washington in the last few years, delays all over the place. The red line is a disaster in Washington. So we are trying to keep up with the maintenance needs. This isn't going to construct new light rail. That's a responsibility of the counties. We can get into that later too. So we need a reality check, members. This is not going to anything controversial. This is going to build arterial bus rapid transit with both sides of the aisle agree to. And now, I don't know why I'm channeling the Cato Institute yet again, but the Randall O'Toole, a big critic of transit, was brought to St. Paul by Linda Runbeck, a former Chair Runbeck of the Transportation Policy Committee at the time. He came and he said, bus rapid transit is the future. I support bus rapid transit. The very conservative, libertarian Cato Institute talking up bus rapid transit. This is something that both sides of the aisle agree on. That's what this tax is going for. It's not light rail. The minuscule part of it that goes to light rail is to maintain it for safety purposes. So members, let's just have a reality check here about what this money is being used for. Please vote no.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your comments, Chair Hornstein. That I heard you just say seconds ago, it's not a light rail tax. So, Mr. Speaker, members, I'd request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members,
Koznick.
I would appreciate your support on the A58 amendment to the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of all those members who haven't voted yet?
Backer. Backer. Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bernardi.
Bernardi, no.
Bernardi, no. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, aye. Bow.
Bow, aye.
Bow, aye. Carlson. Carlson, no. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Eklund. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Russell, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
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 Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Katiza Watun.
Tiza no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald. McDonald.
aye.
McDonald, aye. Mecklin. Mecklin. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Sundin.
Swazinski, aye.
Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Zhang Ti. Zhang Ti. Macklin. Macklin. Backer.
Thacker votes aye.
Backer, aye. Zhang Ti. Zhang Ti.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the amendment to the amendment does not prevail. I'm sorry, the motion does not prevail, and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Representative Koznick to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We're back to the A50, if you could confirm, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Members, we hear so much about the need for transportation funding across the state, and I actually think I would agree with that. The problem is that we have a $4 billion surplus right now. We can fund our roads and bridges without a tax, and specifically this tax, the transit tax, the light rail tax, whatever Representative Hornstein wants to call it, specifically for the transit area, the Met Council isn't asking for this money. The Met Council is getting like $300 million federal funding, and so it baffles me that we even need a tax in this particular year, Representative Hornstein, Chair Hornstein, excuse me. And so we asked this question in committee, and we didn't get an affirmative response from anybody representing the Met Council about this. And so I think that's important to share with the committee, with the legislature, and the public. And so we're proposing a $1 billion tax, but I think it's important for the voters to know it hasn't been asked for by the agency or the council, but it also provides other jurisdictions, other counties across the state that maybe they do have a need that they want to utilize. And so I think it's important to provide those voters that option. So members, I will spare a roll call, and just a voice vote would be fine.
There being no further discussion. Oh, there is further discussion. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd recommend a no vote. You know, just because an agency doesn't ask the legislature for something, I mean, you know, we are the legislature. We're the Minnesota House of Representatives. We don't act just because agencies are asking for something in particular. So we are taking this initiative, and I would ask for a no vote. This is a very important expenditure. Will create jobs, will produce a lot of economic activity through this expenditure.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail, and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barr moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A53.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Barr, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the A53 is a amendment that makes minor modifications to the eminent domain law that's currently on the books. We heard, and in this bill also, there's $6.2 million for the Rondo neighborhood. And in committee, the people that want to restore, reconnect the Rondo community presented us with, this was a vibrant, growing community. It was a good, middle-class, solid community. And basically, we threw I-94 right through the middle of it, used eminent domain to take houses and businesses away. And it occurred to me that when we want to spend $6.2 million to reconnect Rondo, we haven't changed the underlying problem, which is the use of eminent domain to be able to take the land in the first place. So this could happen to any community. That MnDOT could still go in and use the power of eminent domain to take away, to build a road right through the middle of a community. And that's what this adjusts. It says that and I did listen in committee. I presented this in committee, and there was some concerns by both Council and MnDOT, and I did make adjustments to the amendment since then. It allows for easements. That was one of Met Council's biggest concerns, is that they wouldn't be able to do sidewalks and sewers and BRT and some of the rest of that. So it allows for the use of easements so they can still have access to all those things. And MnDOT, it requires a 15, if you're going to take more than 15 parcels, and I did change that to buildings, real property in fee simple. So if you're going to take more than 15 by use of eminent domain, you'd have to come back to the legislature and have one last step in there. So MnDOT was talking about the big Highway 14 project they have going on down south. They rattled off 3 projects down there, where the biggest one, they procured 117 pieces of property for their biggest Highway 14 project. And when they were asked how many were taken via eminent domain, they weren't exactly sure, but they said that they purchase outright overall 91% of the properties, and 9% are used by eminent domain. Well, even on that big project, 117 properties, 9% still came out to way less than the 15. This is really only going to affect some place where we would build a road right through the middle of a neighborhood. And a good example where this could happen, it was proposed in the late 70s, was North Crossing over Minneapolis. There's a general backup at the Lowry Tunnel trying to get traffic through there. There's really nothing you can do to increase the amount of traffic going through a 6-lane tunnel with a curve in it. You can't speed traffic up, and you can't put any more in it. So the only way to really alleviate the traffic congestion downtown Minneapolis would be to build a new road, i.e. North Crossing. If we wanted to build a North Crossing, there's a lot of houses and properties that would need to be required to do that, and it would probably destroy some more neighborhoods. So this is really, this amendment actually tailors right into the use of eminent domain to go through a neighborhood. It would not affect any of the, as MnDOT testified, it really would have no effect on any of the bigger rural projects like the corridors of commerce and things like that. So with that, I'll stand for questions and ask for your support.
Discussion to the A53 amendment. The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just wanted to rise in support of this amendment. As Representative Barr just articulated very well, we need to support our minority communities. We need to prevent big government from confiscating the property of those who have historically had and been victims of government abuse. We do not want big government to any longer abuse our BIPOC communities. Members, please, let's put an end to this abusive practice and make sure that something like a road going right through the middle of a neighborhood never happens again. Please vote green. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A53 amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to recommend a no vote on this. And Representative Barr, I do appreciate you made a few changes from the amendment in committee, but it still is not needed. I think it still will increase expenses and delay projects. And I think, as you correctly pointed out, we're talking about smaller parcels of land. Highway 14 is a very good example. And there was some limited eminent domain used there. And I think this also has the potential to, again, once we delay projects and they become more expensive, then we get into issues both MnDOT and Met Council, which are the authorities under this amendment, are applying and will apply for federal funds. Hopefully, Representative Koznick, you're right. I think this could cause delay and expense, and we're not really looking at anything on the scale of what we saw in the 1950s. And we're going to get into that quite a bit later, I know, on third reading, but I would still recommend a no vote.
Further discussion to the A53 amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Representative Lucero, did you seek recognition?
Representative Barr did.
Oh, the member from Anoka, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just 2 days ago, we had the housing bill on the floor, and we talked at great length about building generational wealth. When the government can come and take your property, it's a little hard to build generational wealth when it can be seized because it's in the way of something the government wants to do. Yesterday, we talked about quite a few other things in the government operations bill, but Representative Nash had also brought up about your home being that North Star, the place you go home to, the place your family considers home. Also, we've talked a lot about property rights. So how do you be a free and prosperous society? How does any of that happen if the government can come take your land away?
Representative Barr, we can no longer hear you.
Sounds like someone took his broadband away.
Oh, there we go. I bet you that's it.
Representative
Right? You can hear me
Barr,
now.
you have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know where I cut off, but I will try and be very brief. We talked about, in the housing bill, we talked about building generational wealth, and that comes with property rights. A free and prosperous society should be able to be secure in their property. And you cannot be secure in your home, in your property, in your papers, if the government can come and take your property because they deem that there's a better use for it. So with that, those closing remarks, I would ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Barr has requested a roll call vote. Are there 15 hands? Not seeing 15 hands in the chamber, I will now ask members to send an email from their official House email account to hands@house.mn with the word hands in the subject line if they would like a roll call vote. We will wait 60 seconds to determine if we have 15 hands for a roll call vote on the A53 amendment. Not seeing 15 hands, there will not be a roll call vote. Further discussion to the A53 amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say no.
Aye.
No.
The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kosnick moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A54.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Members, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and it seems that we have members of the legislature that do not want to pass a state budget and are willing to hold up even the transportation and public safety of our state, very essential functions of government. And what this bill does would fund both of those at a reduced spending level from base to be able to figure out how we can work past that. To quote you here, a member of this body had sent the message, budget negotiations at the Minnesota legislature should not happen until the Minnesota legislature acts. And so members, that is concerning to me. I think our constituents expect us to do our task of passing a statewide budget. That's our primary job in this year of the biennium. And Mr. Speaker, there is an amendment to the amendment, I believe.
There is an amendment to the A54 amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kosnick moves to amend his amendment to House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A62.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a roll call on the A62.
A roll call has been requested on the A62 amendment to the amendment. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Kosnick.
Member, I explained the amendments pretty basic earlier and would request a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment to the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Members, on all of these issues related to what may or may not happen at the end of session, it's entirely speculative. And I just wanted to, I agree, Representative Kosnick, it's our job to, pass a budget. Absolutely. And, I don't know what's happening in other areas, but I can tell you in transportation, part of the reason that we cut out, again, I will acknowledge this bill is not what it will take in terms of our proven need, our need for road and bridge and transit funding. But we are making significant moves in your direction, Representative Kosnick and members of the minority. We have slashed the revenue that we had proposed by much more than a half. So we've met you more than halfway on the road and bridge funding side, much more than halfway. And again, I don't believe that this small amount of general fund money that you're putting into transit in the 2017 legislation comes nearly close enough to address our need. But again, we are meeting you more than halfway by acknowledging that small portion. We would not recommend adding anything else. We would not recommend stealing more from nursing homes and schools to pay for roads, which is, we have dedicated funding for that. So we don't need to use general fund. But again, we are meeting you halfway. We are acknowledging that more than halfway in an effort so that we can reach agreement. That's what this bill is about. It's not the ideal, but we are coming in already making significant concessions, hoping that we can bring this bill to the Senate so they can make a few concessions and we can come to agreement so that we can avoid a shutdown. That's why we have a much more modest proposal than we did 2 years ago, to avoid precisely the scenario that Representative Kosnick is concerned about. So I'm not giving up. I'm hopeful. Let's try. Let's work together. Let's reach agreement. I think we're one or maybe one of two split governments in the country in terms of Democratic and Republican control of legislatures. We can do this. We can work it out. But let's not now just throw up our hands and say we can't get the job done. At least in transportation, I am committed to getting the job done. And I think we're going to bring a really good bill to conference committee, much more palatable perhaps to the other side than what we did 2 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Koznick.
Thank you. And remember, Chair Hornstein, I do acknowledge your willingness. You cut out the luxury tax. That was very confusing for the public and for the committee members to even understand. But we still have over $1.6 billion in transportation-related increases here. We've got the transit or the light rail tax, whichever you prefer. That's over $1 billion tax hike. And we have over $4 billion surplus, so I don't understand why we can't use general fund money to meet our transportation needs. But I am concerned by members' comments of this body, comments that they don't want to negotiate. And the Public Safety Department, if you aren't aware, falls under the Department of Transportation funding, so that's why we're talking about that in here. But those are very critical needs, and this is just a backup because our members are here ready to negotiate, ready to put a budget together. We're here on a Saturday, and I would ask members to vote green in support of this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion to the A62 amendment to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. When we start reading the names of it, got it. Members who are voting remotely, please vote. Will the chief clerk call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, aye. Bow.
Bow, aye.
Bow, aye. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney votes no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
No.
Eklund, no. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Russell, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
I don't know where it is.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich.
Heinrich votes aye.
Heinrich, aye. Heinzman.
Heinzman votes aye.
Heinzman, aye. Herr. Herr, no. Hollins.
Collins, no.
Hollins, no. Katiza Wattoon.
Izawatun, no.
Katiza Wattoon, no. Kreshaw. Kreshaw. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Moran.
Grant, no.
Moran, no. Nelson, N. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson and I. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, I. Pearson.
Pearson, I.
Pearson, I. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski. Swazinski. Thompson. Thompson. Wolgamott. No. Wolgamott, no. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, no.
Zhang Ti, no. Speaker Hortman. Excuse.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Johnson moves to amend the Kosnick Amendment to House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A63.
The author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Johnson.
Speaker, members, what this amendment does is it keeps the lights on for the Department of Vehicle Services. Back in February, I started getting concerned about what I was hearing and what was happening in the around the Capitol, and I had concerns that there might be a shutdown this year. So I had a bill drafted, House File 1604, that was entered in February 25th, and I put in a hearing request. Unfortunately, I did not receive one. My concern is we have a lot of people that this year that their real ID has to be obtained, either because their driver's license expire or because of the federal law where we have, if they're going to go traveling on an airplane, they either have to have a passport or a real ID. The other reason I brought it up and was thinking about it is because since the last government shutdown back in the towards the end of I think it was around 2006, 2008. In that era, our drivers and vehicle services got backed up doing the driver's exams. And to this day, they still have not caught up. I know even 2 years ago, it was a 3 to 6 month delay for your kids to get their driver's license. We have people running from my area and even the Northern Metro all the way up to Duluth, wherever they could find a driver's license exam station that had an opening. We cannot afford to shut them down again. And now in this bill, it has driver's license for undocumented. That's even put more burden on the driver's examination stations. And what this amendment does just keeps them running at 8% or 80% of their current funding and gives us time to actually work out the budget. Now, I appreciate Representative Hornstein's going, I believe he said a little over halfway to our side. And that little over halfway still is $1.6 billion in increase in taxes and fees when we have a over $4 billion surplus. It doesn't make sense to me. Members, what's even more serious now is when the press are reporting, and that was Steve O'Keefe from Fox News, political analyst, reporter, Said Minnesota Democrat state lawmakers are threatening to bring state government to the brink of shutdown unless legislation passes on tougher restrictions on police. We did police reform last year, just took effect in August. Give it time to see if it works before we start changing things again. But with that, I want our kids to be able to get their driver's license once they pass their permit test and got everything done. I want those that need to renew their driver's license and get their real IDs, be able to get them in a reasonable time period. And I want those who ever need a driver's license to be able to get one. But if we shut down again, it's not going to be, it'll be decades before we ever catch up. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would also request a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Johnson has requested a roll call vote. Are there 15 hands? If we could have other members raise their hands, it would, okay, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Thank you, members. Representative Johnson, anything further to your amendment to the amendment?
I will end it right there.
Further discussion to the A63 amendment to the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask for a no vote. I do appreciate Representative Johnson's appreciation of the work of driver and vehicle services and all of our state agencies. Sometimes I think we take them for granted. And again, I will say that we need to roll up our sleeves. That's what we're elected for. Let's work this out with the Senate. Let's work this out with the executive branch. I think this is premature. We don't need to go down this road. And I, again, ask for a no vote.
Further discussion to the A63 amendment to the amendment. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I also wanted to add one more thing that I thought of. After the last shutdown, some things happened in the courts. The courts aren't going to be able to say who can and can't be open anymore, which departments. This is going to be a hard shutdown. Everything shuts down. So it's going to be, I think we need to get prepared to be able to do this. That's why I bring this up. I wish this would be on this, I'm hoping this is on the omnibus bills. So when they get in conference committee, if it's coming to the end, they can deal with it and take it up and maybe just send this through until they can keep working to get things done. But it is something we do need to talk about. I don't like it, but unfortunately, I think this is what we might have to do because sides are so far apart at this time. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A63 amendment to the amendment. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Members who are voting remotely, please vote. Will the chief clerk call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss.
Bliss aye.
Bliss, aye. Bo.
Bo, aye.
Bo, aye. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Rossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hassan.
Hassan, no.
Hassan, no. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, yes.
Heinzman, aye. Keeler. Keeler, no. Katiza Watun.
Izawatu, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, yes.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Novotny. Novotny. Pulowski. Pulowski. Farr. Farr, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, I.
Pearson, aye. Sandsted.
Instead, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson. Erdahl.
Erdahl aye.
Erdahl, aye. Wolgamott. No. Wolgamott, no. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, no.
Zhang Ti, no. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. Pulowski.
Pulowski, no.
Pulowski, no. Thompson. Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion to the underlying A54 Koznick Amendment. To the author of the underlying amendment, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, members and Mr. Speaker. I think it is important that we work towards, in good faith, towards reaching agreement. Chair Hornstein, I think you have done, and we've had discussions. I know that you've given some concessions already on this particular bill. But we have an obligation on all the bills we'll be hearing the last couple days and going into next week. And it was reported Speaker Hortman had said that Chair Moran has led our work last summer to enact tougher standards for the use of deadly force. This higher standard went into effect, and their caucuses will work together to determine our next steps. And I hope that the members of your caucus stand behind your leader and your speaker and do not hold up budget negotiations or create a government shutdown. With that, I would just request support on the A54. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A54 amendment. To the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would encourage members to vote no.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Koznick moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A55.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, members and Mr. Speaker. The A55 deals with guideways. We had a little bit of discussion earlier with the Northeast Minneapolis deal. And then I just want to bring this up for discussion a little bit for the body, and to understand that there is guideways, current practice, not necessarily in statute, and that's what we're trying to do is put current practice in statute, adjusted slightly. But when we are expanding the responsibilities of the transportation and transit committees or jurisdictions of those budgets, we need to know who's paying for what, large operating subsidies, capital maintenance costs on a lot of these light rail trains, passenger trains, and even some of the bus systems. And so when local partners, as they're called, otherwise the local counties that are requesting and asking for support and state dollars for this, I think the body needs to have a discussion that it's appropriate if we discuss as a body and perhaps approve the merits of a project and agree to the spending to help build a particular project. But what's lacking is who's paying the ongoing cost of that, which oftentimes will surpass the cost of the initial project. And so, members, what the amendment does is says that no new guideways can be created without having an agreement established. That's pretty basic common sense. And then the state portion generally is about 50%. What the amendment further says is that if any state participation in the ongoing subsidies, operating costs, and capital maintenance, then it will be an agreement or up to 40%. And really, I think the way that we should work and reinvent our transportation system is that we may help build, but the ongoing cost and operations and maintenance should be the responsibility and stand up on its own merits and the responsibility of our local partners. And I think that's a way that we should look to reinvent and restructure and reimagine our transit systems. Thank you.
Discussion to the A55 amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Koznick does identify an issue that is important, that's ongoing and current, which is conversations that are taking place between the Met Council and the Metro counties as to who has certain jurisdictional and financial responsibilities for various aspects of transitways. That's an important talk that is really just starting. And I feel that we should allow that those discussions, in fact, I might even call them negotiations, to happen, to continue. I don't think the legislature has to get involved in everything. I think many of us are monitoring this closely. Members were contacted, many members were contacted by their county commissioners with concern, I think, about the one of the original proposals that was circulated earlier this year. So while I think this is Representative Koznick identifies an important issue, I think that we should allow the counties and the Met Council to work this out. And so therefore, I think, again, this is we're getting ahead of ourselves a little with this, and I'd ask for no vote, Mr. Speaker.
The author of the amendment, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, members. And as Chair Hornstein, I appreciate that we do need to further this discussion along, and that's why I offered it. But as you just pointed out, that as the states shouldn't be involved in the negotiations, but we actually are involved because we are funding it. Our taxpayers are funding it. They're coming to us as the legislature to ask for additional revenues, additional $1.6 billion in taxes, $1 billion transit tax. We are involved already. Let's be honest. So, members, I would appreciate an affirmative support of this amendment. Thank you.
There being no further discussion to the A55 amendment, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lucero moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A59.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to interact with the DMV. We all know the experience. It is painful. It ranks right up there with having to get a root canal, get past kidney stones, or even go through gout. And I dread when I have to go get my tabs. But there's even a more painful experience Minnesotans are experiencing and have been experiencing, and that's what my amendment deals with. And that is having to take road tests for new drivers. And so members, I know that many of us, if not all of us, have been receiving communications from our constituents on how painful it is and how far out people are having to schedule their road tests. And if they fail, having to reschedule months out, and in addition to the time frame, having to drive to other parts of the state in order to reduce the amount of waiting time. And so what my amendment seeks to do is take advantage of something that we already have in law, and that is our deputy registrars. So we know that we can go to government-run registrars, or we can go to privately run third-party registrars called deputy registrars. And what I would like to do is take that same model and allow for our deputy registrars to be able to administer road tests in order to clear out the backlog that Minnesotans have been experiencing. And this is permissive language. Our deputy registrars would not have to become administrators of road tests, but it would allow them to do so on the model that we already have across Minnesota. And so I just wanted to read a handful of communications that I've received over many months now on this topic. And again, I have a lot, but here is just a handful. Dear Representative Lucero, I'm a constituent from Otsego. I'm writing to you in hopes that you can provide special attention to the insane amount of time to schedule a driver's exam in our great state. If you are aware, most metro area exam stations are backlogged 3 to 4 months to even take a test. God help you if you fail, as the retake is just as painful. Hence the root canal. If you want to meet the earliest available appointment, you are required to drive hours out of your way, or worst case, sleep in your car overnight in hopes that you are the first in line as they have cancellations. In my family, we have a 16-year-old that is scheduled for a road test. It took us 3 months to schedule his original test. Sadly, he did not pass the first test. While I'm just inconvenienced as a parent, what about those that are required as drivers tests for their jobs? Please work with your partners at the Minnesota State Capitol to bring attention to this debacle of driver exam station appointments. This issue has been around since 2011. Feel free to Google a spot that WCCO did in 2012. Please focus on something that will help all Minnesotans. Quit kicking to the curb. Well, and sincerely, Carol. Well, what I would tell Carol is, no, I absolutely do not want to kick anything to the curb. I actually want to hitch this amendment on to Chair Hornstein's Omnibus transportation bill. Just another one here. And members, by the way, I'm not trying to drop any plow. This is just to give an example, a representative example of what the pain our constituents are having to endure. Representative Lucero, I am writing to encourage you to consider and support waiving the road test for 16 to 17-year-old driver license applicants. The DVS road system was stressed prior to COVID-19. We had to schedule 4 months out to get an early exam, or to get an exam time. Today we received the email notification officially canceling my son's test scheduled for next week. Now this is a couple months old, but nonetheless it gets the point. Within the email, I was directed to the DVS website to reschedule the test. I just spent a fair amount of time attempting to look for a future exam date to no avail. I methodically selected every exam station in the state, and not a single one has had any availability. Not one. The DVS exam process was hanging on by a thread, but is now broken. Sincerely, Scott from St. Michael. And then lastly, members, this one is, I'm just reading a snippet of this last one. Greetings, Representative Lucero. We met when you stopped by my home many years ago, and when I scheduled a time to meet with you when I participated in Educator Day on the Hill. I have appreciated your efforts to reopen Minnesota. I am looking for support on another issue. My daughter will be 16 in June and is scheduled to take her driving test on June 23rd, assuming we are not still under complete lockdown by then. She has had her permit since last summer and needs to be a licensed driver by the fall in order to take advantage of the opportunity to attend college for free using the PSEO program. This is a doorway to opportunity that is at risk of closing for many Minnesota teens. You are certainly aware of the challenges and inequities already inherent in our driving exam system. If she cannot take her test on June 23rd, it will likely be another 6 months before she can get an appointment. Respectfully, Shelley from Albertville. Well, members, I drafted a bill, House File 1141, and unfortunately, it did not get a hearing. And so what this amendment is that bill. It's a very simple bill, doesn't cost anything. It just allows for, again, our current infrastructure and system of deputy registrars to be able to administer the road test to help Minnesotans. I can't understand why there would be any opposition, so I'm hoping that Mr. Chair would accept this as a friendly amendment. And again, members, this is House File 1141 if you wanted to look that up. And then actually, I'll just close with 2 lines here from an email that I received from the Wright County Commission, the Wright County Board of Commissioners. Rep. Lucero, I just spoke with the Wright County Board, and they are curious if you plan to reintroduce your driver testing bill that was numbered HF 3300 last year. So that was last session, so I reintroduced it this year. They expressed support for the concept, and as you know, they have significant concerns about the status of the DVS testing center in Buffalo. So friends, I'm hoping that you would be willing to support this. And thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you to my friend, who I'm hoping will accept, Chair Hornstein.
The member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, members. Just real briefly, we have talked about this issue. I've done a lot of work over it. I've talked with Chair Hornstein about the issue. And unfortunately, I have a bill, a pretty comprehensive bill, that did get traction in the other body. I hope that we will have further discussions on it. Chair Hornstein lead going into the conference committee. And there was some good feedback and information for the legislature on the from the legislative auditors on the driver stations. And so this amendment is fine. I think there's better ways to do it. But Chair Hornstein, I'm glad that Representative Lucero brought this amendment forward so that it can be on record that this is a very important issue. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
State your name.
Representative McDonald.
Representative McDonald, you are next on the list. The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Eric Lucero. Very important issue. I have a son that's turned, well, my wife and I, our youngest son is turning 16 this July, and we are very aware of the situation at hand with the driver's test and the backlog that has happened within the last year. So I very much appreciate it. So
Representative McDonald, your feed has frozen and we cannot hear you. The member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lucero. I haven't heard the chair speak yet to this amendment. I hope that he can support it. But in a broader sense, this is touching on an issue that is just so frustrating for the people in my district. And as is the same with Representative Lucero, I'm getting people contacting me from outside my district. And if there is one service that the state of Minnesota, we can all honestly agree that is supposed to do, it is to serve the people getting their proper registrations and licenses. And prior to COVID, it wasn't real great. Now it's awful. And we have people that are just absolutely fully frustrated with the state of Minnesota. There's got to be a way to fix this. I'm always slow to compare with other states, but sometimes that's the only way you can measure things. And we just aren't seeing these problems in other states. And so it's something we're doing or not doing. And I will tell you that there's nothing more frustrating for a citizen than to have their government not doing some of these most basic services in a reasonable time, in a reasonable manner. I won't share all my stories that I've had, but I've literally had half a dozen similar stories in my district of people just desperately trying to get a license or get registered or something of that sort. Members, we can do much better as a state, and I hope however we move forward to fix this problem. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Representative Lucero for bringing his constituents' voices directly to the chamber here. I found hearing those letters very helpful. I'm going to oppose this, but not because we haven't identified a problem. There is a problem. There are backlogs, there are delays. People are traveling a distance. We're going to get into this a little bit in a later amendment. But I've had the opportunity to talk to a number of folks about the idea of third-party testing as a solution. There are several solutions to this potentially, as others have pointed out. But I think that first of all, we want to make sure that the system is safe, that the examination process is safe, that we are making sure that the driver education process is turning out the best and highest quality and safest drivers we possibly can have. And I have some concerns. I don't think this is proven in that regard. I also think that there's a portion of this amendment that that assigns a whole new set of responsibilities for deputy registrars. I think procedurally that's a little bit clunky. The Office of Traffic Safety has concerns, and again, it's the Office of Traffic Safety. So also the final piece here is, back in 2007, this was actually a MnDOT provision in the transportation bill, but I authored something called the Taxpayer Accountability Act. And what it did is it showed that oftentimes privatization doesn't save the public sector money. And so automatically people go, well, if we just privatize this, the service will be better, it'll save money. That's not necessarily the case, members. So while we have a problem, I acknowledge that, and thank you, Representative Koznick, for calling the body's attention to the OLA report. Representative Nash, there's another report for you. I know you like reports, Representative Nash. I think that's helpful to read. But I think, again, this isn't the solution that we should be going after now. I will say that this is going to be a topic in the conference committee. This was a topic in our committee. We're taking some steps in this bill to address the problem. But Representative Lucero, you are right. Representative Koznick, you are right. This is an issue. Yes, this is the second or third time. But this is an issue that needs to be addressed. Third-party testing is not the way to go, and I would ask for a no vote.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my broadband must be not so good out here in Delano, but again, I just wanted to briefly support Representative Lucero's, and thank you, Representative Hornstein. I'm glad that you recognize the problem at hand, and I think it should be certainly remedied now by accepting this amendment currently, because it's just going to continue to go backlogged after backlog after backlog. And with a 15-year-old son turning 16 this July, I would be very thankful, and so would many of my constituents in Wright County, Representative Hornstein, if you would accept Representative Lucero's amendment and allow this to proceed. So therefore, I encourage a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker.
The member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, and members, I just wanted to be real quick because it is important, and I understand your hesitancy, Chair Hornstein. There are other states that have done this, have well-established best practices. It's in the report. I'd love to speak with you about it some more. But I want the body to understand, I think a key part of this hesitation is a particular union that doesn't, well, number one, they weren't doing their job. One union wasn't working hard enough, in my opinion, to get these tests done. And the other one is, a constituency that perhaps the chair doesn't want to upset here. But the point is that this has been proven in 17 other states to work well. Michigan, Utah, and Washington ranked among the top 15 states when measured on road deaths per 100 million miles. And many states have hybrid models, and that's what we are proposing in the bill that I introduced earlier. So this is something that really can work, and I know we're going to have more discussion on it, but I think it's important that the public understands that we are, even though it's not pushed, may not pass here, we are continuing to work on this issue because it's very important to so many families. Thank you.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Hornstein, for this discussion and for your acknowledgement. I was hoping that my traffic cone orange outfit might have a little bit of a persuasion, but it appears to not be the case. So nevertheless, I do appreciate the discussion. It is important. I don't think this is it certainly is not a partisan issue. And I look forward to having the conversations on this. And similar to how our driving, the 6 hours, I don't even know if it's changed since I went through. I'm sure it has, obviously. Since I went through, it was 6 hours of road practice driving is done by third parties. I have no doubt that we could have the same confidence in having third parties actually administer the road test. And if I don't know how much information I should divulge, but just to show, or maybe to perhaps give a little bit of doubt as to how high quality the road test being administered by government is. I should say by the age of 17, I definitely had my driver's license, but I was quite rowdy. So I'll just leave it at that. But we should definitely do this, and we can and should to help Minnesotans. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate a green vote.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the A59 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail, and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Petersburg moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A25.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment really refers to one of the more controversial issues, and it's always been controversial. And because of that fact, I would request a roll call.
Representative Petersburg requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Petersburg.
Thank you. This really, what it does is it eliminates the gas tax increase and the indexing for it. And Representative Hornstein, I know you've said a couple of times today that you've come halfway to our side, and I just want to remind you and remind myself, we don't have a side, you don't have a side, because we both are on the same side, which is transportation program here. We all want good transportation. We all want to provide the services necessary, both in transit as well as roads and bridges. We do differ, of course, in how we accomplish that, and that's okay. Just because we have different opinion doesn't mean that we can't work together. As you know, most of us are married, and those of you that are married know that sometimes you have different opinions between each other, and that's okay. You work it out, and we can work this out too. But one of the things that I really have a concern with here is when we're struggling to come up with this proposal of funding it, we need to also keep in mind what's happening to the people that we're imposing taxes on. And we know that the people are struggling out there recovering from COVID, from the pandemic, from all of the restrictions the government has put on them, from lack of revenue as well. And I think it's important for us to remember that the last thing that we should do as a government is impose additional taxes. If you look at the Constitution and what government was set up for, it wasn't just to take more money from people. It was to provide services and try to figure out what is the best. As an individual, when they give us money to the legislature, they are actually putting it into our hands, and we are asked to be a steward of that money. In other words, provide the best outcome for it. So even if we could convince ourselves of the funding, I think there are some other concerns. One is we need to understand that we have a $1.6 billion surplus, plus other dollars coming from the federal government and so forth, that are above and beyond what we're spending today and what government needs to go move forward with. This bill, just for this next biennium, adds another $600 million of new fees and taxes. You add that together, you're looking at $2.2 billion divided by every man, woman, and child in the state, and you're looking at over $400 over the biennium for every man, woman, and child. So you say, well, it's just $9 in the gas tax increase. That's probably true, but then what about all the other taxes? What about all the other fees that actually come into place? These aren't numbers that I'm making up. It's something that I think we need to be careful of. This particular bill through the gas tax is about $100 million over the biennium, and that's still significant. But the real concern, even if we could justify the increase, is that we are relinquishing control and the authority, responsibility from the legislature and putting it on autopilot. Autopilot. And I'm not the only one who agrees that being on autopilot is wrong. I think everybody on our side, if you want to say it on the side of the aisle, is that way. A member of your caucus said the same thing just yesterday. Representative Nelson, during one of the discussions, said, and I quote, and I think I've got a pretty close quote, putting government on autopilot is the worst idea in the world. And I think that's right, because we don't know what the future holds. It is our responsibility to do that. If we put everything on autopilot, what's the purpose of us coming up here? We need to take those hard decisions and move on to it. I believe there was a state in the southern part of the United States have eliminated the auto inflator because they're now collecting more than they needed to because it kept growing faster than what their needs were. So with that, I think this is the wrong way to go because it's going to be difficult for, well, let me go back. Gasoline taxes is very regressive. And I know you don't want to take money from the general fund, but at least the general fund has some progressivity into it. It's not all regressive, but the gas tax is regressive, and it harms people. It actually impacts their daily income and moving forward. And it's not a final solution. It's not the ultimate solution. We need to keep working on that, and I am willing to do so. But in this case, I think it's the wrong way to go. I think we ought to go back to the drawing board, start looking at some other options. And so I ask for a green vote. I ask for you to support the idea that we don't need to take another $100 million out of the pockets of everybody in the state of Minnesota, that we actually can figure out how to fund our roads and bridges and transit and everything that we need to do in the state of Minnesota, especially with the overabundance of dollars coming in from both federal government and our reserves. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a green vote.
The member from Faribault, Representative Olson B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So when I was a child, my father posed to me one of those impossible questions. And that impossible question was, if it's a penny for your thoughts, but everyone gets to put in their 2 cents worth, where does that extra cent go? And I actually just figured it out. If it's a penny for your thoughts, but everyone gets to put in their 2 cents, then the state of Minnesota takes that other penny in taxes. Like Representative Petersburg stated, this is a regressive tax. This is not progressive at all. And I'll give you an example. I used to be the mayor of a small town. In that small town, we earned less than the average income from any resident in the state of Minnesota. Our average income was less than the state of Minnesota's average income. Not only that, but the minorities in my town were impoverished at a rate that exceeded the state of Minnesota's poverty rate. On average, each person in my city had a 20-minute commute to work. That means that the majority of the people who lived in my city were driving to another city in order to earn their wage. By raising the taxes on constituents who are just trying to make it to work, that is the wrong answer. That is the wrong answer every day, but especially today, when we are looking at a situation where we've got $4 billion in a surplus. We have a surplus in the state of Minnesota, and we are asking to raise taxes on individuals who can least afford it. That is the wrong answer. That is the wrong answer. We here in the state of Minnesota, we can fund roads and bridges without a tax increase. We can do it especially seeing as the fact that we have a $4 billion surplus. Let's not raise taxes on those who can least afford it. This regressive tax needs to go. Please vote green.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I rise in support of Representative Petersburg amendment. And I know the other side of the aisle likes to think that we're always against raising taxes, okay? But I think some of the previous comments by members and Representative Petersburg brings this out well. So I'll use an outside source. Let's use the Star Tribune, who's no longtime supporter of conservatives. If you remember, and I did a little bit of research on that. If you remember, last time you wanted to raise taxes, and Chair Hornstein did reference this, that you wanted to raise the gas tax 20 cents. The Star Tribune came out with a front page headline, lowest income Minnesotans hit hardest by Governor Walz's tax plan. You go inside here, the biggest hit to lower income Minnesotans, a 20-cent per gallon gas tax. Now you want to ease into the misery for low income people. You don't want to hit them all at once with a 20-cent gas tax. I do appreciate you're not going for 20 cents. But the fact is, you're going to hurt lowest income Minnesotans. And we also know that all goods and services are transported. And when you raise the price of gas, you raise the price of goods to people, and those with low incomes have the most difficulty affording that. So, Mr. Speaker, would Chair Hornstein yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair and Chair Hornstein. And Chair Hornstein, I know you to be a compassionate person, okay? You've had testimony from our side of the aisle on that today. And, but why do you want to raise taxes on gas and at total taxes of $1.6 billion when we have a $4 billion surplus at this particular time when our families are hurting from the pandemic and trying to recover? You know, you made one other comment. You said, well, we have to keep up inflation. Well, Chair Hornstein, families have to keep up with inflation too, and you're hurting them in that particular area. So why do you want to raise taxes at this particular time when there's a pandemic and it's going to hurt our lowest income Minnesotans?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Gruenhagen, for the question. A couple of responses. First of all, Representative Petersburg was absolutely correct. Indexing is $9 a year. $9 a year, $36 over 5 years. $9 a year. What do we get for $9 a year? At least some relief for the pressures that our infrastructure is under. Literally crumbling bridges. We saw video in our committee of a bridge in Melrose, Minnesota that was literally falling apart. We saw we saw pictures from the Winona County engineer of roads that were rutted, very, very poor condition. We heard from the MnDOT commissioner that if we don't do something, we keep kicking the can down the road, we are going to have an increasing percentage of roads in Minnesota considered in poor condition. We can't have a thriving, prosperous economy without a solid infrastructure. And we keep kicking the can down the road. We can't afford to do this. And members, we may have a generational investment in roads and bridges coming from the federal government. We need to be able to match that. We need to put up money in order to access that. And finally, this is the time to make infrastructure investments. As I referenced earlier, infrastructure is the best investment for a public dollar that we possibly can have. $2.50 return on investment for every dollar we put into roads and bridges. $3 per dollar we put into transit. We got a $400 million project in Duluth, the Blatnick Bridge. We can't allow this to keep deteriorating. These projects don't go away, members. They simply get more expensive. So we have to be looking long term. We have to be putting people back to work. We're going to come out of this pandemic, and we need to be ready to go. We literally need to be ready to roll. And so to put off these absolutely critical infrastructure investments is penny wise and pound foolish. And finally, members and Representative Gruenhagen, you know, people are talking about the surplus. Well, you know, I don't think that the other side of the aisle has ever said, well, the timing is better if you do it another time. Deficits, you don't want to do it. Surpluses, you don't want to do it. A steady budget, you don't want to do this. So we want to do indexing because it is steady, it is sustainable, it is reliable. Contractors can plan with it. You know, the general fund, you know, these deficits come and go. I mean, we had a $4 billion deficit. Now we have a $1.6 billion surplus. Maybe we'll have another deficit in a few months. I mean, we are in a very volatile situation. So to rely on general fund, that's volatile, members. This is sustainable. It is long-term. We have a modest proposal. And the last piece, too, that this really needs to be corrected. You're talking about figures in terms of the total number of revenue we have in this bill. You know, over half of the new revenue is from this metro area sales tax, which is limited to the geographic areas where people are using the transit. It's not going to be imposed in Waconia or Farmington. That's not in the transit taxing district. So, members, that's another concession that we made. For roads and bridges, $9 a year to match federal funding, to put some money down on critical transportation projects in rural Minnesota, in the metro area, in the suburbs. This is an important time. This is the best possible time to make this very, very modest investment where we will get a tremendous return on investment and we will get lots of jobs for Minnesotans.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that response, Chair Hornstein. But you didn't really answer the question why we want to hurt the lowest income people. But be that as it may, you talk about funding. I would like to talk about funding just a little bit too. And, you know, Chair Hornstein, maybe if you won't believe Republicans, maybe you'll believe MMB, Minnesota MMB, under the Dayton administration. I went back and did a little bit of research, and in April of 2015, on a quarterly report, here's what Minnesota MMB came out with. It said that the U.S. Energy Information Administration said that the average price of gas in Minnesota this was back in April of 2015, dropped 35% from $3.53 a gallon down to $2.30 a gallon. And because of the lower prices of gas, and again, this is MMB's words, not mine, under Governor Dayton, it said it was comparable to a tax cut. So reducing the price of gas was comparable to a tax cut for Minnesota families. Okay, this now MMB again. I'm not saying this. This is an actual quote. This freed up disposable income for spending on non-gasoline goods and services. You see how that works, Chair Hornstein? You reduce the price of a necessity like gas, or you cut taxes and you cut unnecessary regulations, and it frees up disposable income for spending on non-gasoline goods. Again, Minnesota MMB goes on and says, MMB economist estimates spending on gasoline for Minnesota, because we don't produce gasoline here, we don't produce oil here, we bring it in. It will be a benefit to Minnesotans of up to $2 billion in 2015 than it was in 2014. So it's going to benefit Minnesota families and businesses up to $2 billion, Chair Hornstein, by a drop in the price of gas. This is equal to about $900 per Minnesota household. Now listen to this last statement, members, very carefully. Again, this is from the economist at MMB under Governor Dayton. This will provide a boost to the economic activity in 2015 and 2016. And members, if you remember right, we were expecting a deficit, and instead, because of the price drop in part of gas, we actually had a surplus of 1.2 billion estimate. So Chair Hornstein, you talk about needing funding. I agree. I want good roads and bridges. You know the way to get it? Cut taxes, cut the price of gas, don't raise it, and allow the private sector to grow. We're in a perfect scenario to do that. We got a $4 billion surplus. We don't need to raise taxes $1.6 billion and hurt the lowest income the most. And when you do that, Chair Hornstein, you're going to get additional economic growth, which is going to generate even more tax dollars to fund roads and bridges. So, Chair Hornstein, you're going in the exact wrong direction with this tax increase. And so will you commit to practicing an economic law that lower taxes, lower price of gas actually produces more tax revenue? And by the way, if we reform the excessive regulations and high taxes in this state and allowed our mining industry to develop up north, we'd have so much tax revenue in this state, I don't know if we'd be able to contain it to help our schools, our roads and bridges, and almost everything else that we have needs of. So, Mr. Speaker, if Chair Hornstein would yield.
Representative Hornstein will yield. Representative Gruenhagen.
Now, Chair Hornstein, you know I like you, but please answer the question. Do you understand the economic law of reducing taxes and regulations and a lower price of gas that will actually generate or will grow the economy and generate more revenue? And we're in the perfect scenario to do that. We've got a $4 billion surplus. The least we should do is leave things the same. We actually should cut taxes. And you're going to see a big windfall out of this in a couple of years from now. And you're going to have more tax revenue to do your projects. Appreciate your thoughts.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gruenhagen, I'm glad you used the word windfall because, you know, these big oil companies and oil speculators have made windfall profits over many years. And that's why we need to have regulation in the oil market. I'm not sure what school of economics that you are quoting here from, Representative Gruenhagen, but I think that when you talk about the regressivity of the gas tax, I hope that you will be supporting efforts in the tax bill to make our tax code more progressive by ensuring that we close corporate loopholes and make sure that those at the highest end are paying a little bit more. So that's my response, Representative Gruenhagen.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, I won't drag this out, but Representative or Chair Hornstein, the economics that I'm using are from Governor Dayton's MMB. They're economic laws by these economists from MMB. So they have a lot more expertise in this area than probably you or I do. So let's practice the principles and laws that actually help Minnesotans, give us more tax revenue so we can accomplish the things we want. You're going in the complete wrong direction with wanting to raise taxes on this. So please reconsider. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Chair Hornstein, and members. Please vote yes on this amendment.
The member from Anoka, Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. We keep hearing about this $4 billion budget surplus, and I just want to remind people that $2.5 billion of that is federal one-time money. I don't know about you, but when I get a Christmas bonus, I don't quit my job. And the last time this legislature increased the gas tax was 13 years ago, members. Fun fact, I was a page that session. And we heard the other day that members spoke about the cost of construction increasing. Imagine you're building a house today, but you could only sell that house for what it cost to build 13 years ago. Or you worked a job for the past 13 years and never got a raise, but your boss keeps asking you to do more and more work. We have heard over and over again in committee from both sides of the aisle that we need more revenue because our roads and bridges are in desperate need. I've got to say, this was refreshing to hear our colleagues from both sides of the, or from both of the other two caucuses, agreeing with the committee that we need more revenue in transportation. And right now, the only thing that is on autopilot is our crumbling roads and bridges. We can't let this continue. So please vote no on the amendment.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there was one part that I forgot to mention, that this indexing is really adjusted to the indexing for construction cost index. And over the last few years, that has been running almost double the consumer price index, which means then that the gas tax increase is actually going to grow faster than people's income as a percentage as well. Now, that may go down later, who knows, but it is a concern. And I wanted to just kind of remind us all that raising gas taxes is difficult. My first term, I was in the minority. Chair Hornstein, you were the chair of the Transportation Committee. I was on that one. I know that you wanted desperately to raise gas taxes then. The Senate was controlled by the DFL. And the governor was Governor Dayton, who's also a member of the DFL, and it couldn't get done that year either. It's just very politically difficult to do. And so I think it's intuitive of us to understand that gas tax, because everybody sees it all the time, and it is much more difficult to do. If we really want to add more progressivity to our funding of transportation, we need to start getting more of those dollars out of the general fund. And I know that's not necessarily what you want to do, but we have to start thinking about other alternatives as well. But this is not the way to go today. This is not the way we should be doing it when we're trying to recover and help the lowest income to be able to provide their transportation. So in closing, I would just say, please vote green. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion to the A25 amendment, the clerk will take the roll. Members who are voting remotely, please vote. Will the chief clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Anderson.
Anderson, aye.
Anderson, I. Baker.
Baker, aye.
Baker, I. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, I. Bow. Bow. Davids.
David's aye.
David's I. Davney.
Daphne, no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Erickson.
Erickson, I.
Erickson, I. Frankie.
Frankie, aye.
Frankie, I. Freiberg.
Freiberg votes no.
Freiberg, no. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, I. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, I. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, I. Haley. Haley, I. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, I. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, I. Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Jordan, no. Katiza Wattoon.
Katiza Wattoon, no.
Katiza Wattoon, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, I. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, I. Nelson, N.
Nelson, aye.
Nelson, N. I. Farr.
Farr, aye.
Farr, I. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, I. Sandsted.
No.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, I. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Walgamot. No. Walgamot, no. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, no.
Zhang Ti, no. Bo.
Bo, aye.
Bo, I.
The clerk will close the roll.
Erdahl, aye.
Want me to recognize that one?
State your name.
Erdahl, aye.
Erdahl, I.
Krisha, aye.
Krisha, I.
Have all those members who wish to vote voted? The clerk will close the roll.
It'll now be 63 to 69. We'll reflect the changes.
There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Doubt moves to amend House Bill number 1684, the second engrossment. As amended, the amendment is coded A49.
The minority leader, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd request a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Doubt requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Speaker.
Doubt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe there are a couple of amendments to this amendment, and it'd be okay with me if we handle those first.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Kosnick moves to amend the Dowd Amendment to House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A60.
The author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know the hour's getting late and we were here long yesterday, so I appreciate your patience, but this is an important issue and we have a few more important items on this bill overall. But the A60 amendment, we spent a lot of time, members of the Jobs and Economic Development Committee last summer with our friends across the aisle. Unfortunately, we had the George Floyd incident and the trial, or excuse me, the civil unrest and rioting that happened afterwards. And so we worked hard to try to come to agreement on helping some of those businesses, and we did help some. But one of the things that I don't think we fully fulfilled the promise there that your side of the aisle intended to make. And so we have the North Star train, which is running obviously with COVID, horribly underused. In fact, the per rider subsidy is reported to be about $400 per passenger one way. And I think rather than looking for other tax revenues, because you've heard it already, that we have a $4 billion surplus, and so rather than raising other taxes in our budget, let's repurpose dollars that are being wasted, not utilized, underutilized, and if we mothball the North Star, this amendment proposes that we can meet some of the promise that was made here to those businesses we talked a little bit about yesterday. And so this would allow matching funds and provide $12 million a year with the matching funds to those hurting businesses. And I would stand for any questions. Thank you.
Point of order.
Representative Hurst, state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order. The A60 amendment is out of order under Rule Point 3.21B, which states an amendment to an amendment on the House floor must relate to the primary amendment without introducing any new subject. The secondary amendment greatly expands the scope of the underlying amendment. The original amendment is related to seeking a federal waiver for the North Star commuter rail, and the second amendment adds new language, creating a redevelopment assistance program, which is not in the underlying amendment. Though it sounds really great, what we want to do here with this amendment, wish that we would have supported the Promise Act language instead, which does create its own revenue source for this, so this amendment is out of order.
Advice to her point of order. The member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the chair. A difference from the program that was called out last year and created new taxes and totally new programs, new divisions, a new corporation. This amendment uses an existing agency with the Met Council that has experience in this. We are simply taking savings from one failed boondoggle and repurposing it into a new fund, but using the same funds rather than using new taxes. And so I would argue that it's unfortunate that the members across the aisle want to use parliamentary procedures and loopholes, little quirks to not help businesses that do need help. And this is a very, very valid and serious solution. The Met Council Transit Development Office has experience in doing this, and they've done a pretty decent job if you look at their numbers, and they would tell you about transit development, and that would be important in these particular areas that we want to try to help. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage you to rule out of order.
Mr. Speaker, advice.
Further advice. Representative Herr.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate Representative Koznick's desire to want to address this issue, but it is not a loophole. It is not a quirky thing. It is actually our House rules that states that an amendment to an amendment on the House floor must relate to only to the primary amendment without introducing any new subject. And so it does introduce new subject. I do just want to address really quick that the incident with George Floyd was not an unfortunate incident. It is a systemic and structural issue that caused his death, and that if we want to really be committed to this work, we should actually dedicate revenues that will actually take care of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further advice to her point of order. The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I think Representative Koznick summed it up perfectly in the fact that, the amendment presented by Representative Doubt is a bridge amendment. And this is a transportation bill. And when you think of transportation, you need to think about roads and bridges. And I think we've made our point, and I think it's for sure that this amendment is germane to the bill.
Members, I have studied the amendment to the amendment. I have reviewed the underlying amendment and the bill. I have considered advice from Representative Hurd, from Representative Koznick, and Representative Swedzinski. And I'm ruling that the point of order is well taken. There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Koznick moves to amend the Doubt Amendment to House File 1684, the second, and Grossman as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A61.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, again, and members. What this amendment does, it's unfortunate we didn't take the previous amendment because I think that would have served to use poorly used taxes and revenues and put them to a purpose that would be much more productive than the $6 million we're wasting on North Star currently. This A61 amendment, what it does is it sets up some parameters, performance requirements for the North Star line to meet, and they're basic parameters that were established when the project was originally envisioned 12 years ago, and it still hasn't lived up to those numbers. And so that is what the amendment does, and I would stand for any questions and encourage members to support a little bit of accountability on such a boondoggle.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd recommend a no vote. There is going to be significant cost to doing this. Even with the federal waiver, there's $53 million of sunk cost for the state. It is not responsible. It is premature. We don't make decisions like this based on, the realities of the pandemic, where every sector in our society has had lower performance, particularly in the transportation realm. So it's premature. Please vote no.
Further discussion to the A61 amendment to the amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you. Members, the North Star never met the expectations that was sold to the taxpayers of Anoka County, Hennepin County, Sherburne County, and the state of Minnesota. The 2018, this had a problem even before the pandemic, and obviously right now, you're supposed to be essential trips, and it's like less than 300 people are using it a week. Incredible waste of money. But even before that, before the COVID shutdowns, ridership was far short of the 2010 goal of 900,000 riders a year. And that's after it was already established a number of years to get the ridership up. And so it was supposed to be 900,000 riders, and in 2018, it was only 700, not even 790,000 riders. So it had far below the expectations. There is also the fare box recovery on a typical line like the North Star. We had conversation about this in committee. There should be about 40% fare box recovery. What we've unfortunately done in the North Star is kept the ticket prices so low that people expect to ride for really a lot cheaper than it should be. And so the fare box recovery is only about 16.5% in 2018. But the average of a line like this is 40% fare box recovery. We are so far below what a typical line would do that I'm certain we would never build this line again. And so what the amendment does is sets up that we would have, in a 6-month period, 450 riders, or we would shut it down, or in a 12-month period, meet that self-made threshold of 900,000 riders a year. And in addition, the minimal fare box recovery of not less than 40%. And I would probably argue, if you want to make it a little more favorable to train lovers, let's even set it at 20% fare box recovery, and I guarantee you probably would still not meet that benchmark. And then we can take a look at the line and have a metrics that say, yes, this has failed. And so this amendment adds some accountability to these billion-dollar projects. And when we have a $4 billion surplus, we still have to be fiscally responsible and cut our losses when we see bad tax dollars being used and repurpose them in more effective ways. So members, I would encourage a support of the A16 amendment.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to add on to that, I'm sure most people in this body, if you've been here for a few years, you remember Representative Zerwas, and some of you that are new probably know of him anyway. But he gave a really good speech here a couple years ago regarding the North Star commuter rail. And he talked about how we could buy each rider of the North Star commuter rail, I think it was a $40,000, a Mercedes, I think is what it was. And now we're to the point where we could buy them a Mercedes, we could buy them a boat, we could buy them a snowmobile. A Tesla, they could even upgrade to a Tesla. And maybe even make a down payment on a house for the amount of money that this is losing, especially since COVID and the unrest in Minneapolis that's causing some folks not to want to go back down there and have their employees go back down to Minneapolis. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. There may be some uptick in activity downtown, but I think it's going to be a long time in the coming. So I like what we're trying to do here. Let's mothball this. We have to be willing to say and admit when something isn't working, it's not working. And if we have to pay to get out of it, we're money ahead in the long run. So I support the Koznick amendment to the amendment, and I encourage members to vote green. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment Seeing none, all those in favor of the A61 amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail, and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the underlying A49 amendment, to the author of the amendment, the Minority Leader, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the North Star Commuter Rail Amendment. Basically, this amendment would get rid of North Star Commuter Rail. And I'll talk a little bit about why that's necessary. But before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about trains, because there seems to be a bit of a fascination in this chamber with trains. When I was a kid, I had a train set and used to love to play with it. I consider myself kind of a train nut, actually. Do you remember when I forget which railroad it was, restored a steam locomotive and brought it here to St. Paul? I think it was last summer, if I remember right. Maybe it was the summer before. I went out there and toured it, checked it out. It was very cool. It came through my community, and I went out to the tracks and watched it go by. It was really cool. In fact, recently, within the last couple of years, I bought another train set, and I've got it in my closet. I haven't set it up at home, but someday, maybe when I retire, I will, when I've got more time. But that's how I take care of my train fix. What I don't do is I don't come to this chamber and vote for this crap because I like trains. I actually think that we are stewards of taxpayer dollars and we should make better decisions. And I want to tell you a little bit about what we're getting with our investment into North Star Commuter Rail, because this thing is the loser of all losers. We spend $21 million a year operating this. In 2019, it recovered $2.75 million in fare box recovery, less than 16% fare box recovery. And that was back in 2019, before the pandemic, when it actually had ridership. Pre-pandemic, it ran 72 one-way trips per week. Today, it runs 20 one-way trips per week. It was a failure before the pandemic, and I actually was the one that used to give that speech about the Mercedes. And I can give it just like it was, like, you know, I used to kind of have it in my stump speech when I went out and talked to people about the waste of government. And I used to talk about the fact, I only look at my papers, I can just tell you what it used to be. The subsidy per rider was $22 per person for each one-way trip. And it's a commuter rail, so people are riding from wherever they get on. You know, they get on in Big Lake or Elk River or Anoka or Coon Rapids, wherever. Ride into Minneapolis, go to work, and then ride home. $22 one way. $44 per day per person. That's the public subsidy. That's on top of what they paid for their ticket. And I don't even know. I want to say they maybe pay about $8 for their ticket, something like that. $22 one way, $44 per person per day. Extrapolate that out, you're $800 a month. We could lease a brand new Mercedes for every person that rides that train, pay for all of their gas, and still have money left over. That's how I used to say it. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that things have not gotten better with North Star Commuter Rail. At that time, I'm trying to find the ridership that we were at that time. I want to say we were around 400 people per day. The average ridership in February of 2021 was 37 riders per day. I'm going to use the number 40 riders per day for my numbers, just as an even number. Actually, it was a little less than that. So pre-pandemic subsidies, we already talked about $22 per person per direction. Right now, they are $99 per person per direction, or $198 per person per day, 5 days a week. Think about that. $198 per person is what we spend to get one person. That's just what we spend. They spend a little more than that. To get one person to work and back. $990 a week. Or about $4,000 a month. Take out some time for vacation. We're spending pay attention if you're not. Because this is literally what we are making decisions about spending taxpayer dollars. What we pay currently, right now, for one person to commute to their job for 1 year, $47,520. That's the subsidy for this thing. $47,520 per person for us to operate that train. I wonder if we couldn't get them a helicopter to get back and forth to work. And we can't do better? And what people want are more trains and more trains and more trains. We're going to do the Southwest Light Rail. It's a boondoggle. We're going to do the one up to the North Metro. Boondoggle. Boondoggle, boondoggle, boondoggle. Luckily, the good thing that we do have with these trains is the flexibility. Because if the need moves, all we have to do is pick up the tracks and move it to another route. And we can keep running that. Wait a second. No, we can't do that. That's right. We could, though, with the bus rapid transit, which has a fare box recovery of like 85%. But we're stuck in this boondoggle. I can't wait to find out what the actual percentage of fare box recovery is now with the ridership at what it is right now. My guess is it would be around 4 or 5%, probably a little less than that maybe, 3 or 4%. And I think people in state government would justify this and say, well, we get a good deal though, because we only pay for about a third of that. But our friends in local government are losing money on this as well. Where did I put my numbers? I know Anoka County is losing $6 million per year. Just one county, they're losing $6 million a year. I think Sherburne County around $1.5 million. Somehow I misplaced my numbers here. And those are tax dollars too. What we have here with the obsession of trains in this chamber, I think we should, I wish I had an amendment, first of all, to change the name of this from North Star Commuter Rail to North Star Spectator Train or something, because it serves more of that purpose than it does commuting people back and forth to work. And I think we could also have an amendment here to buy some legislators some model trains so they can get their fix. Because members, we can do better than this. We can do better than a 5% fare box recovery. And we can do better than spending tax dollars at the tune of about $47,500 per person per year to transport somebody to work. Can we? Could we do better than that? I used to work on a golf course, and when something would go wrong, you know, you'd have an irrigation leak or something, or you'd be digging out a hole and it would rain and it would... And anytime something wasn't working properly, we'd always say, shut it down, it's pumping mud. This one should be shut down because it's pumping mud. This is the biggest waste of taxpayer dollars that I could imagine. And I probably shouldn't say that because this is state government. I'm sure that you could prove me wrong a dozen times over with the other boondoggles in this state. But this one is a loser. And for some reason, Democrats in this chamber seem absolutely obsessed with using trains, which I would say is a 19th century solution to a 21st century problem. We very likely, you know, I know that there are cities in this country right now that have driverless cars that you can beckon with your phone and they will come and pick you up and take you somewhere. There's not even a driver in the car. Those exist in Phoenix right now. Today. And we're investing in trains. I'm not anti-transit. I'll support things that make sense. Bus rapid transit is something that I think is cost effective. We've got some really good examples of that. I think the one that runs down towards Apple Valley, if I'm not mistaken, is a really good return on investment for moving people. Those are things we should invest in. But this one, it's time to shut it down. It's pumping mud. So members, this is your opportunity. This amendment will end Southwest Light Rail and get us out of this. Obviously, you know, we need the federal government to forgive that money. Even if they don't, even if we have to spend that money, we will be money ahead, just walking away and paying them back. Instead of continuing to just put wasted dollar after wasted dollar into something so ineffective. This train, and just to give you an idea, we got 30 or 40 people riding it per day. I don't even know what the capacity is. It's way more than 90% empty, probably 95 to 98% empty every day. Nobody's riding it. This is a failed experiment. And don't just think about this one, think about Duluth, okay? Think about Southwest Light Rail. Think about, I can't even remember what the one is up to Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park, Crystal, whatever that one is. Botno Light Rail line. They will have the same result as this one. Let's stop trying to invest in a 19th century solution to a 21st century problem. You're all smarter than that, and I know you can do better. So please vote with me. Let's end this, and let's put this money towards something that would actually effectively and efficiently move people.
Further discussion to the A49 amendment. The member from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very big topic up here, which I believe, Speaker, you are abundantly aware of. I'm actually going to correct the minority leader, and I'm going to do so in this fashion that in January of this year, KSTP reported it was $559 per ride. Not only that, Star Tribune reported it was $794 per ride based on their research. This thing has literally become such a controversial thing because it's I guess as Representative Dowd has said, it's pumping mud. In this case, I don't even know if we can call it that anymore because this thing is costing so much money, and there's no reason we can't put a bus line for the few that use it. Well, by the way, Minority Leader Dowd, it's 96% down in ridership. So 4% is what we're paying for those 20 rides per week. So with that, it's not often I disagree with certain things, but I wanted to make sure we had these numbers correct. You can all look them up. It's clearly out there in both KR 11 and the Star Tribune, or KSTP, I should say, and the numbers are out there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was reminded of former Representative Zerwas's speech when Representative Peggy Scott brought that up. And one of the things that I recall him reminding us is the promised 1.5 lanes of traffic being taken off of US Highway 10. And that clearly didn't happen because of North Star. But do you know what may have done something like that? Technology. Technology, work from home. And why is that working? Because people's lifestyle and work habits are changing. And as Leader Dowd said, when people's lifestyle and work habits change, we have to adapt. But legacy 19th century technology fixed to the ground obviously cannot adapt. It just becomes more obsolete than it was before it even hit the ground. But in a post-COVID era, now that companies and people have recognized the great benefits of being able to work remote, work from home, flexible workforce, they're not going to return. They are not going to return to a crime-ridden Minneapolis, which is where all of these things terminate, right? The hub and spoke model, bringing it down to a crime-ridden city. So one of the things that I was intrigued with the math that Leader Dowd said, $47,000 per person per year. So I wanted to look, what are the updated abilities to be able to purchase vehicles in 2021 based on that price? So I did a search here for $40,000 to $50,000 cars, and I came up with here, right now, this is MSRP. And so obviously we know that prices can come down a little bit below what list price is, but a Nissan Maxima Platinum for $44,000 could be purchased at a savings to the state for what we're subsidizing now. Here it is, a 2021 Lexus can be purchased for each and every person and still have a savings. Oh, here we go. A 2021 Dodge Charger GT could be purchased right now for $43,000, a multi-$1,000 savings than what taxpayers are subsidizing. Let's see here, continuing to scroll down. Oh, a 2021 Acura TLX. That does look very nice. The one I'm looking at here is all black with tinted windows. It is a sharp looking vehicle. Definitely something I would want to be seen in rather than North Star commuter rail. Continuing to scroll down here. Let's see here. There is the 2021 Ford Mustang. That is a vehicle actually I have been interested in since I was in high school. And so here's a 2021. I know the Volvo is generally stereotypical of those in a left-leaning crowd. So you could buy a 2021 Volvo for those who are so inclined. Here's the 2021 Toyota Avalon. And the list goes on and on and on, members. This is just between $40,000 and $50,000. But if we did a query for $50,000 and less, we'd have a tremendous additional number of options. So members, a lane and a half of traffic did not come off Highway 10 because of North Star. It was technology. And people are not going to return. People are going to move further away, as far as they can, away from Minneapolis, because they recognize that there is a higher quality of life to live with elbow room rather than the ring of gunshots in the background. And so, members, we definitely should do what we know is the smartest for all of Minnesotans and swallow the sunk cost that we've already thrown money at and not continue to throw more good money after bad. Members, please vote green on the doubt amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A49, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like trains too. I remember when I was a kid, some of you were kids, there was a TV show here in the Twin Cities about Casey Jones. It was called Lunchtime with Casey. You're a little too young to watch that, Mr. Speaker, but it was a good show. And I was fascinated with trains, and I've been to the train museums. But, you know, you've heard me on this floor talk about trains before, and I did a song, I think it was last year, from Johnny Cash. And there is another Johnny Cash song that sort of inspired me, and it's The Wreck of the Old 97. Well, we could maybe rename that or modernize it or do a reboot and make it The Wreck of the North Star, because it is a wreck. It is a hot mess. And in the business world, if you're losing some huge amounts of money like they are here, do you know what private sector people do? They stop it. They say, hey, this is a failed experiment. We're losing money on this. This is a bad idea. We should not move forward with this. Pull the plug, turn the lights off, walk away, and admit, which is hard to do, Representative Hornstein, it's hard to admit that something is egregiously broken. It takes courage. It takes courage of the people in this chamber and those other people down the hall to admit something doesn't work, and that we as the policymakers here in the state of Minnesota should probably intervene because we're just losing money. It's a giant boat anchor. It is the wreck of the old North Star. And Representative Dowd forgot some of Representative Zerwas's speech, as did Representative Scott. Do you remember when he talked about the promise of development around the stations? We were promised that there would be these great businesses that would pop up. And I remember Representative Zerwas said, and I can't do his voice, so I won't even try. But he said that if you go to the stations, it's nothing but weeds and fields and weeds and fields and weeds and fields. Now, Representative Zerwas's candy drawer is sitting empty now, but I wish he was back here to give us that speech because it was meaningful. Have the courage to say this is a failed experiment, or as Representative Dowd said and Representative Albright says quite a bit, it's shut it down, it's pumping mud. You have the ability to screw up some courage and say, they're right. Let's shut this down. It is the wreck of the old North Star. And I'm voting yes. Representative Dowd, I think that this is a wise and prudent choice to finally raise your hand and say, yeah, not working so much. Vote green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I appreciate this discussion, and I don't dispute some of your figures, perhaps, but generally we agree that there has been a dip in ridership, particularly very significant during the pandemic, as there has been for commuter bus service. The buses that go from the suburbs to downtown, the express buses. This is a result of a 100-year pandemic. And so while there are definitely some challenges here, I would caution against making a permanent decision in the midst of what we are going through right now. And so I know that Metro Transit has cut way back the number of trains, I think, per week. And there are still essential frontline employees using the service. But I'm just very concerned about making a decision now. And so for that reason, I would request a no vote. Clearly, transit ridership will return. It may be slow. We have to monitor the situation. But I just don't think this is the time to make a permanent decision. The second reason I'm concerned is that there are a lot of costs to this. We have to be very careful stewards of the public dollar, as has been mentioned. It's an $83 million cost to the federal government, and they may or may not grant a waiver. It's $53 million for the state of Minnesota. There's bonds that have been let. There's a lot of money that we are going to be owing if we take this decision now. So I think that it's prudent to wait. Let's see what happens. I will not dispute that ridership is, if you look at the graph of ridership, as I did earlier today, it kind of goes up and down. And there are definitely periods where ridership is much better than others. So evaluation, yes, needs to happen. A rash decision in the middle of a pandemic is not responsible. Members, please vote no.
Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Hornstein, I appreciate the comments, but they're a little off, little kernel of truth, but mostly off. We're basing these numbers and this analysis on pre-pandemic. In 2018, it was a great economy, and the North Star still was failing on their own numbers to achieve the ridership that Minnesotans were promised. In fact, in 2018, ridership was down almost 1% and has hardly climbed that much in the previous years either. And so this isn't a knee-jerk reaction. It just happens to be that with the pandemic, it becomes so much more pronounced and concerning and obvious. We have $4 billion deficit. We're proposing $1.6 billion in new taxes and revenue in your transportation bill. And we'll talk about the bill in general. We're going to talk about the bill, but what this attempts to do and what is missing in a lot of the bill is refining and reinventing the transportation system. We're not going to get the commuter riders to come back very quickly, but I would argue hardly ever at all. There was a story in NPR our good friend from the University of Minnesota and the Transportation Board that both you and I sit on, acknowledged the fact that businesses have realized that people can work from home and be just as productive or more productive than traveling to an urban core and still get their work done. And so that we need to reinvent and reimagine transportation and the needs. We need to shift resources to where people want to be, and we admit that some of the ABRT looks to be promising. But these commuter trains, Northstar has proven miserable, and it's not going to come back to the numbers pre-pandemic for years. And so your concerns about cost, finally to be concerned about it, is welcome to the party, but you're a little late. And so I think it's the prudent thing to do is to take this amendment. We're asking for a waiver, so it's not imminent, but the council needs to ask for a waiver. We could get our congressional delegation to work for the state of Minnesota and get behind this. And we'll iron out how to stop the bleeding. That's all this does. Representative Hornstein, by taking this amendment and getting rid of this boondoggle, mothballing Northstar, it provides us more revenue to do some of your other multimodal transit buses in areas that people are actually utilizing and going to. But we know with things that have transpired, it's not downtown Minneapolis anymore. So members, Representative Doubt, thank you for working with me on this and taking up this amendment. And I encourage a green vote. Thank you, members.
The author of the amendment, the minority leader, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I didn't realize I was going to spur such a debate here on this issue, although it is important, and I appreciate Representative Meckland and others. Yes, I'm aware of that story. I used the most conservative numbers, which are just simply the operating costs. I did not put in the capital costs, which is what they did in that KSTP story. If I wanted this to sound outrageous, the KSTP story says that we're spending in subsidy when you put the capital and the operating cost on it. We're spending about $1,100 per day per person. You know, I actually am using the more conservative numbers because I want to be realistic about this, and I'm not trying to, believe it or not, I'm not trying to make this sound grand. I'm actually trying to be conservative about my numbers. If I was trying to sound grand, it's, what is that, $6 grand a week? Or, you know, 24 grand a month? You know, now you can buy houses for people. We could just pay them to stay home. You take the capital cost and the operating cost, we can literally pay people to stay home and save money. Is that our role? Instead, and I'd appeal to my friends who on the other side of the aisle who might be a little more progressive than I, or a lot more progressive than I maybe. We're not even subsidizing low-income people here. These are middle and upper middle income people that are riding this train from the exurbs. You know, like these people don't need a subsidy. But by us making this decision, we're forcing our partners to have to continue to pay for this loser. Just one of them, I did find those numbers, and I apologize, I just didn't have it highlighted. So I couldn't see it here without my glasses. Of that operating subsidy, the losses every year, Anoka County, 6.3 million. The Met Council share, 7.7 million. Anoka County, one county, has a share of this almost as great as the state. MnDOT's share, 1.4 million. Sherburne County, 1.54 million. Hennepin County, 1.44 million. The current farebox recovery, 3.25%. when we get 85% fare box recoveries on bus rapid transit, a successful one, or more. Some of them I think are even more than that. That might be the average. We can't shut this down because we'd have to pay stuff off, right? There's debt service. No, folks, this is the loss that we're taking on this thing. We need to cut our losses. Have you heard that term before? Cut your losses? I'll just give you an example here. Anoka County is paying $2.2 million in debt service every year. But I just told you they've got $6.3 million in operating cost losses. I'm sure they would love it if we would shut this thing down and just let them pay off the rest of the debt at $2.2 million. Because right now they're paying 6.3, it would go down to 2.2, and we're serving, I don't know, we're only serving 30 to 40 people a day on this thing. My guess is maybe less than half of those are from Anoka County. But we are forcing Anoka County to take that huge loss every year because we don't make a decision. So Representative Hornstein, while I respect your wanting to say, well, let's just wait and see what happens, we are losing money. When I say shut it down, it's pumping mud. It's losing money every single day at an outrageous clip. This isn't a matter of let's just wait. We're just going to lose more money. How much money do we have to lose on this thing for us to finally realize it was a mistake? Would Representative Hornstein yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hornstein, this was a Republican governor that signed this thing. So I'm not going to... was this thing a mistake? Do you admit right now that this thing was a mistake?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the mistake early on was not going to St. Cloud. And there is still a possibility that this could happen. Transit is successful when it is frequent. Mr. Speaker, I think that's inappropriate. Transit is successful when you have two different endpoints that people are going to travel on that have significant population and that we use the service. Transit is successful when it's frequent and reliable. So yes, there are mistakes that were made on this, I believe early on, Leader Dowd, and I think one of the key mistakes was ending in Big Lake, for example. And you know, members, we have one train going northbound to Big Lake from downtown Minneapolis that leaves at 6 in the morning. I know that because I took it. I don't drive. I was invited to this wonderful group of folks that I go to their meetings frequently, the I-94 Coalition. The way to get from Minneapolis there early in the morning is that one train that leaves at 6 in the morning. So we have to do a much better job of planning these routes. But I think right now it's just too early. We're in a pandemic. We're in a crisis. It's not the time to make this type of decision.
The Minority Leader, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hornstein. And I know, it's tough to admit, and I think it also demonstrates kind of the fascination with trains in this chamber. I can't defend this thing. I don't think anybody in here can defend this thing. It's horrible. It's the worst. You want to put it to St. Cloud? The study that was commissioned in September 30th, 2019 said at best, it literally says best case, through rail service from and to St. Cloud, you might capture 175 more riders. And this was pre-pandemic numbers. And what would the capital cost be to put this thing? I mean, it's a loser. It's a loser. And this, I hope people at home are paying attention, because the mistake isn't that we didn't make it big enough. The mistake is that we did it at all. And that's what we heard. I asked, was this a mistake? Well, the mistake was we didn't make it big enough. We didn't go far enough. We should have gone further. We should have had more trains, bigger cars. No, nobody wants to ride it. I met a woman in Minneapolis a week ago. I was there for a meeting, and I knew that she rode that train. And I said, are you still riding the train? And she said, yep. She said, there's about 30 people a day on it. And she said, you know what? I actually much preferred the bus before the train started. She liked the bus better. And she wishes they would go back to the bus. She's one of those people. So no, we're not gonna, this thing doesn't make itself solvent by going to St. Cloud. Their own study shows that. It's a waste. The thing's a waste right now, and we should stop wasting our own money on it, our taxpayers' dollars on it, and we should stop forcing our partners, the counties along the route, to waste their money on it. We would be money ahead to shut it down right now. Let's sell the rolling stock. We'll continue to pay off the debt, and we're going to save a ton of money. And Frank, you can do whatever you want with that money, and I'll support it, as long as it doesn't include a train. You put it in bus rapid transit, I'll support it. I'll vote for it on this floor, because that's effective. That's what we should be spending this money on. But let's not miss an opportunity here. Let's not wait another day or another week or another year or 5 more years. This thing doesn't get better. It only gets worse. So let's not miss an opportunity to shut this thing down today. Please vote in favor of this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members who are voting remotely, please vote. Will the chief clerk please read the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Anderson.
Anderson, aye.
Anderson, aye. Baker.
Baker, aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, aye. Bow.
Oh, aye.
Bow, aye. Davids.
David's votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, nay.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Frankie.
Frankie, aye.
Frankie, aye. Freiberg.
Freiberg votes no.
Freiberg, no. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Haley. Haley, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Jordan, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
Donald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and aye.
Nelson, N. aye. Pulowski.
Pulowski, no.
Pulowski, no. Pearson. Pearson. Sandsted. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Walgamot.
Walgamot, no.
Walgamot, no. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, no.
Zhang Ti, no. Pearson. Pearson.
The clerk will close the roll.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson votes aye.
61 ayes.
There being 61 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinrich moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A33.
The author of the amendment, Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Cagle had a bill that was never heard in committee, but is now in the bill here before us today. The gas tax would automatically rise each year before September 1st by determining the inflation in the National Highway Construction Cost Index. Members, my amendment would require a statewide voter referendum on indexing the gas tax for automatic annual increases. Please vote green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A33 amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I spoke earlier about some of the issues with referenda as a way to address public policy issues. I stand by them in this amendment, and it would ask for a no vote.
Further discussion to the A33 amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative Koznick. Further discussion to the A33 amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
Aye.
No.
The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A56.
The author of the amendment, Representative Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would request a roll call.
Representative Rasmussen requests a roll call vote. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After college, I moved to Minneapolis and had the privilege of being a constituent of Representative Hornstein. I was the rare conservative in Uptown. I would occasionally call and email Representative Hornstein with my input on public policy issues, and he always got back to me, sometimes with a phone call. Even though we often respectfully disagreed on public policy, I very much appreciated his responsiveness. Following Representative Hornstein's example of being responsive to constituents, I'm offering the A56 amendment today. The A56 amendment would require the Department of Public Safety to reopen the Fergus Falls Driver's Exam Center, which has been closed since March of 2020, initially closed in response to COVID. This extended closure has left the district I represent with many challenges. Arterial County has almost 60,000 residents and covers more than 2,200 square miles, but currently does not have a driver's exam center. Today, many of my constituents need to travel 100 miles round trip to get to the nearest exam center. This closure has had a major impact on workers who need CDL or school bus licenses to access job opportunities, creating barriers to employment. I also got a call from a family with 2 working parents. The mother told me that they couldn't afford to take the day off of work to bring their teenage daughter the 100-mile round trip to have her driver's exam. I also got a call from a man who needed to complete DWI retesting to get his driver's license back and to get back on his feet. he couldn't find a ride to the exam center, again, a 100-mile round-trip journey. The front desk has distributed a letter I received from local community leaders detailing the importance of reopening the center. I would encourage members to take a look at the letter. Mr. Speaker and members, the closure of this center and others across the state is putting an undue burden on our communities and citizens. I know that Otter Tail County is not unique in needing a driver's exam center reopened. So I would encourage us to put this amendment in the Transportation Omnibus as a placeholder for conferees to address and for the administration to address in conference committee. I have overall been relatively impressed with the responsiveness of agencies when dealing with my inquiries as a legislator. However, my community and I have reached out to the Department of Public Safety for a status update on this driver's exam center, and we have yet to receive a response. I know other members in this chamber share my frustrations. This amendment is a friendly reminder to the agency that they need to be responsive to this legislature and the communities we represent. Mr. Speaker and members, if I haven't yet convinced you of the importance of passing this amendment today, Otter Tail County has decided to up the ante. The front desk has distributed an additional letter from the chair of the Otter Tail County Board of Commissioners. Otter Tail County has pledged to unofficially recognize the Fergus Falls Driver's Exam Center as the Frank Hornstein Driver's Exam Center once it is reopened. I told the commissioners that it was a bit ironic to name a driver's exam center after an individual who's known for not driving, but nonetheless, members, Otter Tail County wishes to recognize Chair Hornstein's impact on transportation policy. Mr. Speaker and members, I humbly ask for your support on this amendment. Let's put a marker in this bill to address reopening driver's exam centers across the state for the conference committee. Let's send a message to the Department of Public Safety that they need to be responsive to this issue facing our communities. Members, with your support, I look forward to inviting each of you to the grand reopening of the Frank Hornstein Driver's Exam Center. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the A56 amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I wish you could see me smiling through this mask, Representative Rasmussen. That was actually wonderful. I do really appreciate your comments on your time in Uptown, and I also want to commend you for being very responsive to your constituents. And this is exactly the kind of information that we need to make good decisions. And we're getting it not just from Representative Rasmussen members. I mean, this is common. I get those concerns too. And so the reminder to the agency is wholly appropriate. We heard quite a bit of testimony on this, particularly from DVS, over the course of the session. We take an initial step in this bill of making sure that at least you can have access to a driver testing station in an adjacent county, and I recognize that still is a burden for many people. But that is in the bill as an initial step. We need to continue, as you say correctly, to figure out a way to take a comprehensive approach to this issue. I think we need to be looking at not just Otter Tail County, but several other counties. I think Koochiching is in the same position. So I give you this commitment, Representative Rasmussen, that as we have a provision to expand this service, as you point out, needs to be, or actually not even expanded, preserved. We need to preserve this service, particularly in Greater Minnesota, especially in Greater Minnesota. I will oppose the amendment simply because it's just one county. I think we need to take a comprehensive approach. I'm very committed to bringing that approach to the conference committee. I know there's some language on the Senate side. We have language on this, so in the conference committee we call this same and similar. And I'm committed to continuing to work with you. And I really want to get up to Otter Tail County. I want to commend you for your efforts, but you know, I'll say on a related or maybe not related, but still it's related because it's Fergus Falls. Fergus Falls as a community has done some really exemplary work on bringing people together on issues of diversity, on inclusion. I'm aware of some meetings that have taken place. I think the Attorney General was up there prior to the pandemic, and it's just a community that I think is so wonderful, and I would be honored to go up there and visit not only the people that are interested in DVS, but the broader community as well. So thank you so much. I'm sorry that we won't be taking this amendment today, but I'm very committed to continuing our work together to address this important issue.
The author of the amendment, the member from Arterial, Representative Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate Chair Hornstein's commitment to working with both myself and other members on this important issue. As Chair Hornstein mentioned, the Senate Transportation Bill actually has Fergus Falls included as a required reopening, in addition to a number of other locations, both in the metro and around the state of Minnesota. And so I look forward to working on that issue with Chair Hornstein and others. And members, this is a broad issue. It's an important issue. A driver's license, being able to take an exam, is about being able to access the world, find a job, get to school, and it's just so important. So, members, thank you for the time on this issue today, and I would appreciate your support.
Seeing no further discussion on the 856 amendment, the clerk will take the roll.
Oh, boy. Hang on, Ken, I gotta...
Members who are voting remotely, please vote. Will the chief clerk please read the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Anderson.
Anderson, aye.
Anderson, aye. Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, aye. Bull.
I would say
Bull.
Bull, aye.
Bull, aye. Davids. Davids.
David votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney. Davney.
Dabney votes no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Frankie.
Frankie, aye.
Frankie, aye. Freiberg.
Freiberg votes no.
Freiberg, no. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Haley. Haley, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Jordan, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Mason. Mason, no. McDonald.
Donald, yes. Aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and aye.
Nelson, N, aye. Pulowski.
Pulowski, no.
Pulowski, no. Pearson. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Sandsted. Sandsted. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Walgamont. Walgamont, no. Zhang Ti. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, no.
Zhang Ti, no. Sandsted. Sandsted.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kosnick moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A45.
The member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you again, members. And Mr. Speaker, the A45 talks about a very important issue as we're talking about transit in the recent amendments. Chair Hornstein, I appreciate working with you on this. Representative Elkins is over across the room here. We talked a little bit at the beginning of session about the critical issue of transit security. We're investing billions of dollars in our transit system, some of it very controversial, others not as much. But what should not be controversial is that somebody getting on our bus or light rail should have the expectation of being able to ride to where they need to go without being the next victim of a violent crime, witnessing bad behavior, drug dealing, and a variety of other issues that we know are on our transit system. I am proud of the work that we've done over the last 2 years. There is a provision in here, and I'm under no illusion, and neither should you be, that the provision that's in the bill will solve our transit security issues. It is a step forward to have more people on our transit system monitoring that the riders are safe, and those that are on our transit systems are there for transportation and transit services and nothing else. I think it's a right step to go into the administrative citations so that we can hopefully make sure that the fare has been paid. We talked about fare box recovery, and set new expectations. Right now, we know that there's not a lot of people riding our transit system because of the pandemic, and that's okay. But this gives us an opportunity to reset expectations of what our transit system is used for. And so I offered the A45 amendment that actually is much more close to what was agreed upon by a previous member in a bipartisan manner with myself. And it looks like the Senate is kind of starting to take notice and has taken notice of this critical issue. Unfortunately, they were slow to get on the bus, so to say, last year. But these important safety measures include having a code of conduct, having more monitoring, making sure that the police complement is not reduced, but enhanced with some customer service agents or fare inspectors, and then a variety of other safety measures. And so, members, I offer this because it's going to be an important discussion as we head into conference committee. And if you agree that riders should be able to get on the light rail or ride the bus without getting kicked in the face, a rock thrown at them, pulled by the hair, and this also, by the way, provides security for those that are operating the buses and the trains. And so if you agree that that is not controversial and that should be a basic expectation when you use our transit system, because if you don't, and you think it's okay to have that happen, I'm not sure why we're investing in our transit system anymore because nobody will continue to ride it. So members, I'd ask for your support on the A45 amendment. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Elkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Kosnick, I have to say this is we've had a productive working relationship discussing the provisions of the underlying bill this year, and I think we had an excellent conversation, discussion of the underlying bill in the Transportation Committee also, where we discussed many of the issues that are reflected in this amendment before passing the bill 15-1 from the Transportation Committee this year. What I would just say, I'll keep this short, is that by and large, I think that the amendment is superfluous because it requires that Metro Transit do a couple of things that it's actually already doing. So it requires that they post a code of conduct, for example, and they're already doing that. It requires them to install additional security cameras in the trains and at the stations. They're already doing that. And then, paradoxically, it would require Metro Transit to establish staffing levels in terms of both sworn and non-sworn personnel. But then at the same time, the amendment also takes $2 million away from the Metro Transit Police and gives it to other regional law enforcement agencies with whom the Metro Transit already enjoys mutual aid conduct. So again, this is, I understand this is completely offered in good faith, and the discussions have been productive. But I would recommend a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Kosnick.
Members vote green. Or excuse me, we'll just do a voice vote. Please support the amendment.
I'm sorry, Representative Kosnick, would you please repeat that?
Okay, I will repeat it. I would request a roll call. change my mind
Representative Kosnick requests a roll call. There are 15 hands. There will be a roll call.
And members, please vote green.
Further discussion to the A45 amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Members who are voting remotely, please vote.
Oh, shut up.
Will the chief clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Anderson.
Anderson, aye.
Anderson, aye. Baker.
Baker, aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, aye. Bow.
Oh, aye.
Bow, aye. Davids.
David's votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Daphne, no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Erickson. Erickson. Frankie.
Frankie, aye.
Frankie, aye. Freiberg.
Freiberg votes no.
Freiberg, no. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Russell, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Haley. Haley, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Johnson.
Johnson, aye.
Johnson, aye. Jordan.
No.
Jordan, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, I. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N. I. Pearson. Pearson. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Stevenson.
Stevenson, no.
Stevenson, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Walgamot. Walgamot, no. Zhang Ti.
Jung T, no.
Zhang Ti, no. Erickson.
Erickson, I.
Erickson, aye. Pearson. Pearson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. I will remind members to please keep themselves muted unless they are speaking. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kosnick moves to amend House File Number 1684, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A32.
The author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, members. The A32 has to deal with environmental issues in our cars and standards that will be imposed upon us. And I raised this amendment and this issue. We've heard a lot from so many auto dealers, truck service companies in my district, interstate trucking. But I want to call your attention to this because I'm pretty sure the department is listening, and we want you to know that we're here on behalf of our constituents that have real concerns about the legislature in Minnesota being subject to the legislature in California. And I'm going to try something. You might have heard this song, "The leaves are all brown and the sky is gray." I've been for a walk on a winter's day. I'd be safe and warm if I was in LA. California dreaming. Why would we subject Minnesotans to the whims of lawmakers in California? And the ironic part is there are more federally designated polluted areas in the state of California, and Minnesota has none. And so members and the administration that's listening, the public, please let them know that you do not want to be subject to California regulations that will increase your cost on vehicle ownership, and that you want your representatives, your senators, to make those decisions on how we can best meet our environmental needs. It is the role of the legislature to set those standards. We're here to do that work, and there's no reason why we should be subject to another state's standards, and the administration is using rulemaking to make us irrelevant again, and it's actually pretty absurd. So please let them know, members of the public. We had comment period, and we are aware of this issue. Representative Hornstein, we've talked about it in committee a little bit, but we'll have to withdraw this amendment because it does introduce a little bit of new language, and so I recognize that it's not necessarily in order, but we are listening to you, and we want to represent you and not have lawmakers in Sacramento or LA making decisions for us here in St. Paul.
Representative Koznick withdraws the A32 amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended.
Third reading, House File Number 1684, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the underlying bill. The member from Hennepin, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would first like to thank Chair Hornstein, Vice Chair Cagle, and staff for all the work that went into developing the Transportation Omnibus Bill. I'm proud to support House File 1684 and want to take a moment to lift up some of the equity provisions in the bill. Provisions like Rep. Becker-Finn's House File 336, the Driver's License Suspension Reform Bill. Across the nation, more and more states have recognized the harm caused by debt-based license suspension on low-income communities, individuals that are Black, Indigenous, and other drivers of color for minor infractions. It's a practice that is counterproductive and undercuts economic growth. This is a bill that moves us in the direction of addressing a form of economic inequality, addressing racial disparities in the criminal justice system, and reducing punitive police-civilian encounters. I also want to lift up House File 646, Representative Lee's bill, that will require the Met Council to take into consideration air quality when determining the prioritization for deploying buses with the lowest emissions. No one should face worse health outcomes by virtue of their zip code or the color of their skin. We have a lot of work to do to ensure environmental justice for all. I want to lift up Rep. Winkler's House File 1163, Driver's Licenses for All. This is a bill that would make roads safer for everyone. It benefits families and the economy, and it's also a tool to help alleviate labor shortages. The Safe Routes to School program is another important piece of legislation I wanted to lift up, as well as the provision related to right-sizing contracts to remove barriers for small BIPOC businesses and women-owned businesses. Finally, I want to lift up House File 2169, a bill for a grant to reconnect Rondo for the project development of the Rondo Land Bridge freeway lid over Interstate 94. The story of Rondo is one of a thriving Black cultural center. It's been described as the heartbeat of St. Paul's Black community and was home to more than 85% of St. Paul's Black community. The community was thriving, and even in the midst of the brutality of government-sanctioned discrimination, a Black middle class emerged. The story of Rondo is also a story of pain, trauma, and heartbreaking loss. It's a story of government-sponsored destruction and injustice. The decision to run I-94 through the heartbeat of the Black community in St. Paul was not an accident. It was an intentional policy decision. It was by design. There was another route available through an underutilized industrial area to the north, but the decision was made to devastate St. Paul's middle class, Black middle class. And in that experience, Rondo is not unique, as across the US, there were BIPOC neighborhoods plowed through for federally funded highways. Behind the 700 homes and 300 businesses destroyed in Rondo were real people and families. The trauma of that loss was further deepened by the fact that Black homeowners and business owners in Rondo were paid pennies on the dollar for their homes and for their businesses, wiping out their equity and wealth. It's estimated that over $270 million were lost for property owners, generational wealth extinguished. To add insult to that injury, there was no comprehensive plan or services to help families or businesses relocate. There was no safety net extended to impact families of Rondo, with full knowledge that government-sanctioned and sponsored racially discriminatory redlining practices and racial covenants cut off options for the Black community. In addition to righting historical wrongs, this bill provides an opportunity to benefit the public health by reducing air and noise pollution, and it also provides a pathway to recovering taxable land. We know that the decisions of the past that destroyed the Rondo community cannot be undone. We must acknowledge the historic legacy of discrimination in our transportation system and the policy decisions that sanction the destruction of the Ronville community. This land bridge is an opportunity to not only physically reconnect, but would stand as a monument to restorative justice and a chance to begin the healing of what was lost, an opportunity to building a transportation system to promote health, equity, and access for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill and thank Chair Hornstein and Vice Chair Cagle for including robust transit and active transportation provisions in this bill. It is critical we address the climate crisis. To meet the important vehicle miles travel reduction goal in this bill, we must provide more people, more alternatives, so they aren't forced to drive so many miles. Many of our daily trips can be made without a car if we have safe and convenient facilities to move about by biking or walking. I bet many have noticed that people are biking and walking more. Bike shops statewide are selling everything they can get their hands on. The country's largest bike tool manufacturer, located in Oakdale, Minnesota, expects stronger than ever business to last at least through 2021. The country's largest bike parts wholesale business, located in Bloomington, has 600 employees and is adding staff and weekend shifts. E-bikes sales have been growing 100% a year for the last 3 to 4 years. People all over the state want walking and biking to be safe and convenient. Communities and businesses recognize bicycle and pedestrian facilities as essential infrastructure needed to sustain growth and attract and retain residents and employees. I am pleased to see all the active transportation provisions in this bill, especially funds for the active transportation program, safe routes to school, bicycle traffic law to strengthen safety for people who bike, the new Pedal Minnesota specialty vehicle plates, requiring MnDOT to maintain the latest pedestrian bicycle facility design standards and provide technical assistance to our cities and counties, establishing an active Transportation Advisory Council, and the Work Zone Safety Pilot Program Advisory Group provisions to help protect our construction workers. And lastly, I'm glad we were able to include phase 2 of our asset management performance measurement provisions that have had bipartisan authorship over the years. I appreciate MnDOT's effort to help develop the language that is now included in the bill. We ought to do all we can to help make using transit, biking, and walking the easiest choice and the best way to move around our entire state. Our health, environment, and economy will be better for all of us because of this bill. This transportation bill is the right approach at the right time. I ask for your support.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Early on during the discussion today, many hours ago, there was talk about the viability of the gas tax in Minnesota being a dependable source into the future. We also talked about the reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. And a couple of comments I wrote down from Representative Elkins. He mentioned that the gas tax seemed to be withering away and that electric vehicles will gradually replace internal combustion vehicles in Minnesota and I assume around the country. You know, I don't quite agree with that. I think the gas tax is here to stay. It's a fair way to assess costs to maintain our system. And you know, our trucks and the medium duty trucks and the pickups will always be running on gas and diesel fuel. And I'd remind my colleagues that talking about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the quickest way we can do that, Madam Speaker, is to move to an E15 standard with our regular gasoline in Minnesota. It would be the equivalent of taking hundreds of thousands of vehicles off the road, going from E10 to E15. It is the quickest and fastest way to make a measurable difference in our environmental quality here in Minnesota. And if we're going to be going to electric vehicles, and I agree they're coming, but let the market dictate how fast they come and when they come. If General Motors is going to have 25 electric vehicles on their showroom floors in a couple of years, that's the market dictating that. Let the market do that. And the carbon fuel standard and the California clean car standards, I think, are works that the legislature should be doing. And with those comments, I cannot support this bill this evening, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Elkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had a lot of talk this afternoon about autopilots, but the fact of the matter is that currently our state highway revenues are on autopilot, and they're gradually declining, and they're about to take a nosedive into the sea. And we can't wait any longer to start addressing that problem. And this bill is a good start on that way, with at least indexing the current levels of the gas tax so that they are no longer, that we're at least able to hold up with construction cost inflation is a key role. So it's autopilot that we're on right now, and this will help us get us off the autopilot into the sea that we're on. So thank you very much.
The member from Anoka, Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to start off by thanking the chair, Mr. Frank Hornstein, for being a fair chair. I do have a couple issues with the committee this year. Why weren't any of these tax increases included in Transportation Committee discussions? I sure wish we would have had more time to chat about the tax provisions that are in this bill, but specifically, Mr. Chair Ornstein, I wanted to thank you for hearing a bill that was very important to my committee or community, I'm sorry, or being willing to hear it. We didn't end up having to hear it, but it included a very important provision, a safety provision for the city of Anoka, my hometown. I also just want to thank Representative Petersburg for your insights and mentorship through my sophomore first part of session here. And I'll move on to, it seems like this bill is really doubling down on some harmful policies and overtaxation. And I think one of the best examples of that is a conversation we heard here on the floor between Minority Leader Doubt and Chair Hornstein, talking about the North Star to St. Cloud. If I remember right, Representative Doubt asked about the North Star debacle and, if it was a mistake in the first place. And we heard an answer of actually what we didn't do was we didn't do enough. This is the same type of thing I seem to hear from the other side all the time. What's the problem with socialism? Well, we didn't do it enough. Marxism, communism, if we'd only done it more, if we'd had the right people in charge, we could have done it. We could have made it work if we'd have doubled down. Members, overtaxing Minnesotans will not grow revenue over the long term either. We're talking about one-time money. A lot of this, overtaxing Minnesotans is not going to do the trick. Representative Gruenhagen had some great points, and it's frustrating sometimes that, listening to Representative Gruenhagen trying to educate the other side on economic realities. But I'll tell you what, members, if you were to take a graph of the different societies and makeups of how governments have worked throughout the modern era, and drew a line, you would find that the greater the freedom, the greater the wealth. And the greater the government, the greater the poverty, members. Freedom is a three-legged stool: economic, religious, and political freedom. This bill, we're dealing with a lot of the economic freedoms. If we want to do better, members, we cannot overtax Minnesotans, overregulate Minnesotans. We won't grow revenue over the long term with that. People will just simply leave for a better place. And with that, members, that's all I got. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for including a provision that I've been working on to address the environmental justice concerns that we have and address some of the equity issues we have in the state of Minnesota. Madam Speaker, we know that motor vehicles account for about half of all carbon monoxide and hydrocarbon emissions in Minnesota. These emissions can contribute to health problems, including respiratory issues, heart conditions, and an elevated risk of cancer. Studies have shown that long-term exposure to traffic-related pollution significantly increases the risk of asthma in children. While buses have generally been viewed as a more environmentally friendly transportation option due to the fact that they can help reduce the number of cars on the road by carrying a large number of people, they still contribute to emissions that impact air quality, particularly in cities. I am proud, as Representative Richardson have mentioned, that there's a provision in the bill to direct the Metropolitan Council to work with the Commissioner of the Pollution Control Agency to identify areas with poor air quality, categorize its bus fleet, and deploy its lowest emission buses on routes that serve these poor air quality locations. Madam Speaker and Mr. Chair, thank you. This bill is this provision and this bill is especially needed as we consider the long-term impact of exposure to air pollution and the increased risk of dying from COVID-19. Thank you very much.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Hornstein, you and I over the years have certainly shared a very cordial and professional relationship. I still recall the time that you took rapid transit down to Shakopee, and we shared a very enlightening lunch at the Perkins in Shakopee. I'm also reminded that early on in the conversation this afternoon, you and I also share a fondness for John Mellencamp and for his work. I thought it was kind of fitting. You know, we oftentimes, when we think of his work, we think of Jack and Diane and other songs that hit the top 20. But he was also kind of he touched on a number of issues, and some of his songs kind of hit home for your transportation bill this afternoon. He had songs that had titles such as "Hit the Road, Jack," and "Gearhead," and "Street Walk" and "Streetlights." But he also had a few other tunes that I want you to think about as you move this bill forward. "Dream Killing Town," "Eden is Burning," and the final one, "Do you think that's fair?" Members, one of this body's main priorities is making sure our roads are safe for all Minnesotans. We have to fund our roads and bridges. But that being said, a $1.6 billion transportation-related tax increase would be wholly insensitive for this body to be raising transportation-related taxes and the attendant fees on Minnesotans at a time when our families and businesses have already sacrificed so much. I took a look at the $350 million gas tax and also the $1 billion light rail tax hike. And that would hit Minnesotans of all income levels, but it would especially hurt those households of low income. They'd feel a 5-cent per gallon increase really, really acutely. That's real money that we're taking out of their pockets every time they go to the gas station to fuel up their car. It's been said, and I heard the chair say 1% or 0.5% might not seem small, but when we tax a family who's been struggling already to make ends meet, that metro area sales tax increase becomes an even more difficult burden. And more than that, these hundreds of millions of dollars in other taxes and fees are going to hurt our small businesses. Small businesses in every industry in the state of Minnesota would be hit with yet another fee when trying to run a business. It's particularly poignant and I think really troublesome in light of the current COVID circumstances. You know, not only does House File 1684 tax Minnesotans more, but your party is also trying to control their behaviors. You know, if you want to talk about onerous mandates for electrical vehicles and how they'll hurt Minnesotans when they go to buy a car, it's also going to hurt our auto dealers based upon the floor plans that they have put together with their dealers and their manufacturers. You can't mandate market forces. It has never worked before. The provision requiring that MnDOT have a policy to get Minnesotans to reduce their driving miles by 20%. How does that work? And I think anybody listening to this or having read through your proposal would find that really, really troubling. These schemes only drive up the cost, and they're going to make it more difficult to do business in this state. Members, at a time when so many are struggling, we cannot make our state a more expensive place to live, work, raise a family, or start a new business. As has been said countless times, our state is not without money. We have a $4 billion surplus. There is no reason to add burden, or quite honestly, add insult to injury. These funds would be wisely spent on funding our roads and bridges and make them safer. Let's not call on Minnesotans to sacrifice anymore. I urge all you to join me in sending a message to our constituents in every one of our districts who are going to ask, why are you taking more money out of my pocket? Let's not raise their taxes. Let's give them opportunities to recover and to restart their lives and their businesses. Let's support the pocketbooks of every Minnesota family, as well as our business community. Let's vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Hornstein, for allowing me to speak in support of the Transportation Omnibus Bill. I represent East Side and the North End of the City of St. Paul, and many of my constituents will be deeply impacted by the transit spending proposed in House File 1684. My district is one of the more underserved areas in the state of Minnesota, and with limited access to certain essential needs, such as public transit. But obviously, this bill is bigger than just my district. All across Minnesota, millions of people use public transit as their primary mode of transportation. This issue goes well beyond just getting around our cities. It's integral to building equity and justice for working class people, and especially communities of color who have been historically left out by systematic design. Public transit reduces the social and economic inequalities by enhancing mobility for residents. This means the ability to find and get a job, buy groceries, or take a child to daycare. It also frees up household funds to be used in other ways because, as we all know, purchasing, operating, and maintaining a car is incredibly expensive. I'm also passionate about climate change and climate justice. I believe that climate change is the existential crisis of our generation. As a matter of environmental responsibility, we must work harder to create safe, fast, and climate-friendlier alternatives to driving and reduce the emissions that come with it. Electric cars are great, but for many of my neighbors and community members, buying an electric car is not a viable option. Many in my community live paycheck to paycheck. So investment and expansion of public transit ensures that we can all easily contribute to meaningful carbon reduction and ensure accessible transportation for underserved communities. In particular, I'm a fan of buses and bus rapid transit. BRT provides more flexibility than light rail. If the needs or hours of use change, we can easily adjust bus schedules. Additionally, buses can operate on exclusive lanes along major corridors and then branch out to cover more territory as the destinations approach. That means a better chance of getting closer to where people live and work. Plus, BRT can be phased in gradually and expanded through community effort over time. Finally, BRT has all of the conveniences and amenities that make light rail so appealing. Convenient, accessible bus shelters, benches, lighting, and ticket vending machines. These facilities make it easy to take the bus, and when something's easy, you actually use it. As a body, I believe that should be our goal: convenient, reliable, and usable public transit. That's why I support House File 1684, and I encourage you all to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin this evening also by thanking Chair Hornstein, Vice Chair Cagle, and the Transportation Committee for recognizing the growing need for transportation and transit investments in our suburban districts. These needs are based on a variety of areas. I appreciate your focus on public safety, safe crossings for pedestrian walkability, trail connections, safety for those who enjoy cycling, safe roads, and safe rail crossings. Acknowledging that transportation and transit are necessary for our economic development, access to jobs. It's important for our employees who reside within our suburbs, but it's equally important for those who come into our communities for good paying employment. And we need to meet the growing suburban business workforce needs. Workforce retention is something that we hear constantly from our businesses. Safe, consistent, and reliable transit is key for our economic health. Ability for customers and employees to safely, conveniently, and affordably reach our local businesses. This is critical for their ongoing vitality. Reliable transit is necessary for our families and community to reach the vital services they need. Connections to work, to medical appointments, and now more than ever to get to their COVID-19 vaccine appointments. Parks, schools, and even, as was mentioned earlier, going to the grocery store so that they can put food on their table. Post-pandemic, we hope to be returning to the airport via transit, sports stadiums, the convention center, and the rich array of performance venues. I just want to thank you again for listening to the suburban communities. This bill is important to addressing our needs, to get our goods to market, our people to work and school, to alleviate congestion, and to save time and money for our businesses and our greater community. Thank you again, Chair Hornstein and committee members. I'll end where Chair Hornstein began today. Infrastructure is a pathway out of our economic struggles. I renew my support for this bill, and members, I ask you to vote yes on House File 1684. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Agbagje.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to add my support to this transportation bill. By investing in everything from rapid bus transit to bike lanes, this bill not only alleviates traffic congestion, but it also increases access to well-paying jobs and recreation. As one of my constituents told me, not everyone has a car, but everyone deserves to get where they are going. This bill puts us on that path. As a transit rider myself, I understand how important it is to be able to move around the dense and hectic metro area quickly and efficiently. This bill also shows Minnesota is serious about remedying the problems of destructive highway placements in the past, starting with the Rondo neighborhood. However, this is not just a metro issue. Public transit connects and develops our rural communities by bringing people together and providing more employment opportunities. In addition, I support this bill because it works to make our bus fleet completely electric. This not only helps our state reach its 100% renewable energy goals, but it also reduces respiratory health issues by reducing air pollution. Ultimately, this bill promotes an equitable public transportation plan, and I urge members to support it. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Transportation is Minnesota's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. This bill takes important steps to reverse this, including impressive funding of biking, transit, and walking, but I want to focus my remarks on the electric vehicle provisions. Chair Hornstein and I held an electric vehicle day this year, where both our committees heard electric vehicle testimony and bills. And we heard from auto manufacturers who said flat out that the future of the automobile is electric. GM has committed to be all electric by 2035. Ford has launched an electric Mustang and announced an electric F-150. In the last 4 years in Minnesota, EV registrations have climbed over 500%. And that's no surprise because EVs are cheaper to fuel and maintain. In fact, the lifetime cost of owning a Nissan Leaf is less than the cost of a Honda Civic, and battery prices are falling year after year. Minority Leader Doubt said today, let's stop investing in 19th century solutions for 21st century problems. And when it comes to electric vehicles, I couldn't agree more. The internal combustion engine was invented in 1876, and climate change is certainly the biggest challenge of the 21st century. We need to support the increased demand and be ready for the cars of the future that we know are coming. This bill includes nearly $3 million in EV infrastructure to be deployed across the state. It also designates a portion of the EV surcharge to EV infrastructure. And this makes a lot of sense because we know EV owners are overpaying for their impact on the roads with this surcharge, and this strikes a better balance as a true user fee. The bill also makes real progress on electric buses, requiring Met Council to have a plan for a zero-emission fleet by 2040. I want to thank Chair Hornstein for his vision and leadership on electric vehicles in this bill, and I urge members' support.
The member from Rice, Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also add my support to this bill, and especially want to thank Chair Hornstein and Vice Chair Cagle for including in this bill a dedicated sustainable funding solution for cities under 5,000 people, as well as needed support for townships and Greater Minnesota Transit too. There are 705 cities with under 5,000 people in Minnesota. Currently, the residents of these cities pay sales taxes that go into the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund, just like everyone else in the state. But they're excluded from getting any of that money back for their community because the funds don't go to cities under 5,000 people. Some of our deepest poverty in the state and deepest disparities are in our smallest cities. Our smallest cities deserve and need good transportation infrastructure too. The small cities in my district, Dundas, Lonsdale, Montgomery, Heidelberg, Kilkenny, are eager to see this support. The residents of Montgomery consistently list funding for street repairs as their #1 priority on city council surveys. Their roads are crumbling because cities under 5,000 people don't have a dedicated funding source and they can't afford to repair them. I know this concern is shared in small cities across Minnesota. I was proud to champion a funding solution for the transportation needs of our smallest cities and townships this session, and I'm deeply appreciative that Chair Hornstein took this concern to heart and included a dedicated sustainable solution for this funding in this bill. This last summer, a city council member from Montgomery stopped by my house in Northfield on his way through to discuss something with me. Northfield's a city of 20,000 people. The road outside my house, in need of repair, had just been resurfaced. The council member got out of his truck and greeted me by saying, "Well, that's a nice road. In Montgomery, we can't do that." "I know," I said. "I'm looking forward to us passing this bill, And someday soon, I want to stop by this council member's house in Montgomery and greet him by saying, well, that's a nice road. Transportation connects us. And this bill makes sure that Minnesotans in our townships and in our smallest cities to our largest cities have the infrastructure and transportation options they need. I thank the chair for this bill and look forward to voting green. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, Madam Speakers and members. I want to thank you for your indulgence and time today and Saturday. I didn't want to be here on Saturday myself, but we did have a lot of things that are important to bring up. When we have a $1.6 billion taxes and fee increases and a $4 billion surplus, I think the revenue raisers in this bill are just a little too much, or a lot too much, actually. One thing I did want to mention on the North Star, that it should be noted, and we forgot to mention it, the Met Council hasn't weighed in against or for mothballing the North Star. And the fact that they've stayed silent on that probably says a lot more than you think. And so think about that. It's losing money for the Met Council, and if they loved the program, they would have let us know. So that's an important part that I wanted to mention. Chair Hornstein, I've always appreciated working with you on this committee. I think you know that. Other members of the committee, we debate our policy ideas quite vigorously, but it is an enjoyable committee to work on and to be engaged with. So I appreciate the debate that we've had today and in committee. But what I think this bill does, or is missing, and with the slowdown in our commuter riders, it gives us an opportunity, and what this bill is missing the opportunity to restructure what we're doing and reallocating our resources better. And so we need to refine and restructure and reimagine what our transportation system is, how we pay for it. And hopefully that was illustrated in many of the debates that we had today. You know, our task is to meet the current transportation responsibilities of our roads, bridges, buses, and I'll concede for the existing transit systems that we have, but I think it's incumbent upon us to look at the changes in commuter patterns and where the future will be for that, and how we pay for that in the future, as we talked about the guide rails. The sales tax, even though it's structured a little bit differently than the previous CTIB agreement, was not requested by the Met Council. That should tell us something, that we are raising taxes at the wrong time when we have a $4 billion surplus, and the Met Council will be receiving, I think, $300 million or even more for their immediate needs. We do have a deficit, or they have a deficit going forward, and that's why we talked about a lot of the changes in the guideways and taking a look at things like North Star, and we need to refine where our obligations are. Additionally, with that sales tax, there's no guarantees for the participating communities, counties, that they will receive a share of that funds that they put in. That was mentioned in committee, and that was still missing. And so it's very similar to the CTIB agreement, Joint Powers Agreement, that we talked about over the past couple of years. And so CTIB 2.0 that's in this bill should be CTIB 2.0. And then finally, there was a provision that Vice Chair Cagle authored. I was happy to co-author and throw my support for it. And it was online driver's education was not included. This is something that is going to be transformative, something that we've learned in the pandemic that we've had to do out of necessity. But I think it's a convenience for students and parents and new drivers, an ability to have a service, to be better drivers, prepare themselves in a more convenient manner. The provision would have allowed more Minnesotan teens access to a higher quality driver education that is needed to pass the state licensing exam and, more importantly, become safer drivers. Traditional classroom driver education would remain an option still. A provision allowing online driver's education would simply add more options for teens in driver's education. Any online driver's education program would be approved by the Commissioner of Public Safety. And so I hope that's something that we can carry forward into conference committee and talk about that. And then I would like to mention to the members the issues of the driver's licenses for those that are non-citizens. And the provision in this bill essentially, but not technically, but essentially reverts back to law that was pre-2009. It doesn't take away from anyone, but it does provide a future and some hope for over 90,000 Minnesotans that live with us every day. And I think it's the right thing to do morally, it's the right thing to do for our economy, and it's the right thing to do for the safety of our roads. I hope that members, as we continue to progress, that you would keep an open mind on that issue and look at it as a basic policy issue. And so Representative Hornstein, Representative Winkler, Representative Gomez, and others before you on our side, a number of members, it's a bipartisan issue, and I hope that we can make some progress on that and actually make the lives better for those Minnesotans that are with us. And so I appreciate your time today. Good luck to you, Chair Hornstein. I'd like to thank our member, Joe Marble, our staff, and the nonpartisan staff as well for all their help. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to start out by saying in all of my years at the legislature here, there are some people who you really can build positive relationships with. And one of those persons is Chair Hornstein. I really have gotten to know him well, and I really appreciate his work and effort on this piece of legislation. Earlier this evening, in humor, I sent to Chair Hornstein a text message with a YouTube attachment. And I asked him if he was old enough to remember this woman. It was the Dinah Shore. She used to have the Dinah Shore show, and there used to be a tagline. It was sponsored by GM and Chevrolet. And the song that concluded with that show was always to see the USA in your Chevrolet. Members, I bring that up because I want to express my concern over some of the direction we're going with regard to trying to change market forces. Now, we should all applaud the fact that this transportation system with regard to personal vehicles is transitioning to electric. In fact, folks who know about motors know that an electric motor is incredibly powerful and very efficient. And it has lots of fast acceleration. So even the highest performance combustion engines is really quite thrilling to drive a lot of electrical vehicles. In fact, I bet many of you who are listening, both at home and on the floor, do not realize that almost our entire rail system is electric. Believe it or not, those are electric motors that are pulling these trains. What you see in the engines are nothing but big electrical generators. They're producing electricity, but nonetheless, they're being powered by electric motors. Now, I mention this because we have done incredible strides over the last 22 years in reducing greenhouse gases and emissions. In fact, we have reduced greenhouse gases and emissions in the United States alone by more than a gigaton of CO2. And that's equivalent to more than 1 billion metric tons of CO2. And we've made great progress. But in our zeal to do our part with regard to the global environment and to improve on the environment, we also need to consider what we're doing to our economy. We have been a leader in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. There's no question about that. But at the same time, we've got third world nations that are rising and really emitting as much as we are reducing. And so this has to be a global approach. I'm most concerned about trying to socially engineer our society and our economy. I believe that our economy is a contact sport. And what I mean by that is our economy has been built around mobility. It's been built around the ability of families to go wherever they want to go on the spur of a moment. Before all of the means of entertainment that we have available to us today, it was a common practice in the 60s and the early 70s when you were bored out of your mind is to get in your car and go for a ride. Families did that, but when they did so, they oftentimes stopped at a restaurant. They may have stopped at a store on the way. They may have gone shopping. Many of these things will still continue. But with regard to some of our approaches in terms of mileage-based taxes, what you're basically doing is incentivizing people to stay home. Now, you may think that's okay and that it serves the purpose of reducing greenhouse emissions and is good for the environment, but it's also terribly bad for our economy because each time we interact with each other, there's an exchange of dollars. And when there's an exchange of dollars, government picks up a little bit of that in the form of sales taxes and increased incomes to each household or family that is receiving that income. So with that in mind, I think we need to understand that this is a generational type of transition that we're seeing. I've heard many members comment tonight on the market approach and letting the market take its course in terms of accommodating electrical vehicles. In the real estate industry, I haven't seen of recent many people wanting to flock to the city in terms of moving from the suburbs into the inner city. And yet we have this social engineering plan of trying to create transit-oriented development, stack and pack housing along the light rail corridor, and encouraging people to live and work in the very building that they reside in, and that whatever else they need that isn't in that building, that they can walk or bike. And those are all admirable things for those who want to do it. But we shouldn't be pressuring people through economics to have to make that decision. In our tourism industry, basically going anywhere, families are going to be thinking about mileage-orientated taxes, a big equation, although it still costs money to roll any vehicle down the road, I acknowledge that, but a big equation is going to be, gee, if we take this little extra excursion and go up to Duluth and visit the North Shore, it's going to cost us, another 300 miles times whatever the rate is to go up there and visit. And so a lot of people who ordinarily might be able to go to these things and to increase economic activity by bumping into each other and exchanging dollars, these all have serious consequences. I also think about the most remote reaches of our state and those low populated areas. You just can't get public transit to take you where you want to go. So I applaud the efforts that are trying to be made in terms of recognizing that our economy and our transportation system is undergoing transition. We have all experienced some very pivotal points right during this COVID crisis on how our transportation system has greatly improved by less use of it. I can attest in driving from my residence in Greenfield to St. Paul, which is roughly 48 miles one way.
normally I could count on crawling through the Lowry Tunnel. At present, I can actually set the cruise control and actually not even hit the brakes going through the Lowry Tunnel. That's a wonderful thing. And we're not going to need the extra lanes that I believed we needed 5 years ago, not at least right away. I hope that our economy recovers and that people resume our contact sport again of moving about. But America was really built on our mobility and our ability to go get around. And we should recognize that those who want to live in the city on top of each other in high-rise apartments along transit-oriented development, good for them. But there's a lot of people who don't want to live that way. And so we should not be taking on policies that are going to penalize rural Americans, rural Minnesotans from an urban way of life. So with that, Mr. Chair, members, thank you for allowing me to speak on this. I can't support the bill in its current form, but thank you, Representative Hornstein, for all your hard work and minority members on the committee for putting together a bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if I was to cut my 3-hour closing speech, if you'd all vote no. Well, good. I got to laugh there. No, seriously. Thank you, Chair Hornstein, for your work on this bill. I've had great rapport with you and collaboration, and there's no doubt in my mind that this bill in front of us is one that you have great passion for and believe is the best direction to go. I can't ask you to do any more than that. It is your best work that I know that you can do. You know, earlier you said coming closer to our side, and I just want you to know that I truly believe that in regards to transportation, we don't have sides. We have difference of opinions on how to get there, but I believe we all have the same passion and direction for what we want to do. You have great expertise in transit. You use it. It's part of your culture that you're living in. Mine is Greater Minnesota, so it's all about driving cars because that's the only way you get where. But our way of funding it is different. So thank you for everything that you've done. I've really appreciated the time that we spent together. I've been in your committee and been in transportation since 2013. Transportation is important. Of all the topics that we talk about on the floor, it is the one that impacts every aspect of our life. I'm talking everything. If you can imagine a society in which there are no cars, there are no trains, there are no trucks, there are no buses for you to give around, life would be a whole lot different. We would literally die because we're no longer self-sufficient. Earlier we talked about transportation as a gateway for economic recovery. You know, I agree. But you know where the funding comes from? None of the economic recovery. Funding for transportation comes from constitutionally dedicated self-funding mechanisms. So when transportation improves the economy, that improved economy goes to where? Not to transportation, it goes to the general fund. If you can tell me any other aspect of life that is not impacted by transportation, please let me know. It is so important that transportation really should be getting a little bit more of that economic recovery, that $1.6 billion surplus, that is a surplus, that's what MMB has told us, than a measly $39 million. That's not very much. It was generated in part by the economic growth that transportation has certainly had. It also, we've got to remind ourselves that the general fund is funded a lot by income tax, which is progressive. Gas taxes are not. I believe it is problematic at this current time when we have not only a surplus, but additional dollars coming to us from federal stimulus to increase household expenses with the gas tax increases, especially when the governor, through executive orders, through well-intentioned executive orders, has put them in this financial situation. You know, we heard, well, it's only $9 a year in the gas tax. Well, that's true. It may be for that. And then we hear, well, but the other part that we want to talk about, which is the sales tax on the transit district, that only impacts the transit district. Well, you know what? I know a lot of people that come up to the transit district that also spends money there. Maybe even buy cars there and paying sales tax there as well. So it isn't just self-dependent upon them. It does get distributed. But even if that was true, that means then that approximately 50% of this population is going to pay for the entire tax of that sales tax. Again, extremely progressive. Now, yes, there are some really good things, some bipartisan things in this bill, and probably more than in most bills that we're going to hear this year. And for that, thank you, Representative Hornstein. You know, things like memorial highways and license plates and proctoring for license exams and the ability for border counties to be able to hire county engineers from across the border. Those are all good things. But I think there are some other things of concern as well. First, auto parts. Your bill shifts about 50% of that, or excuse me, I think 26% out of that into small cities and townships, which I perfectly agree with. 21% is going to go there, 6% is going to go to Greater Minnesota Transit. That's a wonderful thing, and they really need to do that. However, my bill that I had, and my suggestion is, rather than leaving the auto parts, remember that's part of that economic growth, part of that we ought to allow to come to even grow what goes into the HUTD, the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund, and actually then add another 3% that goes to small cities and 3% to townships, growing that from about 52% that it is this year to 60%. That seems to make a lot more sense to me, since then transportation gets to recover some of its involvement in our economic recovery. Electric vehicle surcharge. We didn't want to increase that this year, I guess, but instead we're going to take 50% of that surcharge, or $1 million, whichever is less, and put it into electric vehicle infrastructure account. Now, in committee, when asked the department what would that be used for, they said this would be used for basically their own vehicles and maybe opportunities to determine where infrastructure stations might be put in that the public would put in. To me, that sounds more like normal, everyday department responsibility. Their infrastructure needs are going to grow. They're going to be then buying less gasoline, et cetera. It seems to me that that's something that they could cover their own, and yet we're taking that 50% or $1 million out of HUTD to give to that. I'm not sure I would necessarily agree by doing that. We got vehicle miles traveled reducing 20% by 2050. And a lot of it is environment. There may be other reasons for it. But my question, and it just doesn't quite follow because there are no parameters. The department is going to determine what year the base is going to be used and then how to get into that by 2050. But let's assume that Minnesota, and right now Minnesota is growing, I think it was about 1 to 2% a year. 2% is easy to figure. 2% growth, that means that we're going to have 2% more drivers. And that also then would indicate that if we were to reduce by 20% today, within 10 years, we'd be back up to that 20%. And that doesn't even include the other 80% that they would have been driving as well. Then we have some of the issues that we have with license tab fees. I know Chair Hornstein thinks that that's progressive, but that would only be true if only rich people bought new cars, but they don't. This isn't progressive because you're paying more at the beginning, because it's based upon year, not about what it costs. So the very beginning level, Mazda or Honda or others, that could only be $20,000. You're still going to be paying that higher tax rate. And when I start looking at how the tax break is broken down, going from year 3 to year 4 under this plan is 84%. Year 3 in the old plan is only 80%. So here you have an increase of tax that the person's going to go to, especially this first year. Then you go from fourth year, it goes from 84% down to 68%. Well, that's a $16 change. And then an $18 change the following time before we finally get to a 10% change each time. That's really, I think, a hefty burden for people who are now going to say, well, maybe I can't afford a new car. Maybe I can only afford a 5-year-old car. Now, I know they may not say the tabs are the big deal about it, but it is still concerning. Sales tax, 6.5% currently. Because of how the constitutional amendment and constitutional question, that was created for this, the sales tax on vehicles does not get included in the legacy funds of the 0.375%. And so we said, well, I guess we can add that to it so it'd be the same as the other. So then all the rest of the taxes, the sales taxes, we add that 0.375%. But I'm wondering if the voters who voted that in wanted to say, we want the sales tax to be 6.875%, and some of that tax for everything else except transportation goes to legacy, but for transportation, they can keep it. That seems to be, that might not be exactly the way that they thought. I want to talk a little bit about Met Council, this 5% sales tax, and the Revenue Bond Authority. When in committee, we heard, and I'm not going to ask the chair to yield, it's late, I know the answer. It's about $250 million a year, give or take $50 million. That's according to Andrew Lee. Again, it depends on the year. Bonding for that is usually about 10 times that, so they could get $2.5 billion in bonding, but then that would use up all of their capacity. So exactly what are they going to do with it? Now, I want you to kind of remember that right now, there is a 0.5% sales tax that each county can issue for use in their own counties. It used to be controlled by CTIB, the County Transportation Investment Board. That disbanded a few years ago, so they already have that 0.5%. This 0.5% would be automatically generated, and by the way, it doesn't have to be approval by any of the counties. It's just going to be done. And who gets control of that? Met Council. Why is that important? Well, Met Council, and earlier we talked about it, Met Council is controlled by a board that is appointed. The counties are done by elected members. I think that's a big deal. We want to be taxed by people that represent us, not somebody who's just appointed to us. I think this country actually started because of that, right? Taxation without representation. And so that's a big concern, I think. We've talked about driver's license for all, and I'm not going to talk a lot about it. What I am going to say is that it's very unfortunate that states are finding themselves in the middle of that. when the federal government should have been taking care of that for us so that we didn't have to deal with it. But it's certainly a concern. You know, earlier we talked about people get upset with $4 billion surplus. And so I'll go back and say, okay, we got a $1.6 billion surplus, and we got about $2.5 billion of federal dollars coming in, and we don't know where it's going to go, and so we have to be careful not to put it into ongoing expenditures. Well, you know what the primary expenditures in transportation is? Almost all of it is one-time usage. It's for programs. You build it once, and then you don't worry about it for another 40 or 50 years. To me, that is exactly what we ought to be spending the surplus dollars coming from the federal government for. And we aren't even going to be talking about that. What could we do in our infrastructure, even in transitways and busways, if we would put those dollars in there for a one-time piece? That's a concern. I'm just about done. In closing, again, I just want to reemphasize that we're not on different sides. We're on difference of opinions, but not on different sides, because we all know the importance of transportation. You will not hear a Republican or a Democrat not saying that transportation isn't important. It is. There are some good things in this bill, as I said earlier. We do have additional dollars going to small cities and townships. I would have loved to have had more. I really like working with Chair Hornstein. However, the items that I have shared with you, my concerns about them, the timing that I think is wrong, and just the overreach, I think, that is going on without taking into consideration that we have more dollars available. We just don't want to spend in transportation. We have more dollars coming from the federal government. We just don't want to earmark it or tell it we have to go to transportation. We have $1.6 billion in actual surplus, and we want to give transportation about 2% of it. That's not what I would say, or actually it's probably 0.2% of it. To me, that's an issue where we really ought to go back and try to figure this out. Now, in closing, shall I say, is that, but with that, I still have passion for transportation. I'm still willing to roll up my sleeves, work with Chair Hornstein to deal with this. Getting this bill matched up with the Senate is going to be one of the tougher jobs that we've had in a long time. But I'll be glad to help as much as I can if you're willing. I think we need to figure out ways in which we can reach out and understand each other and make this bill better so that when it does come back, I would be happy to vote green. But at this point, I have to vote against the bill, but I have great optimism for our abilities to move forward into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for a great debate tonight. I know everyone's been quoting different songs. I've got one. It's not a transportation song, but it's 9 o'clock on a Saturday, and I think the regular crowd, probably needs to shuffle out, right? So, members, I'll just say, you know, we are on the cusp of our third great generational opportunity to invest in our transportation infrastructure. Let's seize this opportunity. Members, vote yes for jobs. Vote yes for racial justice and equity. Vote yes for climate justice. This is an important opportunity. I appreciate your support. Vote green.
There being no further discussion.
Bernie Leader would want you to.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill as amended. Members, please vote. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of all those members who have not voted yet?
Anderson.
Anderson, no.
Anderson, no. Baker.
Baker, no.
Baker, no. It's really hard to hear. Berg.
Berg, yes.
Berg, aye. Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss, no. Bo.
Bo, no.
Bo, no. Davids.
Davids votes no.
Davids, no. Davney.
Gaffney votes aye.
Davney, aye. Eklund.
Eklund, yes.
Eklund, aye. Erickson.
Erickson, no.
Erickson, no. Frankie.
Frankie, no.
Frankie, no. Freiberg.
Freiberg, yes.
Freiberg, aye. Green.
Green, no.
Green, no. Greenman. Greenman, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, no.
Grossel, no. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Haley. Haley, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Heinzman.
Heinzman, no.
Heinzman, no. Jordan.
Sydney, aye. Jordan, aye.
Jordan, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, aye.
Katiza Watun, aye. Mariani.
County votes aye.
Mariani, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Miller.
Miller, no.
Miller, no. Moeller. Moeller, aye. Moran.
Moran, aye.
Moran, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson, N, no.
Nelson, N, no. Sandsted.
Sandsted, aye.
Sandsted, aye. Scott.
Scott, no.
Scott, no. Stevenson.
Stevenson, aye.
Stevenson, aye. Sundin.
Sundin, aye.
Sundin, aye. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no. Thompson. Thompson. Thompson, aye. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, aye.
Zhang Ti, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 62 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Motions and resolutions.
Lucero and others introduced House Resolution number 5, a House resolution providing for the impeachment of Steve Simon, Secretary of the State.
Announcements. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12 noon, Monday, April 19th, 2021.
Representative Winkler moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12 noon, Monday, April 19, 2021. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Winkler moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
Aye.
The motion prevails and the House stands adjourned until 12 noon, Monday, April 19, 2021.